Heider. Před tebou Mouz. A jsem tady. Úplně přesně, krásně. Ty vole, cinema.
What a warm welcome to Mouz. They scraped by the skin of their teeth, but gone are the days they couldn't do it on a big stage. But can they do it in Austin?
Mouz, Oj, oj, oj. Oj, oj, oj. Já jsem rád, že první hraje tahle, protože ta je mnohem zajímavější než Furia a Pain. Tam tady ty příchody jsou vždycky hrozně cinema. Já cítím Donka. Cítím, že tato hra bude vydonkována.
But they need no introduction outside of being your reigning major champions. It's Team Spirit!
Spirit speed run through stage 3, but now this is where the real challenge begins. That opportunity to defend their major title that they hoisted back in Shanghai. The pursuit of that defense today, Maui, it begins here.
Oh yeah, of course.
Mouz se dostali jen tak ne.
Begins with a potential win over Mouz, but Mouz aren't going to take it lying down, okay? They got, for me, I would nominate as the Coach of the Year candidate today in Cyclone, standing behind him. He's changed up the veto. I'm sure he's changed up some of their game plans because he's trying to take down the favorites.
You got a bunch of sleeper picks in Mouz too. I don't think Torji gets the credit he deserves on the AWP. His name isn't held amongst the top at the moment, and it should be, very well should be. Exertion incredible at taking space. A lot of it is going to come down to how well these individuals can manufacture their own plays. Exertion and Torji like to call things in the mid-round. Brolin's going to have to put together a good game plan, but I think they've got the deeper roster than Spirit.
And that's the thing we saw from Mouz throughout stage 3, right? Sure, Torji, it wasn't looking super consistent from him, but even in the moments when he was down, he was truly bringing the hype to the squad. But today, he's got to be a win condition for Mouz, right? You can't be sleeping going up against Spirit.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Torzi, he's knocking at the door of Elite Offers right now, but it's Shiro that's the bouncer of that exclusive club. He's looking at him right there from the inside out and saying, you got nothing on me, Torzi. I know he's had a little bit of a good run. He's capturing some hearts here and there because of the energy that he brings this team, but it's not just energy that wins games, Freya.
Well, is Shiro going to be motivated to be the bouncer today, or is it going to be 2024 Shiro where he's tight to sit a little bit back, have impact when they come to him, or is it 2025 Shiro where he's going to step up to the plate and actually make things happen on the map? If you get that Shiro, Mouz is in a lot of trouble because Donk, Shiro, 1-2 punch, impossible.
Have you been liking the evolution that we've seen of Shiro? You know, we kind of classified him as a more kind of passive AWPer back in the day, you know, taking maybe a leaf out of Device's book. A little bit more aggression shown here and there, right? You like what you're seeing?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I feel like Shiro is finally looking at how to start a round, okay? Because he was one of the best, if not the best clutcher last year. But at this point, he's a new weapon in the shed in terms of openings. The way he's looking for picks, the way he's weaving around utility. Before, he'd get flash, he'd just go back into spawn, okay? He's looking to save already off of one flashbang. Now he's going to take the fight to them through a molly, through a nade, through a smoke. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, great clutcher as well. Good on the rifles. Shiro's got a complete package so far in 2025. Going to be very dangerous. And Spirit, I mean, you could just go down that list. Donk as well. You don't even have to touch on him because once you add him having impact on the early stages finishes the rounds with an AK on the T side, and then you get Shiro's off working. That's where Spirit does their best work.
Kdyby tohle byl Kopenhagen, tak se o Spirit bojím. Naštěstí Mouz hrali fakt špatně. Nebo ne špatně, ale oproti Spirit hráli špatně. Oproti Spirit hráli špatně.
Necessarily been required in stage 3, but this is where they have to be shown up.
Well, and that's the big question now. Is it because you didn't get tested, because we didn't see you have to go deep down and look at those performances from Zontix, from Magix? Are you going to be able to do it if that's required here? Is that going to be something you can manifest as a team? We'll find out, but I mean, the Spirit, I think if they get into that kind of a position, I think they'll be upset with how things have gone so far.
Even though the supporting cast of Spirit has taken more of a role in delivering the victories,
Spirit, dáme 1100 bodů na Spirit.
versus the other side of
Mouz,
which is a 5-lane
all
Texas
in
superhighway where it's just a spread out balance effort. Everybody's getting there at the same time.
And I feel like they haven't necessarily been putting foot to the floor just yet, right? We've talked about the fact that Mouz, they had to pull off the reverse sweep to even get it here. That's a rarity to see teams do to actually make it to top 8 of a major playoffs. Did that kind of throw any...
Ne, vole.
Tak, jdeme na to.
Aha, já ti zrovna napsal. Čau. Mě se lag... Co je? Proč tam laglí? Já chci vidět stream. Je to u mě, nebo?
Mě Twitch stream běží.
Jo, dobrý. A první, co vidím, Beránek napsal mrtka. Beránek 17, mrtka.
The majors all the time, but it's about peaking at the right moment. And Mouz had to
Ještě jednou mi to lagne a jdu na YouTube.
struggle and fight for it. Now that you get into the playoffs, this is exactly where you want to be playing your best Counter-Strike. I think the fact we haven't seen that Mouz yet is okay, because if it comes in here, they're looking at a semi-finals.
We've talked about the aim on both sides of the equation, right? But let's take a minute to, touch upon the brain behind both of these machines, because for Chopper, he's proven it.
Streamu, když tak.
The squad around him, they've already lifted a major trophy. But for Brolin, right? Let's just throw it back to the beginning of the year. We were scratching our heads thinking, why on earth? Brolin, in-game leader? Really? But look at him now.
I did not think that Brolin had it in him. I didn't think that he could lift these kinds of trophies. I didn't think that he could be the mastermind behind the operation. He's always been known as being quiet. This guy couldn't even play next to people that are too loud sometimes, okay? He didn't want teammates that would chime in too
Dobrý, ale Furia bude hrát ve 2 ráno, ne?
Já jsem si říkal, proč to, a já jsem si neuvědomil, že když je to jakoby v pátek, tak já jsem začal do času a neuvědomil jsem to.
Jasně, jo. Ale on to má být půl druhý, vole, tady ten to byl takhle.
Ne, tady bude přes, v 11 je konec.
A jo, pravda, máš pravdu, to bude rychle hrát, takže on to asi bude dřív.
Takže jsi do školy.
Kámo, jakoby, on má bych šel, vím, že si teda jako dostovat nemusím, protože není docházka, ale šel bych normálně, protože jako Pavel, tak jako, je jedno, prostě bych šel, ale jako nebudu upřednostňovat školu, kde se ani kde doslova jenom budeme sedět, ani se dělat a ani se nepočítá docházka, když se hrajou playoffs.
Já myslím, že se zítra už nepočítá.
Ne,
ale stejně tam radši jdu.
No, tak chápu.
Protože mám databáze a tělák, že jo, na hraní.
Jasně, jo. Já, i kdyby se to hodnotilo, tak to mám v pohodě.
Jdeme na to asi.
And we've got one of the most stacked playoff brackets in memory, especially on this side. We're talking about the odds favorite in Spirit versus Mouz, the underdogs. They've got a major champion, but they're going up against the returning champs with 5.
Yeah, returning champions. That's the chip on their shoulder when it comes to Team Spirit. Of course, this one's about a tale of hot and cold, whether or not Mouz can recover after the slow start. And so here we sit, steps away, as there are now 7 matches between now and the trophy lift. One for every year that this great nation has waited for the return of the major.
První hra. Mouz, a je to intro už jak svině, jebe ti? Halo? 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 Absolutně nemá? Ha? Dobrý, už to mohlo skončit a už GG, hotovo, bylo to nejlepší. Teď to mohlo skončit.
Si pamatuju tu operu, co tam dávali Ranger.
Operu, cože?
No, ty Číňani.
Minule byla Čína byla minule, já už nevím, co tam bylo. A tam to muselo být trapný asi, no.
To by byl na finále a byla to taková, jak tam hraje na trumpety,
Jo, možná vím. Jo, vlastně, jo, jak to, jo. Hele, dobrý, máme jeden kill už. Co je, vole? Hejbem se, ne?
Dobrý, jak máme.
Jo, Chopper zachrání devkama. No, easy.
Ale
No, dong, 2 killy, dobrý, to stačí. Hele, nezhoršil se nějak dong? Já bych čekal, že už že by dal ESO první kolou. Jako on ještě nemá ESO, halo. Se zhoršil, ne, co?
And then you see Donk come in. Okay, this is the guy who somehow has fallen out of the narratives when we're talking about Simple in this playoffs and Zaiwu in this playoffs. Well, Donk is right here. They had no
máš tam ty spirity furt, nebo
so much
tam do vitality?
Reference him as somebody that they're scared of or Spirit, even though they have not had trouble beating them as well. So
já je doteď mám na spray.
A když všechny Pickens vyjdou tak mají, tak ve finále aspoň jeden bude mít zlato.
No, nehra Furia.
Zershin with his connector crawls is such a focal point of Mirage.
Oni mají 1000 stykový server, ne? No, dobrý, dom 2 killy další, tak pojď. Dáme se ještě za 4, pojď 4 teď. No, pojďme. Ty vole, nemoc mu ho nechat.
It's Mouz with all they could get. The positioning strong, even an entry there, but Spirit's so ready to swarm out of the gate of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the CT setup was pretty perfect in a position where Mouz are looking for a very early fight. They didn't find the mid-control counter defense. That's what they were initially searching for. And by the time they breach connector, they don't have enough resources to actually make a compelling argument about this split. Instead,
no, aby to bylo 5-0 prostě nakonec na to. A jdeme Furia, fajn.
Again, having a good fast start here, 5-0.
Čemu hrát 2 hry? To byl za ding, vole. Donk dostal ding. Já jsem to řekl postěž trochu. Ale je tak to.
Máš o 6 sekund, tak. Já za tu hlavu viděl už dávno.
1.20, 1.19, 1.18, 17.
When a team is so sort of structured around your play. He sits here on 11 HP, and it's going to be a late bout of mid-control now for the D side.
Should be easy pickings for Shiro, but that's an emphasis on the should be.
Come on.
Left a lot out there, only 6
Echo.
Hello, prosím. So this is 2 Deagle headshots.
Yeah.
Except for Donk survived his.
Dog má ESO za 2 kola,
5 versus 3 for Mouz, and around they have 0 business winning.
We know on the openings on T side, Zershin chimes in, but Vrolin's going to be the IGL of this team, picking where they end, and we've already got the A ramp pushing for Spirit. So even though they're down a player, they're making the map feel very full right now.
It makes total sense. Get your opening kill, get that damage over on A, collect yourselves, and get ready to go.
This is a very legible mid-round if you ask Spirit, so we'll see what happens.
It's one thing to read it, it's another thing to stop it. Still some utility to do exactly that. Blinds a couple players, stutters them at 20. But here it comes, they've got nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Just looking to swarm down this site, and it should still be easy pickings. Absolutely is. Total stoppage inside that B site. So your Deagles be damned.
And you know, when you meet a player that's playing on fence, they knew that you were coming in. You had Zontix release that HE at the perfect time. The rotations were there, the players were in place. It required a couple of crazy shots like this Deagle kill to make a bomb plan happen. Forget about the round. Mouz struggled a lot to get to this position, and like Falcon struggled at this major, but outside and before the major had no problems proving that, you know, they could be the top 2 or you know, 3rd best team in the world, and we don't really know where Spirit stand in that, as they were the ones who made Vitality scared in a few spots. But their form is not
Položil jsem si prodlužovačku na nějakou mísu a...
The hardest opening stage for Mouz at any CS2 major so far. It's still a team that we featured in all 3 playoffs of all 3 CS2 majors.
Nevím,
And so it
trubka.
really is about rebounding here in Austin. That's the entire game plan, taking it day by day, map by map, round by round. That's what these players have been alluding to in order to find the mental fortitude to make it happen in Texas.
You can see there's definitely a very keen eye about mid and exertion. When it comes to top 5 teams, his stats really taper off a lot. When it comes to Spirit, Mouz are quite confident. But again, that's why we're focusing on this right now. Mirage is a very interesting pick in this veto, and he will be a focus.
No, dobrý, 4-0.
Now we'll find out who is the hunter and who is being hunted.
Again, they get their hands very close to grabbing this A site, but Donk's gonna remain unkillable.
Wow.
7-0 is the start to this quarterfinal for Donk. No teammates really yet needed. Chopper called on, swings into more than one player. Donk looking for his next duel. They come to him. Great reaction. And
No, pojďme ESO, vole, pojďme
this is a
ESO.
problematic situation now here for Mouz. Look at that bomb. Just sitting on top of it is Zontix with Donk right next to him. This is a round that fizzles out, and we're no longer talking about Desert Eagles. Fully fledged gun round denied by who?
Donk 8-0, dobrý.
Out the gates.
Yeah, that's a really
rough
move. Jumping stairs in general
To je
is
klasika,
almost a
tohle.
sign of
Já jsem
desperation
říkal,
depending on what kind of attack you're
že
bringing in,
začal, že
but
cítím,
especially when you've got the bomb on your
cítím,
back.
že tento major
That
bude
one landing at the bottom
vydonkován,
of the stairs,
nebo
and it wasn't
tato
just
hra bude
Dom there as
vydonkována
well. Two
minimálně.
CTs waiting at the bottom of
Ta
connector.
druhá hra
They
potřeba,
couldn't
aby
trade
nebyla
out 1 for 1
vydonkována.
and then scored a plant off that kill. So here's a clear mistake. Look at that shoulder peek, right? He gets vision, just a glimpse over the top of that smoke, and then turns that into an instant kill. Xerxes doesn't even have time to react.
Víc si víš, že jsem
You know Mouz are going to come out with a strong game plan. They're going to be thinking about what Spirit are going to be thinking about. But so far, Mouz have
Jsem
not
říkal, že
got
kdyby to
fights
byl
they're looking
Mouz z
for, right? They're in the
Kopenhagenu,
playground in the A
tak,
site, and it feels like Spirit are more comfortable with that.
tak bych se trochu bál, ale
No. Tady ti Mouz si můžou být rádi, že jsou v playoffs.
no právě. Oni
Tricky
měli
smoke
0-3,
and the
ne?
frag rate after. You see Torji step
No.
into that. There goes half of his health.
Měli proti Painu, ne? Myslím.
Not going to be comfortable
Ten
upping up the rest
rozhodující,
of
no.
this round. And obviously
počkat.
pressure on him as one of the 2 players that saved in the previous.
Jo.
Yeah. Down to $50 off the save, keeping this gun. Window smoke comes out a touch early, and Zontix has his to counter. Of course, CT's got a little bit more utility to work with. And now he's just going to look to punish. Now that's punishment.
Hodně dobrý night. Čedeme se hodil.
And I like that Spirit.
A nebo 3 flashe, to je
Keeping it
hodil.
tidy, playing back. They're still playing very active.
Just close enough.
When's he gonna die?
Close enough to react. Zontix senses a bit of time
Adam.
here. It's a comfort zone for Spirit. Finally, Donk
Oh,
goes
yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
rebuttal. There's
There you
that
go, považ
Jim
se.
double kill. Much needed from one
Donk
of the
není,
players that
vole,
saved
bacha.
a gun in the last round. Looking to get
Chopper.
the answer back to Chopper.
Chopper.
He's gonna lock it down. And now the op is on the prowl, but that early grenade damage cleaned up.
Dobrý,
Magic finishes
Chopper
what he
zachrání.
started, and Spirit are giving no space to Mouz on Mirage.
Yeah, I think Torsi's got to wait. He's waiting
Ah,
for his
timeout.
team to win a round
Aye,
so he
aye,
can
aye.
really get involved in the
Aye.
comms. We know how much he's
Furt
prioritized
vidím
bringing the energy up,
MP9,
but it's
když
very
se
hard to
řekne
do
Chopper
that
prostě.
before you've
Jo,
even
jo,
won
Chopper
a
s
single
MP9
round.
vždycky.
Good try from Jim Pat. We've also called into question his consistency since Spinks has joined the team. He's started to taper off a little bit for sure. But Mirage is
Complexity, yeah.
top of the board for
Yeah.
Mouz. It feels like a surprise pick, but the last time that they played this map, Shuhei was on the roster. Since then, they've had an amazing showing with Brolin on the team. And so it was sort of natural, and I'm sure that actually Spirit could have seen it coming. But this is not a good sign for Mouz. The quickness of these rounds, the fact that everything they're searching for in the first 30, 45 seconds, Spirit are not giving them anything. It feels like in terms of game plan, Spirit are one step ahead, and the right players are online right now. Donk 9-1.
It's nice to see that in the round, Donk dies first in. Instantly, we're calling Chopper into the action, and he's got a multi-kill to offer.
No, Donk poprvé umřel vlastně.
Question will
Ale i
always
tak
be,
Donk
is
je.
Donk enough? Shiro missed a chance from Catwalk. That could have been an equalizing kill in this second gun round.
Yeah, here's an opportunity now for Mouz. Now you got to start thinking.
And they find a bit of space. This walkout from... You know, again, skin shown towards mid draws the eyes of Spirit.
They aren't fully prepared.
And this connector fight's been happening time and time again, but the walk up from the ramp's gonna fluster them. Donk decides to reposition, and that's gonna cause the crosshair off the mark. This time the difference is Spinks comes out from ramp, finds that full focus towards mid.
Jako Donk je mnohem lepší na té straně, takže...
Yes, so one missed shot from Shiro. An opportunity here as Donk gets pushed over top of the stairs because Chopper goes down without a kill.
Protože on
Neither
prostě
of them
agresivně
are very
povedal.
aware that someone could be coming up the ramp. Spinks missed his first opportunity. That's the only reason Chopper shot back. And now Mouz are on the board. And now you sort of have to see a change of temperament here for Mouz. They have to take this emotionally now that they're on stage, now that they're down 5-1. They have to take this and try to garner enough energy to make it into a streak. I think this is huge. And we'll look to the cams and we'll look at players like Torji to see if he's going to champion that sort of mood boost that the team needs in moments like this.
Tak a polovina za náma.
Polovina.
First miss from an op.
Yeah.
So far, and you know, I love the killer instinct that Donk always has, but look at the full focus on him from top Tetris as well. We watched from his POV.
Smůla pro Donka prostě, dobrý, pojde.
There's no denying Donk was dead in that situation no matter what.
We don't have a Palace player, but I appreciate the two players walking out of the ramp. Exact same time they're coming up connector. We've seen very heavy connector presence, but not that many splits.
No, Donk ve okně, takže. Tak nic.
So there it is, the first. Question now of how many.
Yeah, without Mirage, I don't know about this series. You know, they've gone into overtime so often in their matchups. So that's why it feels like even though Mouz have had a good time versus Spirit this year, it's not been sustainable.
Molotov for the cat play. That's going to open the door for Mouz. This is different.
I like this actually set play. They called this out of spawn. This one's being watched. Oh, Zontek's going to see this.
Yeah, he's stuck in the corner. There's fire in front of it. Great delay coming out of Spirit. Mouz opt to do something different after finding their first piece of success, and then they pause. And this has got Spirit a little awkward. Eventually, we're going to get another player added. Here comes Brolin off of Catwalk.
Tak nic, no. Ale to je, ale já jsem myslel staršího Monesio, ne teď Monesio. Ty vole. Donk, dobrý, v pohodě.
Shiro missed
slides around the site, catches all three as they come in. And that's off of the back of what was originally a successful hold out of Spirit.
Hallie to take over immediately after these two rounds. One, you have to respect it. Here's a moment where Shiro could absolutely have won these last two positions, but they still have this 3-round lead. They want to balance these two thoughts. I think for Shiro, it's like, okay, I got to make sure my shots connect from now on, but I should try to stay calm because we got to act like we're here winning, and they are. For Mouz, they're now building up a bank account. This play kind of falls apart at first, but the recovery, I think, inspires a lot of confidence. And Shiro, he doesn't miss the whole round. He gets a great first shot. But it's a second multi here for Jimmy in this game.
I love that one moment of hesitation from Jimmy when he jiggles on the window and then decides it's time to jump on Donk. So ready for the reaction as well.
Jimmy jiggle, that could catch on.
Hell yeah. If he's going to pull plays like that out with it. Deserves the recognition.
I like that we test Shiro again.
Yes. Had a little bit of slack to make up for, right? Missed shot 2 rounds in a row that could have definitely put a dampening on the mood for Mouz. This time it's first blood over to Spirit thanks to the sniper.
And we're getting good variety out of Spirit. I mean, we've seen a lot of mid-control defaults, but like we just saw 2 set play tactics that were actually quite layered. That one almost felt like they improvised it as they went, but you could see there.
At the major.
Guys, that's just not the best time to do that.
Počkej, to byl náš smoke, nebo jej?
We have to understand that even if you miss it, it might not affect the round from the perspective of Spirit, but for Mouz, they're relying on it to either block information, guarantee a play. Mentally, this slows everything down.
It's also just such an indication to probably some activity outside that window, especially with how often Mouz have been trying to throw that.
Yeah, good point.
This looks like a revert back to kind of the opening moves that Mouz were going for. Again, positioning Spinks outside of this window. His job won't be made easy thanks to that nade.
Pohodě, Donk je uprostřed akce. Jo, dobrý, pohodě, do.
Great shot.
Nicely done from Zontix over on the other side of Cat. He gets himself the double. And with that really takes the wind out of the sails.
Tým tahá.
We've got the Donk frag. And when Donk goes down, the door is open. But Zontix from the shadows slips through.
You know, this is Spirit at their best right now. I mean, where there's not Donk, there can be Zontix.
Oh,
And
yeah,
we see
now
the
the
adjustment from Jimmy in that moment was a great shot. I mean, that's a shot that normally Donk.
Když umře Donk, furt tam je prostě dobrý tým.
So perfect. This one's right to the head. But it's all kicked off by Shiro, so the trades after are even easier.
Ty pičo.
Yeah, I mean, it's an
To byl flag jak hovado.
Look at the cleanup crew here in Zontix off of Cat. I like that we got to the spot though. 2 rounds in a row means Mouz have done well with the money they can buy again.
Ten Molotov je mega dobrý na top 5.
Economically devastated if it had just been that one round.
nějaký line tam.
When you're banking on an entry like that on Donk, it's a shame that we're not getting
Ale možná bych ho použil nejradši jakoby těsně předtím, než zmizí všechny ty smoky.
Yeah, you could see that he's been focused on in some of these early portions of the round. Oh man, Shiro, listen, he might be missing, but the amount of opening kills right now.
He is everywhere as well. Taking a shot down through connector. Catching first blood to the favor of Spirit. But a couple of bodies up in Palace.
Great
flashbang to deal with Donk. And then Jimmy
comes in with
Shiro down after that. The chase is good. Both of those players moving con and over towards Palace.
Magic spotá.
Protocols in place. Easy pickup. What the hell you think you're going, Zontix? Sent packing, and this one, Mouz find an answer. And that flash on Donk totally neutralized them on the stairs.
Yeah, I think, and again, utility, when they think about Donk, has been such a key for the Mouz game plan.
Teď pod sebe hlavně neházej granát, jasný, jako Shanghai.
Made specifically for that position. It's not catch all. It doesn't blind everybody on the site, but when it goes over the stairs like that, there is nothing that Donk could do. Even with his reaction time, you cannot avoid that. So, real perfect play. So, I mean, the fact that Jimmy gets so much credit here from his kills is one thing, but he also threw that flash.
And the moment I put his feet to the flame,
Jsou reální sochy, halo?
2 frags to open it up on a very blind Donk.
Prostě nemají 2 sochy, prostě jen tak.
Now, even the best players are going to have habits. There's only so many ways to play a site, and you see a moment like
Já furt nemůžu z toho intravo.
and there is nothing that Donk can do if he's going to be in one of his normal spots. That is usually very effective. Great counterplay here for Mouz.
Been a very slippery T side, I think, from Mouz. Haven't really seen too much repetition, bar that round.
No a Das 2, to je pesný, no. Spirit Das 2, klasika.
The one that Zontix stops, and Donk tries to change it up, but a bit of a faster tempo comes out middle here for Mouz, and already they've got everybody else prepared to hit this site. We're gonna leave Zershin inside con. Spinks just lurks out through Palace.
Jako Donk na Dustu zadává hodně na to, že?
They have demo vision right now, the way they're getting these kills.
T-Back střelí svýho prostě.
That's the one they were fishing for the last
Pojď.
few rounds.
Ace clutch. Zontix, pojď.
Chance to fight back again.
Here we go. Mouz had to fight for an opening in this T side. Out of the gate, we said Spirit looked like they were one step ahead. The way they leaned back didn't give Mouz what they wanted.
No.
And as this half's gone on,
Teď by se hodil timeout určitě. Já bych si dal timeout.
Mouz have opened this up. 5-0 start for Spirit out the gate. Has
Radši dřív než
suddenly
později.
cooled off. This is Donk getting clipped.
He makes it up fast, but you can see immediately how intent they are taking over cat control. And if there's one thing Mouz has been able to get away with, even if they've lost later in the round, it is taking over mid.
Není jo.
Ooh, and now Torzi's going to get the better of Shiro.
Okay, full buy, dobře.
As they found momentum.
Předposlední kolo, jako dal bych
So Torzi's getting
jako, ale...
talkative. If Zershin finds the answer, that's Magic's trying to split up Cat. Ooh, another one just sat on the ankle.
No, to nevím, jestli byl úplně dobrý nápad.
Dare I say it, Mouz now starting to feel like they're in full control.
Finally got a force-up situation at a Spirit. Money's going to be terrible next round too.
To po 6-0, ne?
I mean, you're saving
1-1.
bargain basics here if you want to hang on to this
GG.
MP9 and 5-7, and Mouz, all they're thinking about is how do we not blow this situation. They're in a great spot with lots of time.
Woo!
Really feels like the first time in this half that Mouz can just take a step back and breathe.
Ten dáv prostě, ten random.
Not trying to keep their fire as bright as Spirit came out swinging with.
Co tam kurva dělají?
11 rounds in the
tam
major
štěkají,
playoffs.
no.
How you feeling, Austin?
Doslova se nic nedělo.
Shit hasn't even started yet. 2 great days of quarters coming up.
GG.
Another solid kill here. And these ones are just for the
Drželi
confidence. Money
full
won't matter too much.
buy. Předposlední kolo.
Scout, of course. So a little unfair to compare it 1-to-1, but Torji looking real damn ready.
Force teda.
Ali took that tack pause after losing 2 rounds, but it did not stop Mouz for figuring out how to get back into this game. And now because they've won these last 2 and they've got this force-up win, it's the easiest round yet coming up.
Tam bych chtěl být dva na boku vpravo úplně. Vidět, koukat na sochu, vole, tak možná.
What a rebuttal. There it is.
USA.
We all have a fear that someone's going to choke in playoffs, whether it's Mouz, whether it's Spirit, who could just break, whether it's Mongols on the other side. We just don't want to see that. We want to see teams take it to 3 maps, fight their hardest, because we've also seen the peaks of all these teams that can also choke, and we know
Na poslední
that
kolo.
it's always the stage, it's always the pressure that makes them play worse. But in terms of how good their CS is in the practice server, in regular matches, we know it's top level. Everybody's been gearing up like crazy in these
To
last
nejméně
few months to catch
důležitý
up to
kolo v celé
vitality.
hře. Doslova.
And they're not a team that we see choke.
And Falcons failed. There's a lot of people that believe, well, now the door's wide open for a Vitality. Some have forgotten that Mouz were also able to push them. It's just the shakiness in the States that made those Mouz doubters a little louder. But here we go, final round of play. And if you had any doubt that Mouz were not going to seize this opportunity in quarters, 5-0 start for Spirit.
It's a heavier B lane, not great guns here. How are you going to stop this? Oh,
Dong,
how are you
that's
fighting that
so
kill,
cool.
Dong?
Just lines it up. There's been so much
It's just
pressure on
left
him
back.
in the staircase. He's looking to change position. I like that. Feels like they've
To
had
by
a lot of
Kasteřina
answers
mluvit,
for him.
GG.
Oh, that's a scout
What the
headshot,
fuck?
all right.
You said it was
Shiro?
an unfair comparison. What if you aim for the head?
Well, we're trying to do this with lesser weapons. Spirit really felt like they had given this first
57,
half back
tak
over to
pojď.
Mouz. But we're going to get ourselves a big retake
Kámo.
coming in on A. Spinks looks to keep his head
Ale
down.
to je dobrá
Torzi over
taktika.
towards the ramp, loses his line of sight.
Yeah.
But that's just an invitation to grab the AK. Spinks starts to line him up.
GG.
And
No
with
tak.
2 knocked down, it's
Torzi
Torzi yet
opovaž
again
se.
away from that bomb. Donk's
Donk.
got a kit. And
Dobrý,
he's taking
easy.
it all the way. A 7th round from Spirit. A small
Frost
answer
never fake.
in a great response out of Mouz.
Je 3 minuty pauza.
GG. No, dobrý intro.
To ještě jedno pustit na YouTube.
úplně hustý, ale fakt jako, to mě úplně dostal to. A to jsem myslel, že v Paříži bylo skvělý, vole. Tohle je úplně ultra. USA. Jeden Američan tam tak hraje, vole? Elíš?
A to infrak svině, kámo.
Já doufám při každý hře.
Myslím, že jo.
Jo. 100%. Pak jsem ukázal, že týmy prostě, úplně, a pak úplně ten odpočil, úplně, shit, to bylo dobrý.
Protože ta 3 minutová pauza tak dlouhá.
Proč jsou 3 minuty tak dlouhý?
Jak ve škole. Jak dneska na odpoledce nás bylo 5.
GG.
A dohromady ve škole 9.
What?
Jo.
No,
Na děláku byly 2.
To vím, no.
Ale karty.
A to dělali jste vůbec jako něco za ten den? GG.
Na grafice teda jsme jako řešili známky, to je asi to nejdůležitější z toho celého.
No to bych stejně tam neměl, že?
Na angličtině Friday. Matika jsme si pouštěli to
Ready Player One.
Jo, Ready Player One jsme ještě nedokoukali, takže si myslím, že budeme koukat příští týden.
Kde jste skončili?
To nevím. Nějaká hodinka si myslím, něco takového.
Jakože, co jsi tam stál naposledy?
Já si vůbec nepamatuju, já si pamatuju...
It's feeling like Mouz had really retaken the momentum in that one. One final round at the end of it, stolen away by no other
asi,
than
končili jsme asi v tu chvíli ti dva, tak prostě se chtěli seznámit v tom reálném světě.
Jo, okay.
Nebo jakoby ten kluk chtěl seznámit v reálném
světě. Returning major champions in the server.
I think what we saw this half was just two very honest score lines in terms of how good the other team was.
Jak ti to intro in a halftime?
Mouz back in. Mouz really had to earn it. Yes, there were a couple missed shots in there, but that's going to happen. That happened to Mouz too. They had a couple heroes emerge. I think Gimfat had a great half overall. His trades were really key in those first couple of wins. And now they're back online.
There's that flash thrown out by Brolin. Sets up Spinks.
No tak, plaťte. 7-5, pohoda. To je dobrý, 7-5 je dobrý.
Vyhrál pistolky, 9-5.
Very hard position to rotate from. He got 2 and connector right here, but the CTs are worried about B.
Ne.
Towards the insertion
Come on.
inside, Khan really taking the wind out of their sails with a follow-up headshot on Chopper. This pistol comes crumbling down around Spirit.
Co to je do bezloky, pojďme 7-7, pohodě. První dvě kola. Pohodě. Dejte eko a neforsujte, dejte eko v klídku a pak kupte AKčko Donkovi a dobrý, hotovo. Proč prostě to první kolo to se nesloží na jedno AKčko? Pro Donka. Ano, poslechli mě. Full eko, full. Jdou čistě prohrát.
And Mouz early on in the half.
Nevím, jestli to byl dobrý nápad, když máš 14 teď. Ten Nikol je úplně hovno.
Active here from Torzy. Spirit back at the beginning of their CT side were so content to just lean back and not give anything over. Torzy's running a bit of a risk here, carving himself a very easy looking path to join up with his teammates, and the jig is up.
Yeah.
You know damn well there's nothing else over towards B nor top
Pojďme,
mid. So
Deagle, aspoň jeden kill do Hados.
all they can do is push.
Wait, that's the only A player. That's the only A
Ty
player.
byla. Mě zrovna laglo.
Just don't die here, Spinks.
Desert Eagle shot cracks open the bomb site. Money's gonna be gone. Sontics gets
Rock
a
power.
double. Okay, it's a
GG.
kill. And Torzy's
Come on.
MP9 now going for the reload, covered
tak
up
jest.
by Zershin. You get all the answers you need with that expedition. Torzy
Pohodě.
goes on.
Máme plant.
Moment because
To je nejlepší, co jsem mohl stát teď.
you get this flank kill, but you don't know
Máme
if
play,
everybody else is just
teda máme
ready
plant
to
a máme
pop.
3 killy,
So there's
pokud
4
vím.
guys still
Takže
holding
dobrý.
on just in case the rest of the attack is going to come through. It's a good moment here where Spirit just decide to get
3 nebo 2
out
killy,
and
ne?
hit this amazing shot.
Dva,
Obviously, it's
Tak dva. Hej, Hados, mě to
Once
laguje,
again.
vole. Typci úplně.
Great coverage here from Zershin to really push it over the line.
yeah.
Still,
To be honest, the plan's a win in that position.
A teď? A teď vyhrát každý. Počkej.
Adam, the bait was sexy, yeah, Adam, the bait was sexy from a point.
Yeah, sorry.
Nice,
Bro, but
Adam.
I hit insane shot to be honest.
Lawson, it's
That's what we want to hear. You know, you got like Mouz having fun, really enjoying this moment, and that's a tie game, which didn't seem like it was possible a few minutes ago.
To je pravda. Teď vyhraje každý kolo Spirit.
it's gun round.
13-7.
Full effect. No op for Shiro.
Doufám.
Torzy's got his, and he's been hitting hard with it in Austin.
Nemusí doufat, to bude jasný.
He was one of the members of this Mouse camp that
Spirit neprohrává.
start, but
Čo pro
no denying he's
69?
picked it up since.
All right, so we got to watch this connection here between Chopper and Donk, and it's actually Mouz to peel back. Spinks is kind of the loose piece that's actually able to fight into middle, but he doesn't have support from Connector. And so now we have to look at these protocols from the CT side as they start to wrap around the perimeter of the site. There's no extra info on a push on an extremity right now, though.
Dobrý smoke, dobrý smoke.
Spirit are building tension.
Počkej, to jsem nebyl. Co oni?
And in these moments where they flash retake mid and they don't see everything, Spirit are getting a little scarier. How
Špatný
close
smoke,
are they?
špatný
Which
smoke.
side are they going to?
Ne.
Flash right in.
Ne, co?
Perfect call
Kámo.
here from Brolin and
Oni
Torzy
jsou
to combine
prostě
for that
nejlepší
one.
tým, vole.
Starts to get
Jakože,
Spirit to make their moves.
vole,
Spinks
flash
looking
je
to get
všechno.
active along the wall with
A
Pat. He will
dost.
find himself 1.5 kills.
Donk
And
žije,
Shiro
v
down a
pohodě.
half health bomb on his back.
Ještě dost možný.
Man advantage maintained as we hit 25 seconds.
No tak.
Zershin kind of checking out this sea of smoke. Doesn't want to be the piece that lets this A site fall.
Aha.
Oh, even gets the
Pakáčko.
headshot up into Palace, so he's really going to be adamant
Come
about this
on,
one
Donk.
not being taken
This
over
round's
by
dead.
Spirit.
Bowser in the lead now after this. This is going to be a save 10 seconds. No chance back in this.
Oh,
This is
tak jest to.
amazing search work for Mouz. They're 2 flashes. Even though they don't see anything in
Never
middle, they turn that to the A ramp. They make sure they find someone before they back up.
Nedělej kroky, debila.
That's just wonderful. And you can see where those flashes are popping as well. They're specifically for one person. They're always finding that guy.
Proč všichni rušoví meši?
Look at this thing of beauty right around the corner.
Yeah.
Zero chance for Magix to react to that one.
Yeah. And Brolin comes in, smooths the angle, fine, but you can tell that he understands there's going to be someone there in the right corner.
Yeah, and if they are there, they're blind as hell.
They're dead.
Torzy, opening kill. Easy does it on Sontics. Chopper just chucking some flashbangs, looking to fluster Jimmy. Takes more than that.
Yeah, Zontics peaked that real early. We were talking about a round with 2 Tech 9s left here for Spirit.
Zershin, though, gives up half his health. Frag Grenade's gonna just barely chip away at it as well, but again, activity coming out from Mouz this
Minus
time.
dva.
Donk's gonna get the better of it. But as he
GG.
goes back, Torzy's got the answer.
That's a great refrag.
And even within these last 2 rounds, Zershin also getting the Palace kill 1 round ago, even when Spirit try to put that squeeze on site, when they try to prevent the movement, the
Come
mobility
on.
of Mouz, they're losing bodies in the process, so 4v3 for
Nepaser
Mouz.
se na první
Still
hru,
time
doufám,
for
vole.
Spirit to crack this A site open though.
Sú to
They're going to have this whole left side of the site open, and the idea is coming in this way. They've got a gun they can run into, which is smart. It's the second layer to this. CTs are not really putting an emphasis on protecting it.
No tak já hrozně chci vidět zápas Vitality proti Spirit, prosím.
Mouz certainly signing up for
uvidíme,
allowing
Mouz
Spirit to get away
versus
with this.
It's kind of like
Zero contact over towards Palace.
how much site control are they comfortable with? Because they might walk into this.
Got a player still up top. That's presence spotted. Bomb's gonna get planted. Also gonna get set ablaze. Chopper, he doesn't have the health. Oh, he got it off.
Aha,
He just put
okay.
it down.
But it has to be a 2v4.
Oh, Shiro.
Milliseconds.
Come on.
He is able to put Shiro and Magix into a perfect place.
Come on,
to
ještě to
clutch.
plantnu.
Now again though, bomb is not planted for Shiro, and we've already seen the shortcomings
No
of
tak.
having to come back around to default, and so Shiro's not going to
Shiro.
play that game. He's going to
Fuck.
extend. He's going to look for a little love out here.
Ne,
somewhere.
Shiro.
He times it to perfection. Reaction here
Magix.
from Magix, and it gets away from him.
Remember
Halfway
that.
through, 2 of the 4, but they can't hang on, and so Mouz's lead starts growing.
Yeah, one extra kill in either position, and it's a really reasonable 1v2, but that doesn't happen.
Dobrý, no tak Furia tak za 6
Let
hodin.
that fly. Here's that first kill. Too easy, too early here for Zontix coming at the ramp, obviously.
Timeout.
You'd have to be a mind
Slyším
reader
timeout.
that Torji would start there. That's not going to happen all the time. It's just good team play. And you know what? When you compare Torji and Shiro 1-to-1 over a long period of time, it's not even close. Shiro's having a way better year. He's a way better player. Torzi is taking a lot of attention because he started taking on his emotional leadership role in the team, and he's been a very good opper for sure. But still, 1-to-1, you can't compare it. In this game, however, Torzi's scoreline is handsome.
No, otevři to.
I think he's almost up to
Co
16
padne?
kills now.
Nová myš, čínská jaka.
Finally, a Dragon Lore unboxing.
Dragon Lore myš.
No, to say Torji, you know,
look, it's 15 and 6 in this game.
Phenomenal. I mean, Shiro definitely more so established, but the growth that Torji has shown us as a player and a person.
Když je -1. Dobrý, tohle kolo mají Spiriti.
And as a leader for Mouz. He's been glowing at this event. Again, at least his presence.
Hezký kakáško. Dáv, vole.
This is a real show of resilience. Mouz to come back into this game in this way. And again, we're talking about no gimmicks. We're not talking about lucky entries, nothing like that. Great team play, excellent flashbangs, the tactics to find these opening picks. They have been the star of the show.
No.
Or is he giving us a new opening start here?
Pojďme to comeback to,
Cat, we don't have Mouz thinking about retaking mid control just yet.
Teď podle mě začne vyhrávat Spirit, každý kolo.
This one might come down to the wire though, 40 on the clock. Bit of presence shown inside connector. Xerxin turns his back as they look to flood the site.
Nice.
Choppers at the very least got this
No,
one going.
ne.
It's the only piece that's worked out for Spirit. And the bomb was dropped in the middle of that connector hold.
Yeah, there's two players on
Come on.
Cat.
Bomba v konektoru.
Forget
GG.
about under Belk.
Chopper's got the answer though,
GG.
tapping away. 2 kills all he's allowed.
Uh-oh.
Ok, odteď každý
Still
kolo.
hanging on, even though it ever so slightly started to slip towards Spirit.
I feel like they were a little low on grenades at the point that they went for a connector control. There's no cat molly.
No, to
Je to tím, že nemají... Ne, je to tím, že nemají plně nabitý sluchátka, mají 2 čárky, no. Furt mají víc než já, ale.
And then they start to lose a hold of all of the regular spots on the A side as well. And I think, you know, the first half of the story was the reverse, where Spirit weren't fighting them in mid. Now, I think Spirit were hoping that they would come in early.
Back to the pistols goes Spirit. It's been a long time since we saw that success. 5-0 start to a 7-10 trail on this T side, but
put it this way, they need this eco.
Yeah, 100%. Gonna have to fight for every single chance.
No tak.
Xerxin dropping some supportive util over towards middle, but then eyes turn towards Palace as that frag grenade takes a good chunk out of 2 of these players for Spirit. It does nothing to slow down the cross out from Tetris. Brolin's gonna run the risk of going over top. For a second there, he's exposed. Gets
Nice.
gets taken down.
Nice. Nice.
Stop him on the ticket. Looking to them are numbers, but they allow for him to get away. Because
Chopper má M no tak.
I mean, the result of the round rests in his hands, and you give Zershin a chance. He actually oversteps, and now they're
Wait, was that a mistake? There's 2 in CT. They understand the retake's coming this way. They're dipping out.
They're bailing out. They're gone. But Torsi's already on it with smoke.
Oh, he
definitely slows this down, but we still have time.
GG,
to go
on
either
spadnul.
direction. This round's gonna get messy. Chopper gets caught.
He watches it.
Thinking he had it. Thinking he'd outpositioned him.
And one bit of movement has changed the direction of this
28
round.
sekund,
Shiro
Shiro,
missed
pojď.
that jump, but now he's coming back to the
Jsi si-
about to get peek taken out by Jim Pat. Great round here from Torsi. The pick
Proč
off
jiné
is
zbraně?
beautiful. 4v2 should not have been possible, and in the end it wasn't.
Shiro of 2 minds
On to má
there, not
počkáš, vole.
sure where to go. A bit of flip flop.
Ale hezký.
Týpek jde spát.
Clipped.
Týpek je bigas. A já myslím, že Biguzer ale
A
nehraje.
game here on stage for Torsi. Yeah, that was the moment. I mean, it's stressful to have to make that. You see that window's getting smoke right behind you. The last second change up to leave the site.
To mi vidět, jak extrémně moc se počtem řvou. Teď jak jde vidět, jak extrémně se používá to házení granátů na zem, jakoby. A přitom to poměrně do nedávna ještě tam v té hře vůbec nebylo. Jebe ti? I hned mi jde replay. No, tak dobrý, tak od teď každý kolo vyhraný.
Always finds a way to shine through.
We saw a near 2 versus 4 come together a couple of times already, so let's see if Mouz can piece this one.
No, teď další kill, Zontek skill, nice.
Gonna do what he does, leans back,
A teď
plays it cool, never ever flustered.
And shoots for the
Donk
body.
si ho dodělá.
Yes, sir. Take him down at the knees.
Donk ne.
Okay, well.
Impressive CT side.
Jo, donk si jde. Nebo?
Not flawless, no.
To musí čekat safe, ne, halo.
What a diamond Donk is. That second kill on Cat is a total round changer. If he gets traded out, it's a fine position for Mouz, and instead you have this flick that, I mean, you're talking about a head popping up over the railing. You can barely see.
But it feels like operating in the minute like that is just, that's what Donk does.
I mean, like, we look at the stats on this game for Shiro. He's 10 and 12, but he's had so many quality kills. Lots of really important frags, lots of openers, great refrags, hard shots, and everything like that. But when we talk about sheer volume of frags, obviously it's a tale as old as time. Donk far ahead. A lot of his teammates are lagging here.
Jo, to byl stage.
And unfortunately, we can't hone in on a couple of early moments where Shiro gets an opener, but then the really important one a little later he missed. That's what let Mouz back into this game.
Yes, sir.
But since they got back into this game, well,
it's
just been theirs ever since.
Watch this shot.
Wow.
Ty vole.
You know, the player we all wish we could be with a rifle.
Ty vole.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
But Mouz aren't scared about it, and that's the really unique thing about them. I think that's the really impressive part about
Timeout.
This team with Cyclone behind them. Their tactics are wonderful.
Dubáci prohli jedno kolo, vole, a timeout. Let's go, Spirit.
Also Mouz now with a major champion in their ranks. The biggest signing Mouz as an organization has ever gone for. It's no longer just a playground to grow. This is a roster made to now win. And there's no denying Spinks every single day is waking up to give his troops the talk that they can do this. So one measly round from Spirit's T side. Three one-off round wins sprinkled in ever since they had that 5-0 start.
Again was
Still, even though it was this long streak, we're talking about Zershin, no money, Spinks on $50.
Sure.
This is actually a very important round for Spirit.
And they decide to go all eyes on A.
Proč je... Jo, dobrý.
Yeah,
It's
no
gonna be big
presence over
pressure. Brolin trying to slip into cover. Jimmy's got this right angle.
No,
Two kills
don't
go
get-
both
Just that?
directions. Zertion's on the scene to try to help. Oh!
GG.
Just sprays away at it, slowly
Zase není
slicing
laker.
into Chopper.
GG.
Spinks has got his headshot.
Shiro to
Up
nedá.
into the clutch.
Nedá
It's
to.
Shiro's chance to shine.
Nedá
You
to,
know
Shiro,
Shiro in the
nedá to.
clutch.
Nedá
This is
to.
what he does.
He's here on a negative KD, had some great moments, but the scoreline doesn't reflect it. With this round, he changes that.
Donk may be a world-class opener, but Shiro is Spirit's closer.
Dostat GG.
And as he fake plants once, it's a reposition. 30 seconds on this clock. What you think of Shiro? Runs the risk. There's no, the wall bank's gonna take him down, so he could still clutch this. But now he's gonna have to dodge whatever other bullets come his way.
How are they not going to trade this?
GG z
Shiro
paláce.
knows he has a few more seconds. You could see the respect as Spinks had peeled
Ty
back
ví,
so
on ví,
much.
on má
He's
VH.
giving Shiro time.
Right now, Zertion's got that kit.
On má VHčko.
And if Spinks walks out
Má
from the
VHčko.
palace, so long as Shiro stops thinking about his flank, he could damn well lock this in. Zertion's
Frozen
gonna start
va.
working his way past that bench. Bomb ticking fast now. Flash good. Shots empty. It's only a Glock
No
with
nemá
a
náboje.
sidearm, and he's somehow gonna have to
Má,
get
má
Zertion
dobrý.
off this defuse. Spinks
GG.
gets the headshot, and Shiro for a second looks like a shell of himself.
That was
Lacks
great.
the confidence to close that out,
That was
and
excellent.
Mouz take 12.
That's right, map point. Insane for Mouz. That was the perfect play from Spinks at that moment, because if you go out wide, even if Shiro, you know, hits that shot, he has to shoot when there's 1 second left. You're not going to get back on cycle while that bomb's getting defused. This is just so well
Ale
done.
dobrý read, no, na ten palác.
They drew that first shot out again with a great flash. Story of the match. Unbelievable when we were looking at this game 5-1.
It's 5-0 start. Donk is immediately on a tear. We said, how long before he dies?
No tak.
Spirit with 6 rounds in a row required for overtime. 4. Probably feels like 6 with the momentum Mouz have made.
Nice save.
Trying to chase it up the catwalk. Spinks is gone. Bit of damage out through the smoke from Zertion. He is everywhere. And he got his hands on them through the smoke 1 round ago. But again, it's a deep position here from Spirit. And it is Mouz lying in wait, eating flashbangs in the process.
It let him by, but not up into connector.
Up cat, they'll go. Challenge over towards the bench. You've got Donk low. But a low Donk's
Okay.
not a dead Donk. Slide out here from Jimmy to be tested as an anchor. Yet again, he will give himself smokes to play within.
Oh,
And he
shit.
loses teammates in the
Nice.
process.
Oh, but they opened up A again. The bomb could go back if it wants to.
If it
but
wants
Donk,
to.
It's in the sight.
It takes a step forward.
Well,
Opera
that's
shows
sad.
himself. Jimmy's really lost control of the positioning on the site, and so Magic's going to be looking to punch in those numbers. Looks like Mouz on a save.
Wow, they earned this one, man.
Dobrý.
1 down, 3 to go.
Komu
That's a
ne?
key save from Magic's, right? To the back of the bench. That's
No,
the
I'm
best
gotcha.
line that they have
Ještě
to
do
fight up
zabije, by
Cat.
se hodila.
It feels like it can be miles long when someone's staring at you as you're trying to turn the corner.
Ale
And
sami
it's
nemají moc
marginally
peněz.
scary here when Jimmy gets his first kill, trades out to the AK, smokes himself off. But they do a good job of making sure that that's the last fight that he can take.
Shiro pomalu nemá ani,
Spirit very
vole,
much in this game. And again, these,
mluví jménu, vole,
I think
mekáč.
compared to a lot of head-to-heads, they just go to
Movie.
overtime so often.
Ani zon.
To zase nevšim, ale ono to prostě tak zmizelo.
It feels like
Bizarre.
Spirit are getting into a lot
Well,
of spots
ty
where their
movie
setup is
míle a
good, their
všechno
staging is
tohleto.
Jo,
solid,
takhle.
they're getting the
Já
map control they're
bizarre.
looking for,
Listen.
but as soon as they can
So
they
the
try to
double
turn that
sign
over into an
actually
actual site hit, Mouz have so many answers for them. Here's one spot where they earn it back and they show that they can take over a site. But I know they don't feel like they have Mouz scared. They don't have them figured out just yet.
Let's see, Torji caught off that round by the lurk through Chopper.
So Mouz, the well-prepared team. Cyclone takes a pause.
Oh,
We
look
are
out.
draining them here. Last moment for Hallie to get involved before overtime, if that even takes place.
It's not a bad first map, huh, Austin?
Yeah.
Blessed with Counter-Strike all weekend long, but we go back into this one and look at this buy. Ooh, it ain't pretty if you're Mouz.
Yeah, that's kind of wild because they invested heavily in behind these saves
GG.
off that
Minus
pause.
1.
What? Trying to test it. Oh, he's out through the window.
What you can see. That was just insane. A beautiful pickoff here. Like, they were not ready for that at all.
I mean, what a perch for Xerxen to get a first opening kill. And of all the people to get caught off, you've got Donk down.
Jedinej s pozitivním KD
Tail here is
reputation.
going to be that Spirit is more than Donk. Time to prove it to the rest of the squad.
That's the prize possession. We're going to go for some elevation, it looks like.
Oh, just sat there on the op. Oh, going to get
Nice.
shot. A couple of very key op kills from Shiro in these last couple of rounds.
Was
Quiero
he
dejar
with
en
a
política.
Hawkseye, or did he adjust?
I don't
Either
know.
way, it was important.
I mean, his snap into connector last round tells me he can hit anything at the moment.
As great as that tactic was, we are looking at a round now where Mouz are talking about a FAMAS, a 5-7 here. They only have a scout.
Oni dali force.
Mouz are probably reading this
they're
by and
force.
thinking, like, they've showed us some strength with that M4 kill, but they cannot
No,
be
that's
fully
true.
stocked.
Jo, to by se hrozně hodilo tohle vyhrát. No tak. Ne, opovaž se.
Ooh, his test bested.
Yeah, I think they, slowly
tak.
need to increase their grasp as we get to 40 seconds.
Tohle
They
Echo,
Mouz know
12-11.
what's going on.
Pak
Crazy spot for the scout to be
Donk
in.
dá Ace, takže bude 12-12. Ne, overtime. Nice.
Yet once more steps out, finds his
Okay.
success and puts Spirit into
Máme
double
12-11.
digits. Last player spotted as well, so unfortunately here for
Doufám.
Mouz, it's a great opening kill from Xerxen. Don't know how he found that angle.
And yeah, we're talking to. I mean, this
Ah,
makes
that's
OT
safe, man.
feel a lot more likely. We'll see if there's a, some kind of crazy eco round coming up here for Mouz. But for now, Spirit are just gonna hope they can get this last gun down. Spirit's running Xerxen's running out of spaces that he can stand in safely.
100-0-0, 450, ty vole.
Yeah, he's in the market, but he can't buy a way out. It is 10 rounds now for Spirit.
All right.
Very good play here for Zontix, of course, ever careful in his spot. Picks his battle beautifully. Takes apart the whole left side of the site as well as the Palace push.
Perfect perch, and it is a snap from Shiro.
Maybe they blew it open when he started shooting, or right when he got in the window, so it looked like he was supposed to be smoked out entirely.
Good on Zontix as well. Gets through that 5-7, seizes the moment inside that A site. And so barring something miraculous here in this one, we're going 24 rounds in the opening map.
That's right, game one.
What a treat this would be. USPs on the field for Mouz.
No tak, slyší, vole, dá snad.
Folks, we are talking 10 players strong inside this A site. I'm not going to tell you Mouz
Dobrý, to
have
dají,
this,
hej.
but they have gambled to the right bomb site.
Co to domů
And
SPčka.
Spirit are about to have a bit of a rude awakening, and they've gone past the player in the corner. If only they had anything
Už
to
jsem se
work
lekl,
with.
že ten ve fireboxu zabije Chopra, vezme mu AKčko a zabije zbytek.
So just like Mouz in the first half, we go late into the half. 24 rounds on Mirage.
Absolutely. Time to take a breath for everybody on the server. There are no timeouts here for round 24. They just have to go off of what they know. We have a crazy buy in the mix that allowed Spirit to get back to this position. They survived a lot of real economic tests to actually make this possible. Didn't feel like OT was possible, and now it is seeming very likely. We're going to see what Mouz have to work with. No op.
So Shiro hunts for it.
Yeah, Shiro's got a significant advantage. They need a really focused around him in this position.
Like you said, no op, no counterpart. But they can't take up some space. Xerxen looking for it here, but so blind.
Nice.
Chopper's able to find it, and towards A they go. Donk is on the run. Roland's on the rebuttal.
Roland,
And Spinks is gonna connect out middle. They play with their food. And we have seen 2v4s fall apart for Spirit. We've also seen them come dangerously close. Oh!
Prosím, Zontix,
Again!
Cinema,
Zontix is a demon!
overtime,
Shiro
prosím.
can't leave. He's in front of the bomb. Zontix goes down to connector. He's on 19 HP. Doubled up in CT. Full fog of war. The CTs don't know what the Ts are planning.
Říkám ti, overtime bychom vyhráli.
Mouz in that moment
No tak.
lose half their forces,
Proč
lose all
nehoří,
of the
vole, kopat?
information. And with the pieces that they still
Fouká.
have here to pull this
Už
off,
je fouká,
Shiro's
vole,
got
má
good
zmrzku.
cover. cautious
Sunday.
about Ticket.
Oh, but
Has Torzy found a chance?
The smoke is genius. How are they going to think about
Zontix.
Zontix in this spot?
Yes.
Again, he's going to try to catch them off guard, and again,
Yes.
walks
Piękny
through
Zontix.
smoke into connector, takes it for
Opoważ
his
się,
own.
opoważ się,
And now
opoważ się,
Jimmy
opoważ
looking to
się.
slip out through sight.
Nice.
Shiro's gone unnoticed. Jimmy knows that you're
Nice.
over towards
Nice.
Khan. Tries to
Nice.
hunt you down. Oh, he gets it up close. Swaps over to the offense. Zontix is going to have to be the nail in the coffin.
Ne,
And look at
ne.
this. Ice in his veins.
He will not
Hej,
be.
co,
He
Neka.
sits on top of it, gives him the frag.
Ale
Jimmy in an act
Dobrý, on nemá def, on nemá defky.
Nemá defky.
I tak by to nesvěk, i tak by to nesvěk. Ale to, že neměl defky, tak mě úplně potěšilo.
They're elated. What an opportunity, what a
Zontix
2v4.
legend.
Pěkně
Right
Zontix.
side sight smoke and they forget about Zontix.
Kolik to bylo killů?
Watch this POV, covered by Brolin.
Oh.
Player in Khan had no chance, blindsided by the play.
Pěkně.
What a second half Zontix has had in these last few rounds, and you can see the stress now for Mouz.
Timeout.
They had this one locked up.
OT, okay.
Oh yeah.
But the coaches are allowed back in, and Cyclone doesn't waste a moment.
Asi to pro nás
You know
dává
how many
smysl, no.
words
Teď
Halley
jako
has for his
trochu
roster as soon
polevili.
as that attack starts. My goodness, what a round 24. And we saw how close that last 2v4
Spirit, no
got.
tak.
Now it's making more sense. Yes, sir.
Ach jo. Na něm neměli čas, zašla hra.
The coffers, the cash flows, and the action continues.
Tak pojďme.
Shiro taking an
Do
early
16
run over
jako
towards
CS2.
apartments, his counterpart down underpass. Insta
Prostě
kill
až
on
piču,
Donk
no.
again.
That is such a key shot.
There have been a lot of rounds where Donk goes down first.
Yeah, like, look at the position that he would have been in. Hard to get out of. Lots of nades coming their way. Oh, he's gonna die.
No way! All util! All 100 health taken down by grenades off of the opening op shot. This is Mouz with an emphasizing answer.
Yeah, he needs to step out of that. It starts off with a great shot. Torzy gets 20 off of it. That shoulder peek was really purposeful from Donk. He tried to only show his sliver. That was not easy. That's how you can tell Torzy's focused.
Jako mi se líbí, jak Donk skoro vždycky umírá jako první a i tak má 19-16.
This round is still in play. Oh!
It's fine.
Yeah, let's play on nightmare difficulty, actually, Spirit say.
Fuck. Jaký koko to hodil?
Zontix.
You know what? There's still room.
Dobrý, jako dostal nás do overtime, jako dostal nás do
The
overtime.
split is going to the other site with that pickoff. Two players here, but they are paired up in the back of the site.
Look at this position. I mean, Spinks, assuming he doesn't fall off of
But
this.
look how far they'll walk up because of this.
Oh man, Magic is inching his way ever closer.
They're avoiding
Nice.
the vision of Jimmy.
This is going to be another collapse if Mouz fumble it.
Good, dobrý.
Magic's in a perfect position to strike. Catches
Nice.
him fully off guard. Jimmy off of the bench gets his. Peeks around. Can't get a second. It is Magic's to answer. Zertian burn into the open. Fire in his
Shiro,
feet.
prosím.
Fire on the fingertips.
Shiro.
Doesn't allow
1
for
sekunda,
Shiro to
aha.
plant.
Yes.
So Mouz get the first and
To defend that jump, scary moment. That plant could have come in, and it would have been a 2v1 in the wrong direction. Nice shot from Shiro in the end, but day is saved here for Mouz. They catch the first of overtime. But even just Spirit bringing that close from 3v5, I think they'll still be pretty proud of that moment. This is a reset for them. And this is a game where there aren't really stress breaks. When these two coaches are talking, it's going to be tactical, and you know it. It's an awful start to the round, or fantastic, depending on what perspective, because, my goodness, the utility for Mouz.
Jako Shiro nice try, no, nemohl nic dělat.
No.
Just don't know how to feel right now.
And it's a roller coaster here. Mouz tick upwards.
Je nějaký Astralis fanoušek.
We've got very healthy scoreboard right now in terms of who's fragging, who's at the top.
Certainly feels as it should be. Curious if Spinks gets a little more into the action as it goes on. Low util here for Brolin. He's going to get active down that ramp. Smokes up in the apartment, which allows for Jimmy to inch ever closer too. Man, this is movement from Mouz. They've definitely had the more proactive of the two CT sides.
Again, this pairing, Jimmy and Spinks over on B site. Mirage has been pretty solid, especially for Jimmy today.
Digital.
With all that vacancy over towards the A site, Jimmy starts to get a little nervous.
This split is so constricting. That's one shot I don't think he can afford to miss.
You said he was kind of leaving some out there,
No.
and he's going to get chased down. Absolutely pinched Jimmy back from
Nice.
bench again. And finally, Donk not dead in the opening fight. He's got impact in hand.
There wasn't enough vision. It actually came down to Spinks, right? He wasn't deep enough, but actually now there's a chance for a retake. We're talking about overtime. There's going to go the long way around through the back.
Mám se to občas čeknout. GG.
For Mouz, they win that first round in overtime. They can afford to be swept out.
Are Spirit going to maximize his post plant? That's the question. Zontix, pressure on you, buddy.
Playing behind the shelves, Brolin, no nades. It's going to be gun in hand, and
Nice.
it's a free delivery for Zontix.
Byl na
Deep market
pičopík.
positioning.
Byl
That's pretty cool because they
potrestán.
have Shiro watching Cat, so no one can walk up on Zontix behind
Hlavně
him.
úplně
They have that
špá
early warning
pozička.
system. This time
Cože
on the bomb
uregal.
is going to bleed down. That's a response from Spirit and a very strong one. And actually, I think the least convincing start to a round for Mouz that we've seen in some time.
Trying to chase the kills here. Torji, what you up to?
Everyone's gone.
Co ne?
He lets him know he's
To by
nearby.
to byl pikli, ne? No.
2 survive for Mouz,
Yeah.
3 on the side of Spirit as they go 13 rounds all.
At least going 1-1. The money
Těšíme rušový myši.
won't be stressed, I think, for either team. But this is a very good approach out of Mouz, or sorry, out of Spirit, taking over middle. There's a single point of failure in this round. That's exactly what you're trying to find as a T side. And as soon as Spinks gets that info, he wished he had a deeper angle. He wished they had more vision on mid. He wished someone could trade that off shot because falling back to get right was not the solution. Not with how fast Spirit were going.
Even the bench player wasn't able to help. Donk gets a chance to fixate on both frags one-on-one.
They got overstressed. Jimmy got the refrag, then he couldn't go back up to the B apps. He relies on going unnoticed, right? It's really important for him
Spinks
to
byl
get, him to get 2 kills.
v
shadows. Spinks very quickly back onto an M4. To hell with the scopes, he says.
Man, this is a really interesting moment. It's the same thing as last time.
GG.
Gonna be an opening for Donk, who can't turn it around. Very quickly, ready to answer that walk up through the middle. And so Chopper head down, looking for an answer, sees the barrel, freebie sitting there, but again, it's fast reactions. And it's got to be said, Mouz is tethering off of one another. We have seen rounds like this where once Spirit's opening moves have been found out, it's a quick wave out of the Mouz players to sweep them.
It's also very pragmatic. Last time they tried something different by having Spinks on and off because it's overtime. But he is now in ladder room. He hasn't really played ladder room that often. It's a great spot for him. And even though they take him out, he has way more support this time. He's rifling, which is a lot more comfortable. And there's one shot here for Mouz to take 2 rounds in overtime.
It's an edge.
That's well done. I mean, they responded so well to everything that was wrong about the last round. And Spirit said, it's overtime. We might not see another T side. Let's do the same thing again. They dressed it up a little differently, but it was a focus on the kill split.
It was this. Popping open that smoke grenade, fully exposed desertion, and great rifle control on his behalf.
Yeah.
2K mow down as they take it all.
So you imagine if it was the last round,
Když dáš vestřel do nohy,
and
tak
that
to
shot was
nezabíhá
missed,
do
right?
ruky.
And then that happened. Sure, they would have still saved it.
Oh yeah, back turned desertion like that, he's gonna eat you up every day of the week.
Mouz have proved to be fast learners in this game, and it's paying off.
First to 16 for the win. 1 round here secures that second overtime for Mouz.
I kdyby ti mohli ustřelit ruku a mohl bys pak používat jenom pistotu.
Already trying to take it to top middle. Brolin shut down and no multi-kill on desertion here on the attack. Jimmy slips down into the A site.
Nice.
And he's got the bomb with Torji right behind him.
Spinks is watching in the window. I think Magic saw him. He'll get away. This starts to be a retake. It's 2v3 for the moment. But they don't
keep players preoccupied. The fact that he drops down, look at Shiro still locked in, waiting for this arrival. And patience pays off. At the very least, to put it back into the even 2v2. Jimmy gets off sight. Torji does the same. Where's that bomb planted?
This is going to take an enormous mistake. But you know what? Zontix maybe finds the only route that they can pull this off. But he might have to start running. We'll see.
Bombs off for either player. Jimmy and Torsi are going to have no line of sight on this bomb. Zontic's the player with the kit. Oh, but he misses his chance. At least Shiro's able to get him out from that, but now the kid is up on top of Palace. Shiro's going to have to chase the kills. There is no chance at this. That slide out onto the A site will give Mouz 2 more chances to shut down Mirage.
Nice save, bro.
That could have been Zontic's jumping out to plant. That was the only way to win. He shut that down. Actually a good attempt, close moment, and good start actually out of Spirit with the trades coming down this way. That's exactly what you're hoping for.
And all that time burned off while the bomb was going down.
And if that first spray obviously was a little better out of Zontic's, then everything happens sooner. 2 rounds for another overtime. Again, these guys are used to it.
And all of a sudden, in a stark contrast, open middle of the map here.
That's Furia.
This is going back to how the game started, with Spirit just kind of leaning back and allowing Mouz to get that close to sites.
I mean, this Mirage has had everything, you know, like lots of tempos, lots of variety inside of middle.
Big position changes. You know, sprinkle in a 2v4 in round 24.
Kamo, Donk tu kameru ani nemá na sobě, vole.
And then do it at a major playoffs in a packed house in Texas. What more could you ask for?
Maybe some barbecue?
Sold.
Some mellow.
What's up, Terry? Nades in hand, and you can see it coming. If you're on the Mouz side, this is looking like a hard hit. And Chopper's gonna be at bat first, just behind the bricks. Trying not to lose his head, he will hold on to his ground. Torsi's gonna get the answer back. Op online from ramp. Magic's off position, catches them with their guard down and goes into the kill feed with a double. Here's the answer out of Brolin. He's got a couple of his own. 2 more to go. Clipped as he jumps through the sky. 1 round decides it yet again.
Oh, the follow through is there from Mouz. Actually, you know, we have Jimpat turning the corner, trying to get to the underbalk player and trying really hard to commit to the spray to make it happen. From Boston to Austin, baby. And it's this one moment really slows everything down. All the efficacy of the utility coming out vanishes once that first kill doesn't come out. It's very well supported from Jimpat. He finds the opportunity he looks for, but he can't get the kill.
Spirit have survived 5 map points on Mirage.
Spirit after winning that round. We're talking about Magic's on an MP9.
After winning, ouch. Here you go, reap your rewards. Good luck, kid. Little utility and
so fast.
Timing, perfect timing. The guillotine set.
Okay.
But Donk able to drop his utility into connector. He's going
to
fight. He saw it for a second. A quick vision. Brolin. And so now it falls onto Shiro with a deagle in hand. He tries to slide behind him. Spams away into the gut. 3v3 and turns. With an AK now in hand, he knows he's pinched. And they're trying their damnedest to get him out of here. All hands on deck for Mouz to close this. Zontic's and Magic's work up from Ticket. They announce themselves, at least one does, and we talked about that limitation here in the MP9. Magic's ready to try to swing. Can the cover really be that good? Torsi over towards connector. Spinks gets it going. Zontic's back, and he was so instrumental in the clutch that pushed them into overtime. Tasked to do it again. It's all they can think about. He is their nightmare fuel at the moment. And the shade tries to come from the shadows yet once again, but there is an op holding this position. Oh, he gets the damage in, but time's ticking quickly. Incendiary down into connector. Torsi's feet to be burned. No way.
The MP9.
Don't you dare. Puts a smoke on top of the bomb. Now he has no vision.
He's gonna dive it.
1 second.
Oh, come on, Mecca. That's cinema. What the fuck? Kámo, tak ten bude nasradej, až to uvidí. Kámo, to bylo overtime, kámo. Jestli tohle mohl prohrát Mouz, tak ten, co to teď poslal, to byl tady ten. Tak bude tak nasradej, že neprofil. Až uvidí, vole, jak to vypadalo.
Long to pull off a clutch on a retake. Here, he took that time with pure conviction. Knew exactly how every moment would go. He had the vision.
To hell with Copenhagen. Zontic's now a major champion. Plays that round like one.
Tak pojďme, no.
Jimmy trying to jump down into the site. Brolin's got the first one. Jimmy's gonna collect the second. It's a hard-hitting Mouse looking to get this
Dobrý, no, tak pojďme další overtime třeba.
No time. In the first round of OT2, Donk just sits here like a statue. Nothing he can really offer. Zertian pops his head, and it's a Magic's 1v4 that he's not even going to take a swing at.
Okay.
Man, it's Mouse are just excellence, right? We're getting a lot of really cool moments late round here for Spirit, but answers back immediately for Mouse. It was such a slow start, again, at the beginning of this game, but ever since, like, the team play has been beautiful. Their side execs are solid. Their trading is fantastic. There's almost no notes for them. The hardest possible challenge here for Spirit. Another fantastic exec, and they come out fast just to show they weren't rocked by the last round.
Docela dominujou a Spirit se prostě hrozně drží.
I love that this game hasn't been one note in terms of the way that they approach, and even if they've used a lot of mid control, it's not always to get exertion up in a connector or in the window. It's honestly a rare sight now. They've got way more levers that they can pull on, and they're finding a way to get these opening kills over and over again. This map could mean the series, it could mean your playoff run ended, it could be you going on to make the finals because you win this map. These two teams can be so strong. They could blaze their way to the finals, and they understand how important Mirage is in this series.
I mean, it's a blessing of a quarterfinal. It's also hopes crushed for one of the two. And no matter the result of the series, this map for somebody is going to be a what-if moment. A should-have-been win. Two players stacked top middle. It's Torji on the prowl while Spinks looks to get active.
And we finally had the hybrid opt
Okay,
out of
minus
Magic,
40.
something that I actually like to see a lot.
Ale
He's
UBPA, no.
very good with it on Anubis. He's definitely very good with it on Mirage. Saving it for
cheese with
OT
them.
obviously makes a lot of sense. But they spotted it once.
And he doesn't really have the widest of angles either.
No, it's quite brave to play here, but you at least get deep and early information. So if they cross, you can't just simply get out of the window that quickly, especially Zontix if you catch the jump outs. But if he goes down, I don't know about that.
Not ideal, that's for damn sure.
Now Magic's stressed.
There was already pressure on him. Shallow angle now just stuck behind this pillar. It's gonna have to
No
be so
scope.
close. Oh,
Quick
It's a
scope.
quick scope.
Beautiful stuff out of Magic. He
Ah,
hits
přes
that
leď.
for 92. Player
Pojď,
up in apps,
pro
dropped by
Donka.
Donk, who slips out through the window. Dealt with by the cat player. It's a good answer yet again from
Tady
Brolin.
take.
Just enough time to grab
Bacha,
bomb.
vole.
Shiro on the hunt.
Yes.
Gets his as well. Unbelievable stuff. Spinks with the instant
Prosím,
headshot. We go
Chopper.
down to a clutch again. And that bomb
Ne,
ticking.
ne.
Chopper soon
Nekudy
on
tam.
the scene. And Spinks doesn't know exactly where he's got off to.
Yeah, he's slow to it, but Spinks, he's guessing. Both players,
No.
who knows when this opportunity is going to present themselves.
Yes!
Chopper wins it, denies the 1v2. Can you believe those shots out of Magic's? When Zontix dies, right? We saw this happen to Mouse. When you lose your cat player in that fashion, B-side player is so vulnerable.
What?
Oh, what? He just took an attempt.
Okay, Ops are king this round.
Yeah, seriously.
Quick scope out of Magic's, quick scope out of Shiro over towards Catwalk.
By to vyhráli.
2 ops was the solution.
16-16, kam první hra prostě.
Yeah, but you know what?
První hra, první
In
mapa.
CS2, that's one of the best things that's happened to Mirage. Fighting through that connector smoke, it's only so
Tak
wide
11
where you can run up on Cat.
To? Další zápas.
GG.
To měl skočit tady ta mapa.
Getting used to spamming that position is now just another tool in the arsenal for these top players. How creative can you get now, this deep into overtime, this deep into Mirage? becomes a game of rock, paper, scissors. We're out of prep. There's no more tricks.
Už jsem nemyslel.
Just hunting down the round that cracks the win open.
You have to find a way to be brand new on the fly.
Ooh. Popping the smoke open.
They're trying to assemble a similar B split here.
I mean, it's going to be heavy out through the apartments with these two in hand. Jimmy and Spinks on the attack. Donk loses his line of sight. He's got a nade to try to crack it open, but Chopper, Chopper spams smoke. And that is just a golden ticket for Brolin to pounce on top of both.
And the bomb gets away,
A
but
co
Shiro
to je
gets
za
killed.
flash kam od
Isn't able to
Mouz?
get his just yet. That's a position known. Torzy now climbing back up into Cat. They will
Krásný
catch
pozice
Sontics.
úplně.
But now at the moment, we've got Spirit still defending both sides. Jimmy gets that B site down. 20 on the clock.
The bomb has to go somewhere, and it can't cross Cat just yet. They've got to approach.
What if Shiro
Pojď,
stops?
Shiro.
It's trying to
Shiro,
go up Cat.
dělej.
Jungle player's gonna lock this in.
Another great
doleva.
flash.
Sketchy stop though for a second.
Yeah, very.
Tak to reálně dávno možná.
With the way that Spirit had staged the defense in connector up on Cat, it's all fine. Like, they're in really good spots to deal with this, but you can see the flashes are placed perfectly. They're aware that someone might push up here, and Brolin gets his double. I mean, that was just pure magic.
You spam that smoke with a FAMAS.
Go.
Boys, our early rounds, how we go is amazing. Let's just close the rounds out, okay?
Yeah.
That's all. We're playing so much better than them. I
Yeah.
promise you, when we go outside after we win this map, Dennis will tell you how proud he is,
Ah,
okay?
You know what? That
It's all
sounds
different
really
for this.
calm.
Sure. Full
And
control.
that's not what you always hear.
Jo, teď vlastně fandíme
From
téčku.
Learning to win is the journey that Mouz are on in 2025. Learning to survive as well has been their journey here in Austin specifically.
Spirit are a little bit timid, honestly, if you look at the majority of their attacks. We're talking about really slow crawls. They're making sure to have all of their utility in place before they exact. We're not getting walkouts out of Palace leading into doubles. They're not trying to game rotations too much. They're trying to go full strength and hope that Mouz have set up incorrectly. And on the A ramp, Mouz have been pretty solid.
Ooh, Shiro just slides into it, but they don't know about Spinks. The wide
Yes.
swing from Chopper. All right, Mouz looking for some kind of a response to hold back this A site, and all banks on Xerxin. He is pinched. This is a time-limited situation for
Správně.
Xerxin, and now
Takhle
we're
to
talking
má
about
být.
Mouz going down with
Prosím, každý
absolutely
kolo.
nothing
Každý kolo.
on that half of the map.
They have
No
been a boa constrictor here. And they put the pressure towards the A ramp. It's exactly where Mouz tried to respond to, but that op was, again, on point. There will be no answer here. It's pretty amazing how decisive some of the positions that we're finding from both teams.
Mouz slid two players down on that ramp. They knew what
Nice.
they were signing up for.
No,
Okay.
come on. Kdyby ještě jeden náboj.
Magic's gonna make the save
Jeden
all the
náboj
harder.
byl.
They desperately want him dead.
No,
Hate to
hele.
break it to you, Jimmy.
They want to make sure there's no op if they win another
Nice.
round.
Down for the count.
Yep.
All of Mouz cleared. We get tied up again.
Sometimes what you're looking for is the 3 rounds in a row in overtime. We aren't seeing that yet.
And so far in this map, we have not seen a round where Mouz face a loss on Mirage. Spirit survived 6 of them so far.
Their timeout gets used. I have to wonder what they're going to try next.
A? Je super. No, rychle ale vole. No dělej. Co máš moc času? GG.
Very creative. I
Klasika.
love it.
No sice.
Couldn't have been a knife. Had to be realistic.
Takhle by vypadalo case opening
Alright.
ve škole, ve školním PC.
2 to win, 1 for another overtime.
PowerPoint, na prezentaci.
And it's Torzy on the opening angle. Chopper in the smoke to test it. Oh, again though. Always got to be careful about announcing yourself. We saw what Brolin was able to do.
Those audibles are so important,
Of
though.
course.
They see how active the defense is. We know that Mouz are playing back in connector sometimes. They're not pushing up with Spinks. They got lots of info. They peel back out. I don't think they re-mollied top mid either, so I don't know if there's a lurker. This actually shrinks the map a lot now for Mouz, and this will be a very impressive window smoke as well. CTs will have to guess a little bit. And
Nice.
Opening kill. Zontix has been a monster from inside this Palace position.
Torzy chimes in.
And he's going to be banking on Xerxin to hold Palace. If not, he's worried about it himself. And the longer he keeps any attention on that, the more players from Spirit
that Molly
that
doesn't go very
start to
deep.
slip up that ramp. They are already surpassing Sandwich. They are climbing over top. They are simply swarming this bomb site, and Xerxin will do nothing about it. Long have we waited for Spirit to get back in control of this game. And they slice through that A site like it's nothing.
Yeah, like butter, baby.
Running for the hills here is Spinks.
Again.
Too late to the party. The first time in this map, Mouz faced the loss.
They don't get the kill at top mid. This is a position where Spirit get
No,
information. I think whether Mouz realize it or not, but they get blocked out totally out of their data on mid control. The window smoke comes in, and it's a very decisive action. Before Mouz can figure out how to get info back somewhere else, they move into their A setup. And Zontix taking the first kill, something you also love to see. Someone who can move too slow sometimes here has been the savior. He's honestly the reason that they're even obviously in overtime. What a map from Zontix this game. And you can see where that opens up, right? The line for Shiro to fight into CT. They have all the appropriate utility. If you're sitting there on ticket and you're not taking some kind of deep angle fight, you're not sitting on triple to really give yourself a peek, which they mollied, there's no way for Torzy to get a clean shot.
So here we go.
Oh man, yeah, this is... We're talking about Mouz very broke here. We've got a scout in play for Torzy.
That knockout punch is pulled.
Oh, they're trying to do a trick in front of the smoke. Will they make a mistake?
Počkej. Vyhrajeme, ne?
No, pokud vyhrajou, tak vyhrajou.
Jimmy sits in the corner and it
No tak.
doesn't. Oh, don't skip the
Donku.
process.
He looked at it and looked away before he even shot.
It's a half-ass clear.
To se mi
When we
taky
go
děje,
back
ale
into
úplně na stejné
previous
místě, to se mi
critical
děje furt.
rounds, they are often off of the back of Donk going down first, empty-handed. Here we go again.
I want to say you cannot afford to make that mistake, but how many bad positions have Spirit found their way out of, even without Donk?
Countless.
Přesně,
Because
no
guys
tak.
like Zontix step up when push comes
Dáme
to
bez
shove.
Donka, no tak, prosím.
The team around Donk is the reason that they've still got
Jo, však si
something to
další
stand
overtime.
on.
They're finding the right call. There's no one here in ladder room. They're still bringing the split forward.
It's within silence that they do make this move. Smoke fades. Search and
Nice.
expose. Only have the Fomus there to work with.
GG. Prosím.
Spirit themselves have faced 6 knockout
Ten
blows
jasný, ten
on
jasný, no
Mirage.
tak.
And with one chance to send Mouz into a tailspin, they will take this attack to the B site in only a few moments. We are down to 25 seconds.
Spinks is hiding.
He's just going to keep this corner locked in.
From
the side, it's Jimmy down to nothing. It's going to have to be Spinks, and he's gone unnoticed.
Hello?
Enough. Trade back from Zontix yet again.
Oni vyčekali dva, ale
Three.
Magic znovu.
I thought Spinks had ruined that spot. He went and tucked fence with his teammate up on holes, waiting, hoping that they don't spot him first. Then Jimmy goes down. It felt like a matter of moments before he dies. Donk made a mistake. He understands how bad that was. They still almost saved this spot, but they don't trade Spinks. 2 players on a screen at the same time. He should not be able to allow to adjust for both. I think they trusted that Molly was going to cover that spot. They don't look in that direction.
Just one step forward, far enough to stay away from the flames, stay away from losing out.
And so it becomes 1 map point here for Mouz. Going to another overtime. Donk is angry.
He's gonna try to chase you down. The beast is off the leash, trying to charge you through this site, but his teammates falling in the process. Fast reaction from the repositions. And that is bomb on the ground for the time being. Shiro soon to scoop it up, and you do still have Donk out here.
Yeah, right.
And as long as he's got a little room to work with,
They got him down to 10 HP.
let
Třetí donku.
Feast. Him and Chopper, feet firmly on the ground of this B site. Soon, Shiro will have that red carpet rolled out so that he can join them. He's going to go ahead and take down the cat player. It is all on Torji. It's a Spirit answer again.
Full recovery as soon as they break into another overtime. Donk said, I made a mistake. Maybe I felt I was going too slow through the B halls. Instead, he turns it up 100 miles per hour out of that window into the site. This is insane. Jumping up onto the top of bench. It had to be a first bullet headshot.
I mean, finally, Donk given a moment where he's in a bomb site with a little chance to breathe.
I also like to see a faster play like that out of Spirit in general. Early attempt at the first kill.
I mean, they lost players in crossing the windows, but off of Donk's spawn, he got out as fast as possible.
Insane.
And you see what that space does for him. Trying to tear up this T side yet again. Activity from the defense. Mouz.
This is a great early move for Mouz, right?
Going for it again.
I mean, we'll see how fast that Spirit turned this into an attack, but for now, this is impending doom. This window smoke will come down. The CTs have some vision. They should know what's taking place, but to be honest, this is two players on a big flank right now.
This is two players hard committed to a long road. A journey and a half, but as Spirit are stalled over towards B, if they don't take a chance and play through this smoke...
Do they know something's wrong? Right now, they're not watching it.
Not one set of eyes turns to their flank. Not one Spirit member has thought about it. Now Chopper finds out, and suddenly it's going to be white faces for the Spirit side stuck inside the apartments. Shiro thinks maybe he can turn fast enough, but that second player's found, and this is the cleanest of sweeps from Mouz. Proactivity on the CT side. It finally pays off.
We had one round where Shiro got a kill on the A ramp and stopped that re-clear. But most of the time, Mouz have done a great job of taking it. They haven't lost players. They found it when it's empty. Here's another example of that. And they do this one so early, right? There is no clue that this is Spirit who just sort of veered into mid. They could be still top boxes. They could be in a full default. That they're gearing up for a B attack, and yet still Mouz. They find out fast. I mean, this is very impressive stuff.
Cyclone with a pause in his back pocket.
If this doesn't set the temperature for playoffs, I don't know what does. We saw FaZe walking through the corridors back here, over the moon about the way the crowd here has welcomed them. The red carpet outside.
Beauty of that is they get to go back to the hotel, sit in that, stew in it for an entire day before they take to the stage for play. Fast again, Donk looking for his action early. Gets met by Torzi, deep angle. Okay, another! This is Torzi looking to tear them up. And then Zershin's able to hold back on connector, so very swiftly, Spirit trying to take the fight to Mouz's defense. Pelted by utility, bombarded in the palace.
It's suddenly in 6th gear.
And a quick answer out of Mouz, off of the tac pause.
Every single play now is 6th gear.
That was Hallie who tried to control the momentum of the round. That was him who took the pause, called something, and Spirit just get put through the ringer.
Man, Mouz have so much range. The fact that they can be ready for all these fast plays as well as the slower crawls that Spirit are throwing at them has been so impressive. But once again, answer first.
Okay.
Torzi hits 30 with this one as well. It's been a standout map in his career.
Yeah, it's been a standout event, dude. Just the way he's taken over. You can feel it. We talked about in that listen in the confidence that Mouz were sort of exuding. It's 1st to 22. And Mouz quick to take over mid control. We've got a double cat setup, which means nobody inside of this B site. Will it catch them off? Chopper over from connector, combined with Magix, sets them up comfortably 5v3, and Brolin's a little too late to get anything back, but he does have Sphinx right with him. Ooh, they could get tricky.
Oh, he's ready to make this play.
Sneaky.
He's drooling about this. He wants to make something happen for his team. We know him in these late game situations.
Oh, the flash again.
Flash.
Same flash. Same result, but I will put a
Ale
spell
ten
on this
stejný
one.
jsou
Bomb is back
paláce
in mid.
postavený.
Didn't get it. They were just so focused on making sure this happened, but they need
Jo,
to go
flashem
back and get
musíme
that
dělat
while they keep the
aplikovat.
ace sight. Sometimes you can't have both. The thing is, Spirit don't know that they've got to go find it. Mouz can get crafty with this one.
And when you think about crafty
Bomba
players on
kamuflage.
Mouz, you think about Jimmy.
Oh man, I mean, it starts to become a much more losing spot here for Mouz. Jimmy's in such a awkward spot. The CTs are peeled back right now. I mean, this bomb's going to have to come back to A as well.
Takes us until overtime 3 before we get a real glaring mistake. The two players that survived in middle were the underpass players. Never were they meant to go back and get this. Jimmy takes up a position that could damn well catch Spirit off guard. Things have felt too quiet. We've got Chopper and Magix carving some information off at the top of stairs.
Yeah, Chopper and Magix, these are going to be the first two contacts, right? When does Shiro get into this?
He's taking a deeper angle. Roland starting to find the solution. We go back even 3v3. Nobody fights to stop it.
Nice.
Nice.
Hej, jaký výmaz.
Honestly, perfect setup, right? Covered all the options.
V jedné
They
sekundě
allowed
všichni
for a player
tři.
to die. It didn't really matter. They still had every important choke point that Mouz needed control of. They had it covered.
They forgot the bomb.
Yeah, they forgot the bomb. To be honest, they lost members while they were moving up quite far to forget the bomb. So even though it's down to 3 players, you have to wonder why it was still at top mid when so much of this plan had already taken place. I mean, we're so deep in now into overtime, though it feels so unfair almost to hone in on every mistake, but these are going to be the ones that change the outcome of the game.
I mean, this is the moment where those small mistakes suddenly we've got to put under the microscope. These are the sorts of rounds of Counter-Strike where those problems start to creep through.
Starting to feel like the CT side is just having an easier time no matter who's playing it.
And that calmness that we kind of praised for Mouz, does that go out the window with a round like that with a glaringly obvious mistake?
Ať si jistíme aspoň čtvrtý overtime, prosím.
Still anybody's map.
And you have to space out tactics like that when Donk's going to be playing on top stairs, right? So that he doesn't get too used to it. And here they throw it out. It gets them the kill, but not the round.
Bomb's going to double back. Very quiet one from Mouz. Very dangerous game as well for Xerxin, floating around on his own.
He's starting to peel back. I think he's just going to try to come in late as a lurker. He's leaving it to his teammates to actually take the site in this spot.
We get Shiro floating with the scope honed in.
Here's the stew in the pressure cooker. They're going to get close, build the tension. Really comes down to the first person who peaks. Last time it was Jimmy up the ramp, Chopper took him out.
Já nevím, jestli tohle dobrý nápad, vole. Shiro na piču. Aha, dobrý. To je jakože na piču na pozici, myslím se. Pěkně. Donk chce kill, nedostane. Halo.
Magic's back from behind triple. Spinks a quad kill needed. 3 frags deep. 15 seconds.
Something.
Rock solid.
2v5.
A sigh of relief, well earned by Mouz.
The one bullet made him just weak enough for the HE to get the rest of the damage in.
Ridiculous.
He going to get the CT and get that bomb planted or get that kill without this? How?
He saw that Zontix 4K and says, watch this, I'll go one better. Does pull it off with the frag as time was ticking.
Prosím, to mělo být naše. A víš, co je problém? Oni se ty kola střídají. A tohle mělo být naše kolo. Takže teď bude jejich kolo.
And so Spirit will have to face a loss again. Come on, Austin! How about this quarterfinal?
Every major in America. I don't know how it happens.
Well, the beauty of this one is Mouz are walking the same road Cloud9 did in Boston, 0-2 as they arrived at this major. Dare I say it, the spirit of C9's alive in this one. Or not. Okay.
He forgot about Elish, guys. It's all good.
Prosím.
Sorry.
Čtvrtý overtime, prosím.
Try again tomorrow. So here we have it. Chopper goes for a different position. Torsey with the bomb. If anybody sees him, jig is up.
No, Byla spotnutá. Nebo to bylo na Chopra. Na to blbost.
Well, up until they lost, it was a good CT round out of Spirit. But that's what this game has shown us. No position is guaranteed.
All
Chopper.
that utility landing.
Yeah, Chopper played his spot perfectly. Lots of good damage here on Zontix.
Yes,
That might
sir.
matter. Donk
Donk,
up to the
prosím.
plate, maybe for a final time. We'll see.
Prosím,
He's got to
zachraň
do
nás.
something right. The rounds he goes down are the rounds that seem to
Děkuju.
lose the Chopper
Děkuju.
Shiro. There's
Já
no
vám
way they
děkuju.
survive another.
Děkuju
How
vám.
many
Spinksy,
round losses?
jdi do prdele.
Spinks up onto the staircase. Torchy's gonna crack it back open with the Tech 9. Remember, he's got
Spinksy,
that
jdi do
bomb.
prdele, říkám.
Spinks is gonna find one.
Jdi do
It's
prdele.
an unstock.
Prdám
No
to.
way they steal this. Magic slides and stops the plant.
Wait, there's time to plant. He's trying to catch the cross.
Spinks with another clutch attempt. Magic slides wide. Quadruple.
To jsou takový nervy. Hej, jebe ti. První mapa playoffs.
I just want to give him some credit for making that move. Could have caught the cross. Spinks
200
wanted that
000 lidí na
right
streamu.
on the pass. But if
200
he didn't
000
catch him right here and stay out there and look for a confident fight, Spinks would know he's tucked back and spawned. He played that from a position of power. I appreciate that, Magix.
Jenom na Twitchi.
Time wasn't low enough to just hide.
Tak čtvrtý overtime. Furia. Až staneš, tak možná začne.
Ve škole možná se budu koukat.
Nice to see the floor of Spirit rising to the occasion here.
It's not Dust 2, but it is Dusty 2.
Yeah,
Kdyby se to fakt stalo.
feels like home. Oh, Brolin predicts the position of Zontix. Donks is gonna have that answer though.
That was a great
tak
call
hoši,
out.
prosím.
Over the angles.
Yeah.
Už to dohrajte.
Palace smoked. He's actually
Spirit,
fine to do
vyhraj,
that.
prosím.
In and out. I think he wants to, try to get something out of it. Oh, and a rare sight, folks. We got the donk.
Já už tam Miraš nebaví. Já už tam Miraš nebaví. Já chci Dastuš. Prosím.
Taky písek. Všude písek je.
Všude
This
vize.
round's going to avoid him, however.
Dejte mi Dust.
This is
Prosím.
really going to feel like a 2v4.
Chci
You
nuky
can't
třeba
really
vidět.
find a moment.
No to nechci
Donk
vidět.
believe he needs to rotate. Magix needs
Jestli to
help.
vyhrál Spiriti.
We got a very confident position out of
To ne,
Mouz.
ale chci
It'll have to be
vidět jenom
Chopper again. He's actually
písek.
been great at stopping these A attacks.
Oh, he's out. He's gone. Doesn't waste a moment to try to reposition.
Okay.
Jimmy nearly catching him as well, and that draws Shiro into the top stairs. Chopper's been under pressure for a while now. Double kill for
Donk.
Spinks to open up the site and to get over top of Donk's angle.
Didn't see a thing.
Has no
No,
idea.
pojď.
Okay.
Co?
What are you doing?
He thought because there was a jump across that there could have been vision.
Torji playing Frogger.
Ale
Jimmy down on the staircase. We go back even again. Magic's
Ale
looking
Donk,
for yet some
no
more.
tak.
Late round
Donk a
in,
Magic, to je
double
dobrý
up, four
kombo,
rounds over
prosím.
towards the ticket, but remember, they never saw Spinks cross,
Yes.
right?
That's right.
There's been vision on ticket this
Daka.
whole way, but then
On
Magic
netrefil.
again.
Who needs to see him?
On netrefil
Goes
Knight.
comes around for Spinks.
Magic netrefil Knight.
Easy time to shine. Dodges the
To
flash,
se nebyl.
turns back, clips Magic's wings, gets around the corner.
Donk.
Only a quarter, health left for Donk.
To je bolec.
Gets him out, gets him down, and puts Spirit back in the lead.
That's the guy with 23 HP switched back to the AK for that
Magic se netrefil
retake.
Knight, ne?
One bullet away from death, but he might be the only one that doesn't
Donk
fear
ho
it.
trefil, on dal kill Knightem.
Excellent clear here from Brolin. It's the usual suspects in the usual positions. This time, Zontix gets killed, Donk still gets his off connector, but some fantastic utility. I mean, how did they even find all those nades coming in that position? You can make an argument, Mauser better in a lot of early positions. Spirit have just shown unbelievable
Já jsem si myslel, že už
acts in the
byl na
end,
druhý mapě,
in the closing moments, in the clutches.
GG.
It's a game of fire and ice. The team that is built off an ultimate superstar, and Mouz who have made a brand out of taking out superstars here in OT4.
Chci mi ten spray hodí, ale. No tak. Sprayoval jsem vás na agency. No tak.
Double smoke do okna, halo.
Small mistakes will cascade.
GG. What the fuck. Jako je to jejich smoke, takže dobrý.
No jako jo, no ale... Že se nedohodli.
Já se nedivím, kámo. Jako, takovou dobu hrát, vole. Kam skoro 2 hodiny, chápeš to? Skoro 2hodinová hra. To už bych se taky nedomlouval na každém smoku, vole. To už bych zapomněl, prostě.
Shiro gonna crack it open. Brolin just got off the line. Oof, damn. Would have been exposed if it was.
On nevidí.
Does he not see him?
Halo.
He's got unnoticed. Searching just
Brýle
slipping the
nechceš
net
třeba?
of Shiro, trying to hold him back from Cat. And so B-side's looking real prime for the taking, but Bomb still full
Nepikuj
spot
to.
on Con. This is Mouz with options.
OK, tak aspoň něco.
Shiro starts to
On
recover the
přežil.
kills. We go 3v3.
Žírám
Brolin at the base of connector with Bomb. They're trying to play off
Je
of
kurva
space.
Shiro žije.
Jimmy's got deep position inside of that
Sontix je
B-side.
kde?
He could
Jo.
try to come back,
Nice.
unravel it from
Sontix.
Cat.
They're committing. They're going to commit.
30 seconds.
Are they going to clear this properly? That's the question.
Zontic's in the corner. And this guy has done so much great work when he's allowed to go unnoticed. And still everything going south everywhere else. Spinks has got to be thorough, and he's not.
Měl to nechat,
Critical error that puts Brolin into the 1v2. He knows where they're at. Nate comes over, has time. Clears wide, gets the first on the site. Default now his. Chopper at a health disadvantage.
Molly.
He's going to set him ablaze. Wide swing here from Brolin. Quick reposition. Snap it.
To je borec.
Chops him down to size.
It's perfect zoning. Gets him out of the only spot.
Po jaký dlouhé, po jaký dlouhý době vyhráváme o 2 body, kámo. O 2 body.
Another clutch to Spirit. That was 2 guys looking for Donk as he rotated in late to the site. Zontix, I love that he just goes for the kill. Brolin actually had fantastic routing around the outside of default to trick Zontix. Got that kill, nearly put up the clutch, but it's another 1v2 denied. 2 rounds straight for Spirit. I don't remember seeing that so far.
I mean, just the fact that they are gunning for the best position they've been in to close yet.
This is one of those games, the outcome changes every single time.
Pojďme, kámo, tohle kolo si vyhrajeme. Tak už věřím, že to během si. No tak. Mít secure další overtime v prvním overtimeu je skvělý. No tak.
Chance to sweep OT on CT side. Unseen so far in this game. All about timing.
And they miss it again.
But look at Jimmy crawling. He might be setting up this exact same flash. They're coming into connector. Donk's playing inside of it this time.
It's heavy defense on A.
Donk, kámo, vždycky v korva umře.
Yeah, the climb up's there. Donk kind of caught off by the fact that Xerxes ahead of the smoke and Shiro just missed the climb up. Spinks is going to have a side and he'll seize that opportunity.
Still
just
2 on A.
looking for
Nice.
one round on this T side.
No tak, 3 ve 3. Škoda, že ho nezabil. Ne.
They have found their answer to this A site. 4 defenders in position.
Pohodě. Magix. Hrozně málo životu, hrozně málo životu. Kalach. Moličko. Easy kill, easy kill. Co prosím?
And as the flash comes out from Ticket, he now knows both positions. It's just a matter of clearing Jimmy first. He starts to step wide. Magix collects his second. Goes to the top rope. 4 kills in this round.
Myslel.
And he gets them. But yet again,
Máme to?
it comes down to time. And
Jo?
he's got enough. Clean sweep in the fourth OTCT side.
Another retake clutch.
To je šílený tohle.
Magix with another amazing moment in this match. And Torzy missed.
Whoa.
Tohle mysl prostě. No, Niko, vole. Jako to se nedivím, no. To jako... Ty vole. On prostě myslel tohle. Tohle myslel. To je jako smutný, no. A mi to laglo, ale Ale proč mám... Já mám furt lag, vole. Oh, do Steam Decku. Steam Deck knife. GG.
Spirit's clutch stats in this game are just going to be unreal to go and look back. When we see the match card, Mouz have their work cut out for them, folks. One more does it here for Spirit. Can they stick the landing on T side?
Kdybych se vese koupil Steam Deck jenom, aby mohl otevřít Bernu na Majoru. Tomu ta trofej úplně velká, what the fuck?
Je obrovská.
Paříž je úplně malinká.
Chopper at the helm.
Tady je ta blast.
Howley behind them. What's the move?
No pojďme, hnedka první kolo vyhrám. Ať to neprodlužujeme. Necháme Furia nějaký čas, ne? Dobrý, pohodě. Takhle se hází moly. To můžu dělat znova, klidně. Ještě to můžu dělat. Ten molotov vůbec není mega drahý za CTčka, pohodě.
Blocked out vision on mid once again. We don't have that A ramp clear that worked out so well previously. Maybe this time wasn't even the round to do it, but Mouz have to be worried about both sides evenly. They don't know what's going on here.
Nevím, no, ani my nevíme, jakoby. Ačko.
Jimmy gets into a deeper line. Magic's is still here with one flashbang. Coming in on the lurk.
A Magic's there.
It's heavy utility for Brolin. Exertion cut off from it, can only offer supportive utility.
Short bacha Magix.
Out a little bit into the middle of the site. That's going to stall them for a second. That gets Spinks active. Brolin still waiting for something to shoot at, and soon Shiro has this angle, bringing the off up with that bomb.
Nice. Pojďme. No tak, už konec. Prosím. Já chci na dust. Prosím, jdeme na dust. Jdeme na dust. No tak. Dust 2. Jebe ti?
Tries to go to the top of it all. Jump though. That's the miss out of Shiro and the position offered over. Now Jimmy's going to start to go for the swing, and Shiro's left some slack out here to be played with. This is going to be Spirit trying to pitch them bomb planted over for connector, and as long as Zontix is alive.
Dobrý. To byla hra tohle. Jakoby ztrácel jsem naději docela.
Pushed to the absolute limit in this one.
They started off on the right foot. My goodness, with
that quick start,
it felt like they were going to collapse towards the end of the game. They showed resilience just like Mouz did, but somehow even more. And all of those clutches,
all of them,
none of those missed grenades. Later on, no left behind bombs, no time running out on rounds. Spirit played better.
Yeah, Spirit did play better. They do outlast their Mirage. They do give a fight of a lifetime. Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about how much that map was for you guys. Was it a long one for you?
It was hard because of a lot of rounds, and they could manage to win, and we could manage to win, but we won in the end. In the last overtimes in the first 3 rounds, there was 3 1v1s. Like there was 4 yeah, the clutches. We won the clutches and we won the game.
Yeah, just going all the way back, because you know there was like a regulation time in this map. Tell me, how were Mouz able to get back into it just that early on after the first half?
There is probably 0 objective connection from first map to the second, so if they just wake up and understand they can play from first round, because they didn't do that on the first map, they wake up like it was 5-0 for us. So I believe if they will start the game from tough rounds, you know, if they will win the first rounds, it's going to be very easy for them and hard for us.
Well, Zontix, let me do this, because there's an arena full of people. Well, most of them are cheering for Spirit, I think. You want to tell them anything?
Thank you guys for cheering. No matter if you're cheering for Team Spirit or for any other team, I believe any of you and every one of you is part of youth sports. So thanks, everyone.
I love that. All right, Effia, what do you got over there?
I've got Spinks over here. Thank you for waiting. My God, what a marathon. How did it fall apart?
We just lose 2v2, 3v1, 2v2, 2v1, everything.
Yeah, I mean, Zontix, he's a menace. They all are. But you stepped into the stage and said, it's fine, we'll get it on the next match. Talk to me about the momentum, about the belief that you can still win here.
Yeah, we still believe we can be better. I think we should have a close Mirage, but we are confident on that too, and I will get the third map for everyone in the arena.
Love it. Thank you very much.
Well, you may have had to wait 7 years, North America, but don't you dare tell me the wait was not worth it. What an insane way to kick off the proceedings here in Austin. We had craziness, we had chaos, we had plenty of clutches, which we'll be diving into shortly, but Maui, that was an emotional roller coaster to kick things off here.
That game went on so long that I started pulling out Zillow on my phone. I thought I was going to have to move into Austin and start gentrifying the neighborhood, okay? That took forever.
Yeah, it really did. Neither team could win.
Mam
Neither
dát
team
všechny
could
své body
actually
na
close
Mouz.
things out. And I mean, I'll tell you what, Mouz
Kdyby vyhráli,
team
tak
for most
jsem
of
byl
this,
rád.
but Zontix nailed it. This game was one of the margins. It was one of the clutches, and Spirit won all of those, it felt like.
Yeah, and Zontix won a fair amount of those too, right? Talk about showing up on the big stage. Of course, we know he won the major at the tail end of last year. He knows what it means to play under pressure on these big stages.
Ale
Before
inspirujete,
the
buďte.
major, I made my own top 20 list of the players so far this year, and I included Zontix at number 17, and it was hotly contested. People thought he had no business being
Who was
on it.
18? Who'd he beat out?
I mean, he beat out just a couple people, but I mean, at the same time, like, people were furious that he was even on. They're like, no shot, he should be on it. Did you see what he just accomplished right there?
Yeah,
He's been pulling stuff like that off this year.
I cannot believe Mouz let him get away with it. Like the double kill at the end of regulation, sliding through smoke in a 2v4. And then, I mean, a crazy like 1v2 clutch in overtime. Like, the fact that he's allowed to do this is mental. Mouz have got to be kicking themselves right now.
Should we just remove regulation from any part of the discussion? Sure, I can't even remember what happened over an hour ago, apart from the last round where Spirit managed to push it to OT because it was a story of Spirit having a really hot start, Mouz bouncing back. How did Spirit push it to overtime in round 24?
I mean, we got to just get it rolling because this was a lot to remember, a lot to take in because so many clutches, and even though this starts off actually pretty well for the side of Mouz. Like, they get this nice two-man advantage here, but Zontix, like, out of nowhere, just slinking through the smoke. Brolin is kicking himself that he wasn't able to find that kill, Moses.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, that's a must-have kill when he's coming through the smoke in that fashion, and those are the dirty things Zontix was doing that to them time and time again. I mean, this is the fourth chance Mouz had to close this map in regulation. They had another one in the first overtime. They had 5 opportunities to take this to the next map with a 1-map lead, and they lost all of them.
And this is where I thought we'd go into overtime and Mouz would just be straight up dead in the water, right? They had so many opportunities, as you said, to be closing it in regulation. How do they answer back straight away in round 25?
With a great move from Exertion. I'm really glad that he was able to step up because in the previous year, 2 years, he was a guy that fell off so frequently in arenas against top 5 teams in the world. But at the end of this one, when it gets down to the 2-on-2, Exertion makes such a big boy play.
And it's one of the areas in which he's most been criticized is in fact, when you get to these big stage games, these playoff games, he doesn't go for these aggressive moves. He doesn't take these risks.
I mean, the Molly's right there at his feet. He could wait it out, but he just knows that the time is his to take the risk.
That's the decision. You either wait it out and you play the 2v2 with Brolin on a long rotation from the A bomb site, or you step up and make that play, and he gets the good end of the risk in this equation.
You need ballsy plays like that to be pulling off crazy things in majors like this. We spoke of Zontix, obviously instrumental in actually getting Spirit to overtime in the first place. Then he gets to push them to another OT in round number 30.
I mean, you take Exertion, the big balls play is pushing through the molly, getting the kill, stopping the plant. Zontix, completely different way, okay? The smoke's right in front of him. He throws the molly down. He is so fortunate to find this smoke.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I think this was a 1v3 ahead of that as well. Zontix killed 1 player up towards Palace. So, I mean, you put this situation in Torji desperately, AK runs out of it. It's painful to watch twice. It's painful to watch twice.
It's Looney Tunes. Like, the bullets are right around Roadrunner right there. That's just crazy.
It's insane. And this, like, we essentially don't have time to be diving into all the clutches, right? Because then we go to quadruple OT. Magix has his fair share as well. This was just insane.
Bro, the idea that you have Xyp9x as an assistant coach, who's the greatest clutcher of all time. His nickname is the Clutch Minister, and you've lost this many. He's got to be back there just banging his head against the wall. Like, that's got to be, I bet he wanted to tap in. He's like, 10 he's like, my turn, please, God, let me in.
Sub me in.
I mean, there was just so many moments where it's like the final kill that's so critical, the important just crossfire that needs to be held, and somehow Spirit find a way to break it.
And we got to hear it, right, from both of those post-map interviews from both the equation of Zontix and Spinks, right? They knew it came down to those final margins, those clutch moments. So instrumental.
I appreciate that Spinks had that like little ghost of a smile where he talked like, we lost the 1v1, the 2v2, the 2v1, the 1v3. Like, he just rattled them all off. And I think you kind of have to have a little bit of smile, because I felt like Mouz was the better team throughout the majority of this. You just lose so many clutches, and not even like clutches. You lose so many 4-on-2s, and it's like, what? How are you losing 3-on-1s, 4-on-2s, like these crazy advantages?
Putting together the first 45 seconds of the round up to the first 90 seconds felt like it was in favor of Mouz. They were putting together the openers. Even some of the mid rounds were really good. But Spirit in crunch time, that's why people rate them so highly. They're major winners. They've done it on big stages before. The players, despite the fact that some of them are young, are already tenured beyond their years.
And let's not forget, Spinks is a major winner as well in his own right. And Exertion, he had some thoughts about that before we dove into this first map of Mirage.
AFK, boys.
One city. Yeah.
Nathan, can I say something?
Yeah?
I'm really excited to play on a major playoff with you.
Thank you, bro.
Fully
I'm
honest.
to play with all of you guys.
Yeah, you're a fucking major winner, Lotan, and I'm so happy to have you in my team, my friend.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Let's fuck them now, yeah?
And I don't blame Xertion for those high praises, right? Because we saw basically straight off the bat, Spinks having huge impact. We'll get into the nade round in just a moment, but just the output that this man is able to put out on the server is it was amazing for Mouz.
Spinks is like a surgeon, okay? Anytime things are settling, he finds that perfect incision to just get back into the round. He's so clever with it, so slick. Sometimes, and I think Vitality probably missed this, he's just able to pull a rabbit out of a hat on the blink of an eye. Like, it's so impressive how he's so willingly able to just create openings for the team when all else is lost.
I think Rops can pull an elephant out of a hat, so I don't think Vitality's missing Spinks at all right now. But yeah, I'm with you. Late round, Spinks does a very good job. Obviously a big clutch in this match. There were a couple moments where I thought he was a little bit shifty, but he's found a nice home in this team where he can actually perform really well in the roles that he wants.
And of course, we've mentioned that spectacular nade moment from Spinks. So let's hear what was going on in the TeamSpeak in this mic'd up moment.
Firebox up! Firebox up!
Firebox!
Attach the city!
Deal fire, Jimmy! 10 HP!
Wait, stairs out, wait. Outstairs, Lotan. Summit. One city.
One more
city coming, Lotan. Take it. Out city. Drop.
Ticket.
One speed. You have nade.
Let's fucking go!
Lotan, they do. They usually do.
Oh my God, Lotan, you are fucking basketball or what?
Both the crowd and the team going wild, and for good reason, right? Because we had confirmation from production. If Spinks didn't hit that tag for, what was it, 6 HP through the box, that grenade wouldn't have been enough to actually take down the final point.
Production told us that nade would have dealt 46 damage, which is just so absurd how slim the margins are. But a game that goes multiple overtimes like this, that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna be cutting it close all the time.
But also, it's gotta go the other direction if you're Mouz and you win this clutch and you have that kind of a celebration, that kind of excitement, and then you lose the next round immediately. Like, that's the thing with Mouz. Like, once they won, a couple of those clutches finally went their way. Not able to build a game in OT. I had all the chances in the world to close this out, and at a certain point, you're just kind of like, that's great. But man, you missed all your opportunities.
That's the thing, like, we're on the high train for good reason, because this was such an entertaining map of CS. And as you mentioned, Jason, you know, Mouz, you have ample opportunities to do this. You had the chance all the way back to regulation.
You had a 4-on-2. And a 4-on-2 to close out the map in regulation. Like, I don't know.
And it's unfortunate to bring back the whole arena narrative for Mouz, because they've been so good for the last 9 months, even before Spinks joined back at Rio last year.
Fucking basketball, man.
Like they've really quelled that discussion of just being bad when the lights are the brightest.
Sure.
But in this kind of moment, you could see that nerves got to them. They lost some post-plant or like late round situations where Spirit, they're the ones that are able to just break the situation down. It looked like they were just kind of toying with a team of just guys that are going to just stay statically.
Which is awesome to see, because we actually got like our questions in the pregame answered in this one, where like Mouz, we've seen how you respond to pressure, you know, rattling off 3 straight best of 3s to get here, coming back
from
a deficit, and then Spirit kind of got trounced through a lot of this game in regulation. They too found a way to bounce back. So where we say like Spirit breezed through the stage 3 so easy that we don't really actually get to see what happens if they get challenged, we got to see it here, and they pass with flying colors.
We've given Zontic, you know, his flowers, aptly so, for the clutches he was able to pull off, but let's run the Magic's one, because I feel like this was kind of the final nail.
This is unreasonable. This is so unreasonable. 1 versus 3. Like this, like you absolutely should just be able to close this one out. Peek there. Now you know where everything's coming. Again, like a mid clutch transfer of positioning as well. Like you're fine up in Palace.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that Yimpat also peeked, because Magic's had already mollied that position or naded that position out, and he didn't know for sure. I don't think he was 100% certain. So all in all, that's another moment where Mouz are just kicking themselves, thinking, why didn't we swing together?
Well, we've got to see it from the players' POV, but I'm curious as to how the crowd reacted during that very moment as well.
All right, I'm here in the middle of the Rudy Center. It's all going crazy. Magic just clutched out a round for the 24th round. Guys, first map of the major, your Spirit fans, how are you feeling?
This is fantastic. They are dialed, absolutely dialed.
Are Spirit winning this game?
I think so. Why are we even asking that question? Like come on.
I'm absolutely adoring this crowd, by the way.
Oh my God, I love the confidence. I love the energy that everybody's been bringing here. It's just absurd. I mean, I mean, America have been waiting so long for a major like this, and they open it with a map like that. Like the game's already delivering.
And can you believe this is only map number 1 of our first quarterfinal here in Austin? We're going to throw things to a quick break, but back on the other side, it's going to be Spirit's map pick of Dust 2 going down after this.
Kolik je tam? 3 minuty?
Jsou zpátky, ale na mapu tam bylo že víc. Jakých 7 minut.
Okay. No za 7 minut mi končí deathmatch to. No co to je za skin? Já ho nemůžu trefit prostě kvůli skinu. Určitě. Já nevím, já trefím všech, vy prostě tam kolem něho, ale ten jeden prostě má ten jeden skin, tak prostě já nemůžu trefit nikdy. Já se připravu na Dust. A to už se nikdo není na tom meči.
Dust2 now lays in wait. Spirit's map choice coming into our first quarterfinal here at the Blast TV Austin Major. Gentlemen, I was going to come in with some numbers, I was going to come in with some stats, I was going to ask you about the hard, cold data, but I don't want to do that anymore. After that first map, that was an emotional roller coaster, Dupree. Talk to me about that when you are on the losing side of the equation, when there is a map that goes so close, the clutch facts are coming through. How does that affect you mentally as a player?
But obviously this is very heartbreaking for Mouz. You know, they found themselves in a position where they just should have closed it out. They couldn't win the rounds when it actually mattered. They didn't have the clutches going their way. Obviously it comes down to when you play so many rounds and you go into overtime. That is where you kind of deviate a little bit from the game plan. You start playing more out of your gut feeling, and that is also what you see. And this is why the game got so messy. There were so many situations that it just came down to the gut feeling, people pushing through smokes. But overall, Mouz players, they feel bad for letting this one slip away.
It's going to be so disheartening. They spent so much energy. They spent so much focus on that game. They almost bought a ticket into this best-of-3 series, bought a ticket potentially into the semi-final, and then it kind of slipped out of their hands right now. I agree with you, Peter. It must be incredibly difficult, but that's why they have the staff behind them to try to reset, come into Dust2, and still have the belief that they can extend the series to a third map.
Where does this look for both sides of the equation when we're looking at Dust2, considering, you know, Spirit have picked this every single time that they have faced Mouz in 2025?
Do you want the stats?
Go on.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I've got them down here on this view card.
Spirit played it 22 times in 2025 and then won it 20 times. So that in itself speaks volume in terms of crowning Spirit to be the best team in the world of Dust2 as of right now. The last 7 times they played it, they won it as well. They've only had 1 loss against Falcons the past 3 months, and just to make it even worse, I dived into the ratings, I dived into the stats. Donk is averaging 175 rating on Dust2 alone. Shiro backing him up with 158. So those two right now are arguably the 2 best Dust2 players in the entire world. So Mouz, they got to cut off for them.
And the fact that they let Mirage slip away, now Mouz is even more on the back foot in this series, you know. They could have been up 1-0, you know. They even came with a curveball of picking another map coming into the series from the ones they played already. So for them finding themselves on the back foot even more than in the beginning, it's not a good looking for them.
Peter, you're a positive man, and you had some positive words to say about Mouz. Give me some hope that all is not lost and we'll be getting a third.
I think that like the great things about Mouz is obviously they come from a stage 3 where they found themselves being on the back foot even more, and you know they had to claw their way back to get into the playoff. But now they find themselves in a position that they've been in before. I think that's going to be very instrumental for them to bounce back on those 2 if they can make it work. I think it's going to be important to try and get long control. They can try and manipulate the game, but obviously also looking at the past map, Mouz didn't play bad. They actually looked like the better team throughout the series so far, but they just couldn't close out the clutches. I think it's going to be very instrumental to have Exertion. He's been playing well. You're the guy that we've been talking about missing out on these big stages, but he's actually in there. He is the playmaker for Mouz. He's the guy that goes in and just do the pace changing and calls off the T rounds. But on the other side, you also have Torsi stepping up tremendously, and we know how important the AWP is on Dust2.
And that's the thing, right? I think Torsi is going to be the key to victory for Mouz, and it's a little bit worrisome for me because he hasn't had the best tournament so far. He's been struggling a little bit, haven't really had confidence so far here in Austin, but he is so much needed. Going up against Donk, going up against Shiro, it is needed for Mouz if they want to stand a chance. Torsi will have to step it up and step in now.
After a absolute marathon map 1 of Mirage, it is time to dive in to Dust2.
Thank you, Desk. Hope you've all had a chance to reset at home, and I like what
Počkej,
Peter
mám
says
10
here with this
sekund,
one. This has been a major where Mouz are showing resilience. Time to do it again as the odds shift further into Spirit's favor.
Yeah, it's a matchup where it always felt like it was going to be steep, and now we are at the steepest point. So as we get into this game, Austin, you did a fantastic job last map, and that was loud, but I know you can get louder!
Dust2, the stats that Jacob brought to the table for this one, horrifying if you're Mouz going up against it. So tap into the resilience and tune in, folks. This is only the first quarterfinal.
Yeah. Dust2 might be a movie right here. We know the strength of these teams. We know what Spirit have offered us on Dust2 maps. I think it was a battle to the very end. It came down to clutches back on Mirage. I don't even know why that wouldn't just happen again.
7 clutch rounds out of 25 round wins for Team Spirit. I mean, that is a damning stat. Eesh, and Torsi's not going to have any fun in the pistol of map 2. Down at the hands of Magix. Good flashbang, kind of delays things for a second here. It affords Mouz some positioning. You can see Brolin signing up for a fight. Here comes that counter utility, but it goes over top of him. He recovers with a couple of originally missed shots. Magic's the only player so far for Spirit to get any of these kills. This is an excellent answer. Spinks' Berettas chops him down.
Magic's.
It is 8 health for Magic's, looking for something else. Good moves by Mouz to sign up for the fight on Long.
What an excellent answer back here for Long. It's an awkward situation. They want to come around the fat side of the smoke, but they know that flashes can land in here, that CTs can go for those pushes. And this is a spot where after Spirit got their first kill, they thought it doesn't matter. We'll come up maybe playing anti. I'm not sure exactly who would have been responsible for that, but honestly, no one's even blind. Brolin just wins 2 raw duels on his own terms, though, again, because of that CT smoke. Great start for Mouz. Started 5 down back on Mirage. Split pistols last time.
It was such a clean game of Counter-Strike until we got into the real depths of overtime as well. Clutch rounds and minute mistakes. That was really what took the cake for Spirit. And obviously, Mouz going to try to reset everything. But again, they've been playing off the back foot since they arrived in Austin.
Yeah, that's
if
right.
Any benefit at all to going down 0-2, to giving up maps in the best of 3s that they played in order to qualify for playoffs, it's that you're supposed to now be this hardened core.
Sometimes I just feel like they're, characters in an RPG building out their stats, and as they play these games, they build resilience, and they show us what they can do, and Spirit won some more points, actually.
Nice.
Even on that last one. Well, they snuck Chopper down. Oh, but he doesn't get his kill. Shiro, what? He's
from spawn to try to get the kill back. Him and Jimmy looking to combine, but it's Jimmy on catwalk soon.
Oh, awkward.
There's guns to be grabbed.
Yeah, and they're planted for cat, but they're not playing for it.
That is huge grenade damage. The utility could be the key.
He got the kill.
No way. We need to see how Shiro kicked this off. No! That is 3 from Shiro Scout in the first force of map 2.
You are joking with those frags.
Flash.
Wallbang, no scope, headshot through the smoke. Is that what we saw in the first kill?
GG.
What?
GG.
I mean,
oh, sorry, it wasn't a wallbang. It wasn't that impressive. Oh my goodness.
Well, there's your wallbang.
Wow.
And there's your headshot to close.
Yeah. He's just telling everybody about it, how he saw nothing. Okay.
What was that?
That's more of what we've seen from Spirit, and that's X Factor.
I thought it was FaZe that got all the bullshit. Looks like Spirit are going to sprinkle a little in.
When they play each other, now it all makes sense.
Well, if that doesn't suck the life out of the room for Mouz, this round will. Yeah. Already Xerxin getting caught down bottom middle, trying to go for this cat setup, looking to get something done with the pistols as that scout floats around on A, but so far nothing really for Mouz to pull on.
Yeah, they really thought they could chill for a second.
Chill with Donk in the server?
I know. Shiro.
Fools.
I think Shiro even got to 30 kills by the end of that last game. I mean, so many contributors. Just a really classy performance from almost everybody in the server. There was no one that was just standing out, like dying every single round, leaving things on the table. These two teams, they played their hearts out back on Mirage. And again, I feel bad for almost criticizing the mistakes that Mouz made later on, but the fact is, they only stood out because Spirit weren't making them too. Good calling will bring them to the open site here. We're going to take this game slow, right?
Yeah, of course.
I had to pee at halftime last map.
Couldn't miss a moment of that last one.
And I knew it was going to go to overtime, you know. It would be a fun stat to look at. Who's got the most overtimes in their head-to-head? Maybe FaZe Spirit's also up there.
That map really did feel like 7 years in the making.
Yeah.
NA had to wait for that one.
It's been a bit of a proving ground for Spirit with this new veto,
Dneska
because
to
again,
krásně
it's
vyhrát
not
Force.
a unlikely map for Mouz to pick. In fact, it was probably what they expected fully. It's just not one that you saw them pick when they had Shuhei versus Spirit. And we're really trying to figure out where Spirit fits into this playoffs. When we compare them to teams like Mouz and some of these other lineups, they're a team that's been playing at the other events, sort of. Getting practice, but not going and locking horns with some of the competition Vitality have had to go up against.
Yeah, not showing their secrets in a head-to-head on the server. But I mean, they go over to Astana and absolutely cleared that event.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing, is the no questions asked. And if we compare their last stages, no questions asked for Spirit. It was a very clean stage. And their hardest map so far, they win. So, looking to just not make mistakes once again. Anti-eco with a little pressure sprinkled in from the CT side on B.
Tak pro nás Anubis. No tak.
Spirit can cut through this second map of the series in a very convincing fashion. Then we know that they've got resilience. And minimizing mistakes is really what my eyes are focused on as Dust 2 goes on. So getting away from that tunnels push is one thing, but Chopper does get a little ahead of himself. He loves to go out through the mid doors though on Dust 2. So no surprise to see him take that fight, but be careful.
Running headshot.
The health is incredibly low here for both Donk and Shiro. Spinks gets tracked through the door, who robs the MAC-10 away. He gives that over to Xerxin.
Yeah, it's kind of pushing the defense a little bit towards A. Spinks will make that full rotation. Brolin comes to the door, so B site is looking right for the taking. And Brolin might be able to finish off this kill. Actually, a new one.
That is a rifle picked up as well for Brolin. We said it's all about minimizing mistakes, but they have already lost 2 players. Now all 3 remaining are low on health. Team Spirit waited back. Mouz got into the action. Brolin sweeps him away.
Okay.
And that is a much needed early answer here for Mouz.
That's pretty incredible considering that first B push got shut down so easily, but they got a kill. They tried to get out of middle. Some great pistol shots came through.
The negativity as quick as they can on this map.
Yeah.
And that's not map-centric. Map be damned. Just coming in off of a close loss like that. Certainly not made any easier by the way the first 2 rounds go down.
So they don't lose hope. They win the pistol. They lose the force up. They answer back. It's still a little scary for Mouz because they know that Spirit are going to give this a real try on this next round, and they're the ones with the more fragile CT economy. They just want to close out this 2 straight, then they get a save, and then they can really streak in this first half and put themselves in a good position. So a strong buy here for Shiro. Mouz's money, sorry, Spirit's money is teetering here.
Like you said though, Mouz are going to know damn well that they're coming at this one with some sort of hard swing.
I like the long play actually for Spirit because it's a really good way to make it a long round that can sometimes come down to 1 or 2 players.
Activity here top middle from Mouz.
Torzy has so much responsibility. He knows they want him to take a fight, but Shiro gets in a position early.
It's no money, but it's still a strong set of weaponry here for Spirit.
Yeah, the offsets it all.
Xerxin starts to activate on that flank, and eventually we'll see if nobody watches, because right now Shiro's still trying to give support over top, but it looks like he's turned over, so Xerxin will have a hard job of getting out through those doors.
They have to kill someone on the front of the attack to get him to turn around.
It's very important here. Brolin sitting behind this temporary smoke. He decides to reposition as they get closer. Wide swing up from Magisk, and this starts to go swimmingly for Team Spirit. All is good. Lots of bodies inside that bomb site, not to mention flank in position, but it felt like Spirit had that one in full control.
Yeah, now we've actually got to look at the buy for Mouz. I mean, it wasn't as expensive for them, but it's CT side. It's pretty mixed up here. Very awkward spot. This might be an even out round where they invest slightly, but protocol-wise, call-wise, this was super solid from Spirit. And Torzy, again, so much rested on the way in which he took his fight, but he didn't really finesse it. There wasn't a flash to assist with his peak. He tried to just pick an off timing. try to catch him off guard, but Spirit, they threw the flash, got Shiro in pit, and waited. They did everything exactly as you were supposed to. No, they'll buy into it. Yeah, it's not a handsome buy here. Brolin's got his 5-7 in a smoke, and I guess he made the decision. He said, look, I'm broke, but I believe in you guys. Let's make this happen.
Early vision, 2 heads spotted on the cross.
Yeah, no one else into mid. They can view this as just like a long control setup, and the T's are just going to go ahead with their regular protocols. Oh, actually, a lean over towards the B site. There's going to be a full commit on this attack. Right now, Mouz don't have information. They don't have a lot of resources. They're just spread out nicely. They can each go to a point, but they're not really well fortified at any one of those.
Smoke grenade here in Jimmy's hand.
Actually, this might be a nice rotation from Xerxin. You know, you've got to reinforce something when you're low on weaponry. Now the question is, can they all complement each other? That's what we're looking for in the B side.
Yeah, numbers is one thing, but not jumbling up. That's another. Great well-placed frag grenade for Chopper to have to deal with. We go down to 45 seconds. You know, Chopper threw out that mid-lurk smoke, trying to keep eyes trained towards the middle of the map.
He's right, though. There's no pushes coming in. You know, he can really try to make this look like a fake.
Here it comes. They're going to have to test that smoke. Now just barreling out into the site. Support from down beneath window. Second car player. That's what can catch them off guard. And here he strikes. Xerxin here to help. Triple kill instantly. They try to surpass him. Shiro finally gets in. But he's going to have to clutch this out with 2 health. As many HP as he has enemies. And you can see the confidence wavering. He's looking for a gun. Well, he finds a scout. And he knows that that one was limited. So well done by Xerxin to join up in the bomb site. And like you said, they've got to find a way to complement one another. Xerxin did it perfectly.
Dust 2 is all about how you lean on CT side. And Xerxin has a really important decision to make. You know, whether that's called for him or he's the one who comes over here. If he just plays outside the site, I mean, he can have much less impact. So it looks like a gamble when he's over there, but there's no way they're going to clear that properly. And he gets 3 kills and a dink. Otherwise, Shiro doesn't throw that op away, and he really tries for that 1v2. Nice response. Risky moment for Mouz. Every dollar in the bank.
No, 3-3 neříkejme, že to zase bude, vole,
back and forth nature of the rounds,
4 overtimey.
Everything on the line, so momentum is not
ještě vyhraje Mouz a Furia, vole, až přejde ze školy, tak možná bude hrát.
99 damage for Shiro to have to deal with. And he doesn't have an op to lean on either. But if you can get that AK over to Chopper, he's got something more to work with. Chopper throwing a whole lot of grenades so far this half, but not getting any kills so far. Starting on 0, Brolin getting active. Magix wins the fight with a Galil over top of the M4.
He's a long anchor, man. Hard to trick him on those pushes. That is a pretty long-range duel secured. I think Torzy gets spotted on this door peak.
This feels like a call to action, though, for Mouz in middle. Just completely vacant B site.
They're running out of time to properly take long, but they can use Shiro to lurk, and no shot in for Torzy.
There we go.
Nice one.
Scout between the eyes. It's going to set them up for the door peak. Of course, you try to jump on a scout. What they don't expect is Jimmy to not be anchoring B.
Proč ani
They don't
nezí nebo
expect that
Shiro?
M4 pressed up against them.
They know there's only one on the A side.
Shiro, he's going to walk out long, and now the bomb is dropped. So this round fizzles out for Spirit. Mouz find a way to do it.
Yeah.
That's Jimmy with a double, the Torzy scout kill that really draws them into Jimmy's hands.
Já nechci hrát Fuke, prosím.
We go. But it's Mouz to find consecutive rounds first.
Yeah, that's so important against CT economy, just so punishing. But Dust 2 don't need everything in the world to be able to win it. It's a map where you don't need, you know, the full clock. You don't need full resources. You need more aim. You can get a lot more scrimmy, a lot more scrappy. You can play off spawns. It's a map that really is determined by form. Individually more than it is by team play if you compare it to other maps. We'll call them harder maps in the pool.
time to build back the money. Of course, Donk gets Kevlar with a Glock, just in case Shiro dies. That M4 is going to change hands.
Yeah.
And you said last round, bad spray.
Yeah, that was
for Donk.
It was, yeah, for Donk. Honestly, for anybody, which is, you know, sometimes Donk misses a few bullets, but that was just no, he was drawing silhouettes there.
Shiro
gotta give him the M4 before Shiro even dies.
No jasný. Don't go with
This is Donk without a helmet.
Okay.
It's enough utility as well for Magix and Chopper to overwhelm a single player staffing this B site. I mean, if Spirit can put themselves into an unexpected post plant, and Donk maybe finds a bunch of frags, but that nade that he sets himself up with worked wonderfully. And again, quick moves from the supportive pieces of Mouz. Doesn't waste a second getting into the action. That one M4 hits the ground. It is only Jimmy who dies, but he does an excellent job of holding off the site on his own.
I mean, he makes it look so easy there when the molly lands, when he goes for the spray. Everybody who B anchors envisions making that play happen, but it's all about timing, and that's why you need someone who is so shrewd, someone who's a really good retaker. He's got the perfect personality as a player to be playing B, and that's because he finds that one line where the molly can land and he has his gun out. As a team like Spirit that are so hard to read are going to be running up that left side of the tunnel wall. If you're a bad B player, you miss that by 1 second. If you're great, you're there on time, and that's what Jimmy is. It always looks so easy when they get that lineup, but truly, not that many players can make it happen so often. And yeah, again, the story coming into this major playoffs and for him in general is like, since Spinks has joined the team, his form has gone down. But last map, and right here, he's having a great series. Playoffs.
Really buying in with this. I'm surprised. They put so much money on the line here, Spirit, but they're still going to try to jump it.
Yeah, true.
Right? I mean,
that was a pretty confident win from Mouz. Like, they know there's enough rebuys as well. Going in for this.
What do they know that we don't? It's 3 rounds of loss bonus at the moment for them as well, so...
Man, this is crazy. They have 0 grenades at a minute 20 coming up long.
Flash goes down, interrupts the one wall player.
That's one way to do it.
Donk gets a headshot, and suddenly the round is alive.
Sorry, opravda. Majdonka.
Magic scoops up that M4, so upgrades to be had. You've still got Shiro, though, back at a distance on the scout.
Again, 0 grenades. Oh, they have to take the fight and they win it.
Why not?
Na co granaty? Máme, vole,
Oh, and they picked up that molly from Brolin, I think, or from Xerxen on the site.
Take your nades and throw them back at you. This is Spirit seizing the moment with lesser guns.
So what do they know? They know they won last time. They took long, but only losing 1 player. Here they do it again.
I'm glad you say that because we just said, like, yeah, it was a convincing round in the last one, but it's been the B defense that made the convincing round wins for Mouz.
True.
So working with less, but taking the action over towards long, they find their opening. 4 versus 2 in the post plant. No attempt here from the CTs, and some free upgrades sprinkled in. Looks real good for the Spirit camp in order to get this D side back online. That flash. I mean, good on Donk. Look at him staring at the wall, so ready.
Yeah.
Bam!
You know.
Insurance policy for the entire play.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of on Mouz to do.
Divím, že jim nevadí, že musí sedět na stejný židle, že...
Maybe they thought that was early, so they wouldn't have expected the problem to take place so soon, but yeah. That's just a game of rock, paper, scissors. Sometimes you want 2 flashes, sometimes you want 1, sometimes you want none.
USA. To je klasická Amerika.
You've done amazing, Austin, and we haven't even started yet.
Yeah. Nico, where
I mean, I knew from the get-go we were going to get USA chance, but who here loves Europe?
Co?
Just checking.
Ty kurvy.
What about Asia?
A dost.
Second best, hey, Mr. America Moses called it the second best region, therefore.
So here we go, the crawl up along the cat wall. Oh, this is sneaky stuff from Spirit.
Yeah, we got this crack spot. I mean, Xerxon just looks like he's chilling right now. He's gonna see this, but
they're gonna pounce on that. They like the timing here, Spirit.
Early Goose setup though is interesting, but Xerxon dies.
Yeah, but he does get a lot of grenade damage, so we'll see if the other defenders can pick up the slack.
Yeah.
Again, damage is one thing, but Spinks now pinned into the corner of Goose. Do they clear him?
So hard to get that molly off into the corner. They can't find it.
They're also waiting for this ramp peak, and the ramp peak comes first. That's what Chopper wanted. Eyes on Spinks. He delivers the headshot to Zontix. They know Chopper's still up here.
Man.
And with that bomb down over an elbow, the gusto of that cat push really falls apart. Magic's no 1v3 this time.
I love that, man. I love the Mouz setup. I love how they play off each other. They are so good at making that feel like it was impossible to reach Spinks. They kept overfilling the position to fight versus the ramp and make sure that they stopped them scaling both across cat, because this is a long way, and then also towards the sight box as they come straight. You see the pressure come in on both sides, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. A lot of teams don't do that. They'll have very static, calcified position, CTs in each spot. Once the Goose player gets spotted, all he does is delay. Mouz don't do that, man. And they started Goose with someone spotting from cat. They had no idea that Spinks would be there.
They tried to clear it out, but so much time spent holding for top ramp. Suddenly we're in the dying moments of this first half, and Mouz's CT side's looking great.
Yeah, excellent.
Spinks is looking for some space towards top middle. He's going to find himself out here in the open. Happy to duel versus Chopper, wins that one. Lower tunnel breaks it back. That's Donk on the prowl, looking for a little more. Perfect timing here from Bolin on the long flank.
Yeah, they came in to give it a check. They'll see the bomb goes down. It's really about the numbers, though. They can't protect that thing. Teams can get that back when they're ready.
Oh my, jeden smoke. A co to się lepiej?
Right into that. Oh, I guess Zero saw Donk on top of the Xbox. No mid-smoke was there. And that's all Mouz need to do from this position. Just keep trading down material. But now it's time to go get the bomb. There's actually a chance they can make this happen. 2 on 3. And Jimmy is home alone.
We've seen teammates bail him out of tough spots. We've seen him do enough to justify a retake in this kind of a situation, but that's assuming Spirit still take a swing at him. Instead, they're taking a sniff at the A site. 2 defenders in position. Can't let their guard down about Goose. Again, Spinks has already kind of rocked them from this spot.
This would take perfect utility usage. Probably not going to happen. Let's see if they can.
Well-timed peek as well. Oh, the swing!
Donk prostě.
The spray transfer.
Just enough time. In the smoke he goes.
He goes for the good plant.
4 health. Jimmy's on the scene. He's got no utility that would kill Donk. And so you're going to give Donk a chance at an ace. I mean, this is unreal. Down to those final few seconds. It's a climb up. Jimmy spotted. Oh, and the gun is dry, so the reload now queued up, and he gets executed at the final hurdle.
Wouldn't that have been stylish? One bullet there when he tries to send the message over to Jimmy, jumping up, fast cat. So close.
Empty gun.
Yeah. Did he reload and switch you early? Is that what happened or
not? Not sure. Yeah. Let's see here, 14 down to.
Další prostě. Don't ace clip.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll get the detectives on it either way. I was going to say, statistically, Jacob made a great argument before the map went live why Donk and Shiro are supposed to be the best players on Dust 2. Donk has looked human until that moment. A reminder, you better not let your guard down. But a reminder, Mouz are still absolutely in this game.
Oh, big time. They've got their claws stuck in. Their CT sides look fluid, active. You can tell they're communicating very well. They're being hard to read. Spirit are running into the stack site sometimes. Whether it was B and now A.
These teams have met on Dust 2 twice in 2025, and Mouz have already tied their best results specifically on Dust 2. We're already only 1 half into this game. Still plenty of room for improvement, and that improvement's coming off of the back of 4 hard-hitting players. Torji maybe has slowed down since map 1, but everybody else for Mouz is here. So final attempt on this slow start of a T side for Spirit.
He's dug out a little gap for himself. Xerxon will dip out as soon as that flash loses its efficacy, and he survives it. This becomes a cat play, though.
They'll try to fluster the defense. Dorsey leans back. No slap shot over. Jimmy catches Zontic, so the mid lurks really haven't worked out well for Spirit. That's going to compromise Cat. Donk is going to go back to try to secure some sort of post-plant positioning. But it is long wrapped up for Mouz already. First player over Xbox, instant headshot to 2 versus 5 in a post-plant. The final round of the half, and this is Mouz just chomping on it. Okay, Jimmy. Quad kill from the Finn. An 8-4 half out of Mouz, and just because Mirage was a nail-biter, and just because Mouz walked away battered, doesn't mean this series is over yet.
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as Mouz have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Kerrigan. You know, rewind time long enough speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much he's managed to do. And the other one probably is Nico, who was picked up pretty early on. That was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation and all the rest of it, and then he came in and played with Mouz and was essentially the whole team. It was Nico trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably set him up for what he's been doing for the rest of his career, more or less.
Find one more, the molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
This current Mouz core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. And I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on Mouz, and I think it's one of the things that makes it sort of dangerous. They played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
To je prostě úplně nasírací, protože kdyby ten tým něco udělal.
Explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own, for me that's super rare, and so I'll probably pick him over everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why Mouz couldn't win a major. I think they've got all of the essential ingredients. There's a certain chemistry in the team when they're winning that I think is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then not quite making it. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
Furia. Navi je jakoby teoreticky možný. Ale Mouz, kámo, jsem prostě ani to nenapadlo. Fucking Texas. Rochodron. Tam to tu rochola, záber.
What's up, Arena? I'm here at the Alienware booth with Team Liquid. And if you want to come meet them, you should come on right now, because they are here in the flesh, ready to meet you. Excited to see their fans in that Rise Twist. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You heard Darth Mike. If you want to see Team Liquid, make sure to go to the Alien booth right now. That's Darth Mike and Team Liquid at the Alien booth. Let's get a round of applause for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
Ooh, mixed bag. If you cheer loud enough, they get another match.
No?
No.
Keep it going. Yeah, boys, I just want to listen to me now. I'm fucking feeling it, okay? I'm fucking feeling it. So if you fucking listen to me on my fucking calls on Tisa, we're gonna fucking win this game. Okay, buddy.
Okay. Okay, so he is calling T-side. He's taking this.
Like, check in pak audio on
taking a lot of responsibility for this, which is great to see.
That's the craziest ad I've ever seen.
This is a wild crosshair Magix. Okay.
Dobrý crosshair Magix.
Waiting for it. The highlight reel could be his. You never know with the USP.
Split pistols on Mirage. That's what Spirit are looking for. This time to play from behind. Oh, he'll come back a little late.
Oh, God.
You'll see a lot of things.
I mean, just a second ago, that was clear. You're not running, buddy. Xerxin puts a bullet to the back of his head, finishes it off. Shiro and Chopper close on smoke already, trying to get the climb, but there's also damage done within that smoke. Good chance for Chopper maybe to collect something. Zontix gets a lucky frag somehow, some way. Smoke is fading, and Team Spirit are coming back into this pistol just like Mouz did to them.
Yeah, they're jumping up.
4v2 now. Brolin White senses him in the smoke. He gets tapped out of it, and it's a single point of health for Spinks. Where are you, buddy?
So far away, 1 HP. They've got confirmation. They know they could get away with that. And, well, Brolin gets 2 crazy kills, but they don't bring that back entirely. Zontix, he can do that as well.
What the fuck? Kámo, co se to děje tady v té hře?
What's that tap through smoke from Zontix?
I mean, it's...
Elaguj.
Oh, okay.
That
one, I don't know. Moving around inside that smoke, Brolin just locks in on you.
Okay, so splitting pistols once again, for whatever that's worth. We saw them go back and forth in the first half as well. Mouz did not get scared.
Little bomb plant money does some good for Mouz buy.
It's quite a lean here. Eyes on B. Oftentimes you will see Shiro and Magix working together.
Začneme tady ten Grozner, ten je úplně nejlepší sledování.
The split starting to achieve its final complexion here with no eyes from the CT side. Very comfortable as Chopper on the outside of B, seeing these mid-cross smokes, and Magix, he shoots a little late. Roland takes him down. Shiro now alone.
30 health, he'll finish what Magix started, but reposition here from Shiro is, I mean, the fact he gets away with that.
Yeah, and yeah, with that extra kill.
I mean, he gives up the sight, but that's fine. He's going to be able to lock into this angle.
They don't have a smoke for the cross. They're throwing the bomb now.
Oh, it's kind of messy.
And Xerxin will be able to get on the site. This molly helps.
But at some point, he's going to have to go for this plant. There's an incendiary still for Shiro. If he can do anything to get Xerxin out into the open.
Okay, it's planted long plat. Jimmy can come in at the end. We'll see if they need him.
Flashes over top. Missed chance here from Torsi. He goes back looking for damage, down with nothing. And this is already starting to get swept away by Chopper. That MP9 making money. Jimmy back long. Dies at the hands of a swift retake from Spirit, but I can't help but wonder, what if Shiro wasn't allowed to get back down into CT spawn?
I mean, someone ran through a smoke to try to kill him, so he was very careful about taking his ritual fast and getting the heck out of there right away. Went to that cross, saw ahead, dipped into CT spawn. You can't really ask for someone to push a smoke even faster than that.
Jako jestli Spirit vyhraje, tak Furia bude hrát mnoho dřív, než se čekalo.
Through that from a mid lurker, right? He was outside of B.
He just comes barreling up with it.
Well, it's like a jungle gym down here. CT's jumping around all over the place. They only got full vision on a single target, though, it looks like.
Gonna go for the boost.
22 damage.
Hit that.
What would that have...
How many things
did that go through? 22 damage.
I think we've learned in the last week or so I shouldn't do the numbers. That's one box.
Okay, that side of the box.
J-Raz, show me all.
Is there just one?
All the bullet impacts, please.
Okay.
3 boxes.
3 boxes for 22 damage.
Okay. Maybe a leg shot.
In the toes.
You can show me the impact on Xerxin's body. I'll give you a raise.
Oh.
Incendiary ahead of this execute. Xerxin just sticking around. I mean, scout through the mid doors when the pistols try to take down tunnels. Donk is kind of a little bit preoccupied. Zontix should be able to hang on to this. He still has got his incendiary, a frag grenade, a smoke, and he's going to answer.
Oh, that was nice. He actually threw it deep. Sometimes you throw it a little bit more shallow, and they try to throw that smoke that would land on top of it as well, but he kind of gets away with it big time.
Yeah, great damage. Then Zontix is going to take a spot inside the smoke, so if Donk doesn't kill everybody...
Big
if...
Well, he almost didn't see anybody, but he damn sure did kill him. 5 for Donk. Shutting down B.
The first ace on the big stage.
Nějak pozdě, ale.
Half points versus pistols. Still though, I think you just need that clean, convincing victory within a round. Nobody drops. Money starts to build up for Spirit. That lead that Mouz established in the first half is just dried up.
It was such a good example of what you can get away with, though, from Zontix. You know, if that's like not as long of a choke point as B tunnels, you throw that molly shallow, like if it's ancient A site. Oh, Shield's gonna blow this open. Fight's waiting for him.
Ooh, oh, doesn't get to see it
though.
though.
It's a little awkward, actually. Yeah.
So pretty quick footing here from Mouz with guns on Cat. Donk opts to bolster long control with Magics.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I mean,
not just that, but then you've got Chopper solo defending the actual site with only a Galil of all things.
He's got a lot of utility to try to delay. Let's see if they want to respect it or not.
It's also a question is how long does Jimmy take towards doors? The Chopper's got to give some space over, putting a smoke down in front of the full hit. Jimmy now taking a test towards those doors, and Donk is leaning so far back. Magic, first point of contact. Brolin hits a zinger of a headshot with that positioning inside of the pit.
Such a great bait.
Donk catch Jimmy off guard. Great bait, like you say.
Yeah, 4v4. Lots of utility for the CT retake. Tees will have to fight a little bit.
Missed shot. Torzi goes back at it, catches Donk. Still another body over towards Long. Mouz well aware of that one. And it looks like Zontix already starting to forfeit this. So the positioning for Team Spirit, maybe hoping it was much more towards Long than Cat. If that bait set up from Magic really lets Donk shine.
There's that, and also Chopper doesn't get any kills, right? There was a dink through a sight box from Donk to help soften up Brolin, and he gets the instant headshot on the ramp. So Chopper has a lot of utility to try to delay. The setup could be formidable if they got one kill on the cross, and they also they trick Jimmy with that double long setup, which is so rare to see. Then it was very possible to try and reclaim that. But I love that Torzi keeps fighting. It's a spot where they don't have a lot of utility, and the CTs do.
This headshot too.
Yeah, that's the one. He was down. He got hit for 69 and then hit that shot. But if Torzi doesn't go out for the second kill, they keep scaling, and I think that retake happens.
Yeehaw.
Nothing.
So nice for Mouz to get around somewhat early in this half. Curious to see what the change-up is from Spirit. Already Donk wants nothing to do with A. But this is going to be Mouz to challenge long doors. Ooh, and Shiro's tagged down to 40. Jimmy's also wounded in this approach.
They can't chase him. They know the rifle is right beside him. Looks like Spinks is playing the long con. I don't know if he tries to walk out tunnels and flank them this way. But Spirit are going to come clear mid, not see anything. Let's see if he has a tell. Yeah, looks like he's going to try.
Donk sticking around.
Gets
the fight, gets the
Very
first bit of
awkward.
damage
They're
as
going to
well.
cancel this play.
But now Zontix is also down in lower tunnels.
Ooh.
And he bites his tongue for a second.
The more time on the round, the more likely this is to get cleared. You know, you're going to skip stuff. Oh, but
he just slips past Brolin before Brolin can get any vision.
They're not going to think about him at all now.
Multiple targets back turn. He drops the offer first. And that's going to send Donk back into the site, but he also just dropped the bomb. This is Spirit really playing with the timing, but the spacing still goes the way of Mouz. You've got Spinks out onto the platform. Donk dives the site. Spinks never sees it coming. And then on the doorway, the smokes continue to drop, so you have kept Spirit out of the site. But they will fight for this tooth and nail. Bomb on the platform, 20 seconds.
Yeah, how are they going to get this back? Or how's Brolin going to get this back? He's got 2 kills to his name, 15 seconds. Now, it's impossible. Now they can just charge him one at a time. Let's see if they make a mistake.
Fake plant first. Nobody bites.
Oh, you got to be careful. You might die for time.
Down to 8 seconds. There's the swing. They played that cool as ice.
Yeah. Didn't even waste that extra target. They had that 3-on-1. Fake doesn't do anything. Donk mollying big box as he ran in. That was so great. I mean, with the assistance of a flash above, I don't know if there was one or not. You know, he cuts off the main way you're going to scale on someone backside on the right. And instead you see, they just have no idea what's going on. Who would even try this? Dog's already in.
Oh, Spink's absolutely shocked by that one.
Might have been someone failing to comment, but you could see his vision was obstructed by the double stack.
And in the chaos of all that, easy to not hear them burning in the fire. It's so quick that Donk jumps through the flames.
Yeah. Definitely less footsteps in this environment. Man, I feel like we blinked and we're so deep into this game already. It's 9-8. And Spirit put up a very good answer after an 8-4 lead.
Quick reminder, of course, that on your first deposit, you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash for Underdog.
$1,000 US, folks.
Can we make a little sound for our sponsors here? All right.
Yeehaw.
Underdog is a US-based company, though.
Nice deal.
Underdog's got you,
Zase
dog.
repatréti.
This could be a turning point. We're talking about no ops. Mauser really low. Brolin's really low.
Man, sliding between fire like that. Down to 4 HP, and he catches Chopper on the jump up. Nade with his name on it. But look at this. Sneaky stuff from Sershin. Slipped right through that mid-smoke. Now suddenly the hit is on, and Magic's better hold it alone. Tough stuff as he's concerned about Long, but Dog slipped out.
Dude, they run at him so quickly. 2-on-2.
Oh, good rebuttal here from Jimmy. Catching the kill down into the spawn. Looks like Mouz has got another answer on this T side.
Oh my goodness, they're trying to end this round early.
Prostě
Going to
nechci
peek him.
třetí mapku.
We've seen how many clutches that Spirit win.
Yeah, I said it looks like another from Mouz, but I forgot. Zontic's been so clutch, although he has not been nearly as hot here on map 2. He slides around this smoke. There is a chance that Mouz have kind of lost track of where he's at. You see that with the cat smoke, just to guarantee he doesn't come through it. So he's playing with the timing here.
You know, he's so patient.
I get
And they're still looking.
At some point, he's going to attack, and as he does, he just loses the duel. It's a chance in a head-to-head where Jimmy would not have instantly traded him. Zontix leaves a little out there, and Mouz suddenly trying to pull off this back and forth. The force war that opened up the first half for Mouz is starting to go down in the second here as well.
Definitely, this is one where they really invested a lot. Brolin, so good when he gets on low HP of ignoring it. I want to say that. He picks up this kill off of Cat after standing in the way of so many different pieces of utility, eventually dying to them, but not before taking out a kill. And we have drained the timeouts once again, just like we did back on Mirage, well before the game ends. These are two teams that understand each other so well. So many of their maps are close. No lead feels like it's enough. And we're talking about a MAC 10 here for Zershin. We got a 5-7 on the board for Magix. If last round wasn't a turning point, this one is.
Yeah, you can talk about all their limitations, but what about Donk on 21 kills? M4 in hands.
What about Zontix versus a whole exact 5v1 on the site?
Yeah. You raise a valid point. He's gonna duck in behind the cover, desperate for anything, and he will hold on for one.
Wally's not doing anything.
Crazy little bit of damage. Jimmy's gonna keep it very swift on Donk, though. Headshot in the windowsill, and I'll call this the Spirit save. Mouz are making a game of the second map.
Yeah, off the tac pause, actually, we got Mouz going to the B site. 5v1 in there, perfectly avoiding everything Spirit wanted to set up to. They did not think this was going to take place. The read is perfect from Mouz. An 11th round will be secured. And Magix, I think he just wants to grab a gun that he can find in the window. Let's see if he can get away.
Yeah, honestly, save that. All's good. Problem is, door wide open. Here's your timing, but he missed it. No way to have known. He'll drop Spinks at least, chipping away at their money, but if anything, it's the economy of Spirit that really needs some kind of stable base.
Yeah. 11 rounds to Mouz. It's a great call and excellent execution, and the perfect time to do it again. Gonna assume Cyclone help with this.
Příští čtvrtek.
Mouz want to make it 3 maps. And actually a third investment, full investment.
Feels like they're just trying to force the end to the series, but
it's so awkward because their money was good enough, you know, to put up decent guns behind the op. It's just that Mouz have avoided that, forced the saves. I think Spirit were just lucky to have saved any guns, essentially. They did technically have a decent place to buy or try to force, and their forces earlier on this game had paid off, but this has created some great opportunities for Mouz.
The tough spot for Spirit, so they're going to try to get active to somehow reclaim from man disadvantage. You can somehow get that upgrade as well here on Cat. That'd be great for Chopper. MP9 in hand to support Shiro at the moment. Zontix with the other SMGs just sitting, waiting for this approach out mid. And he's kept his head tucked. Chopper getting dangerously close now, but very well aware of the threats across the map. Our Mouz here in the 20th round of play.
This walkout excellently placed. Zershan's gonna see nothing. That's a relieving sign, but look who comes in from behind.
5-7 though at this distance. Missed shot from Shiro. That would have been a critical moment. And there could still be one queued up with this MP9 behind the car, cleared out by Spinks. Now Jimmy, full control of middle, lets Magix walk away with the M4. Maybe they save again, but this is Spirit facing 4 map points on Dust 2.
The second half has so much to do with math and the way that they bought and how many sort of like half difficult rounds. I mean, it feels like Shiro's only got one chance to shoot in these last 3 rounds. Missed that one opportunity to do it. It's been Zontix getting isolated a lot. Mouz have conjured up such a clean half. Donk's been neutralized as well.
Yeah, still topping the charts, but again, you know, our desk at the start of in between the maps, Freya said, I just want to throw the numbers out the window after the affair that went down on Mirage, and that makes total sense, but Jacob had such a compelling argument as to why the deadly duo at the top of Spirit are the best on Dust 2. But Mouz have been playing against the numbers this entire time in Austin. We are 1 round away from this series going to Nuke, a map that Spirit have not beat Mouz on all year long, despite the 2 efforts. And already up this catwalk, Mouz are wasting no time to get this final blow. And look at them get caught off guard. I'm sorry, Spirit look lost.
Yeah, they do, and they don't have anything to fight back against this. I don't see a retake coming in with 3 MP9s. This could be the end of Dust 2.
Hard reset in between the maps for Mouz.
One upgrade comes in for Magix. He's the important player here coming in from long.
Another smoke in front of the 3 players, and you know Spinks, if given the chance,
Torzy watching this.
He will lurk for that final blow. Zershan off of the cover, quick reposition, back at the fight, gets another headshot. Finally something out of Team Spirit here, Magix. Again, they will fight for every round, but this is a 10-second defuse.
Nice.
You're kidding. The clutch rounds begin. 2v4.
Pěkně, Donko.
But
3 MP9s
prosím,
on this round.
ještě 3 kola. A pak ještě víc, prosím.
But this is the thing. This is the best economic position they've been in the last 4 rounds. They actually won a round. They've been playing off of saves and buying down what they can behind the op that Shiro has been saving.
It was 4 map points that Mouz had to close Mirage. They let Spirit back in. Same case Dust 2.
The strongest buy they've had in the last 4 or 5 rounds.
So you're saying the CT side starts now?
Essentially, they gave themselves the best chance. Mouz put themselves in a spot to just simply close that. It felt like a, you know, a third round of OG after you win the first 2 every single time with the way they were buying.
Utility pressure for Shiro to handle.
Problém je, že to bylo hrozně close.
Like Zershan's feeling it this second map.
Kondong tam dává zase
Poor guy was muted on some of the entry paths within Mirage.
Kámo, proč tam není 5 donků v tom týmu?
T-side reads have been excellent for Mouz.
Yes.
Proč se nenakladuje ten kokot?
But if they try to commit now, there's players and utility to keep them off this A site. Shiro blinded. Second player tucked in over on Goose plus Chopper within that smoke, covered off by Magic.
Nice Magix, pěkně. Magix si děkuju.
Some sort of an answer back, still plenty of time for this round to be clawed back. You overstepped. You took a chance. And Mouz now have deep control of middle thanks to space.
Vymrdaný kokoti, vole, Magix vám dal šanci. A teď to úplně promarníte.
Really had legs to stand on. Mouz have seized the opportunity to shut down. Smoke over towards the B site. Spirit's economy found out. Mouz in Austin is all about resilience. And after a
Slovenský dostal
Mirage, they step up to that same test. They do it again. Mouz refused to go down easy.
Full credit, amazing team play once again. T-side, they picked the right sides. Brolin said, listen to me. CT side, they had excellent tactics. They survived. The force buy wins in the beginning. They stabilized. They had the 8-4 half. They impressed here on Dust 2.
They absolutely did. Exertion after, I'm gonna say it, wasting those match points on Mirage. Tell me how you made sure that you didn't do the same thing here.
Yeah, I mean, we just kept our composure, we enjoyed the crowd here, and yeah, the energy is amazing. Even though we lost the first map, I think it was just really nice to play in this arena. So I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful to give a third map, and let's make it a good one as well.
You've had Spirit's number before. Should they be afraid of you?
Yeah, we will see what the third map brings. You know, it's the major quarterfinal. We are here in fucking Austin. We're gonna fucking do it. And yeah, I'm excited to play.
Let's get it. Thank you.
Magix, yeah, we're going the full distance in this one. Tell me about that marathon so far of a series.
Well, that was kind of shaky on Dust 2, and as well on Mirage as well. I believe there was a lot of like weird situations going on the map, and I hope on Nuke we'll manage to get a better communication and just play better.
You just heard what Mouz had to say on the other side. You've got an arena full of people here. You want to say anything to him?
No, not yet.
Soon enough. All right, well, thank you very much, Magic.
Thank you.
After what was a heartbreaking way to lose out on Mirage, we're talking quadruple overtime, no less. I was ready to be counting Mouz out of this one, but not today, Peter. Just as you alluded to, Mouz back and not going down without a fight.
I was so happy that you phrased that you can throw everything out the window, throw your stats, throw your win percentage out the window, because what Mouz showed right here on stage, that is Counter-Strike. That is that you take control of the situation, you bounce back, you show that it's not over till it's over. And they found themselves on the back foot. They know they had a lot to accomplish, but they have been going through stage 3 in the exact
Furia.
same way. And the way that they bounce back now on Dust 2 brings Mouz Sports to a place where they can win this series.
They've showed a lot of resilience throughout the entire tournament. That's been the story for Mouz so far. As you said, stage 3. At no point did they play good. At no point did they look like the true Mouz version. But this time around, they played good Counter-Strike. They played proper Counter-Strike. They gave it to Spirit, and one would argue they should have won Mirage as well. And then the whole story would have been a 2-0 for Mouz. So I agree with you.
Come on,
see
Nuke.
Mouz finally playing some proper Counter-Strike and getting a result out of it.
I think understandably so. The last post-map segment was a little bit chaotic for my taste, so let's tackle this one in linear fashion.
Já to nevidím v Spirit Win vůbec. Já se nevím, co se Spirit Win teď vůbec.
That's when I thought it would be over for Mouz. You win the pistol, you get off to a good start, you think, can you convert? Then maybe they have a chance of making a game out of it. But then Shiro does an insane play with the scout. We don't get to see it from his point of view right here. Maybe we will later on, but the play right here, Peter, Spirit coming in, second round, breaking the back of Mouz. You think after the way they just lost on Mirage as well, that could have been the death punch, in the stomach of Mouz right here. But they still bounce back, and they do that in round 4. Mouz, again, a weak bar of their own. They lose the first play as well, but they find a way back with the 5-7s.
I think Mouz, they had the right reaction in round 2. We saw how Brolin wanted to play up close to the smokes, but Shiro decides to actually unscope him through the smoke, and then they just literally scale up. And watching this round, obviously, Mouz found bouncing back. Your Jimmy plays it perfectly. He hides and tucks in behind the box, waits for the backup to come, and Suntix decides to go out of tunnels before the smoke plumes indoors, and they just easily lose this conversion.
And this is the round for Mouz, right? If they were to lose this round, 3-1 for Team Spirit, they get off to a good start, they get control as well. I said coming into it, Spirit have played Dust 2 22 times this year, and they won 20 of those games. And in more than 11 of those games, it hasn't even been double digits, right? They're normally dominating their opponents, but we saw early on in this first half that they were a little bit shaky, couldn't quite convert. And the second you gave Mouz a feeling that, hey, we can play toe-to-toe with Team Spirit, that's when they got into the game.
And it's also like Dust 2 is not unfamiliar territory for either of the teams, but then again, Spirit has been picking this map against Mousesports every time they play it. So Mousesports has also had the opportunity to go back and look, what does Spirit like to do? What have we made? Like, what can we do to go in and disrupt their game plan? So I think, this actually played out in Mouz's favor in some sort.
Yeah, shout out to Jimmy and Exertion as well, because I can remember, more than one occasion where Jimmy was struggling on some of those CT positions. Today, that was not the case in that first half.
Exertion and Jimfat kept them alive in the first half. They played exceptional good Counter-Strike, especially Exertion. We called him out, say that he has to be the difference maker, he has to be the playmaker, and he was in the first half as well. Jimfat, as we mentioned already, had a couple of crucial moments early in the first half where he was rock solid. As you said, Freya, on Dust 2 in particular, on the CT side, there's been a couple of tournaments and a couple of games where you haven't been able to figure it out, but seemingly he's learned from that. So I want to give all the credit in the world to those two players because they kept Mouz alive and made sure that that first half was one that they could win from.
And I just can't emphasize enough how important it is for Mousesports to have Exertion firing on all cylinders. He is the playmaker of the team. He's the guy that calls a lot of the starting moves and how they want to start out the round. So for him to having a series where he actually shows up instead of disappearing that we've maybe discredited him for, it's just really important for Mousesports.
Yeah, and we'll get to see some of the numbers on both sides of the equation as well, just for the CT side of both Jimmy and Exertion here. Just goes to show exactly how much impact they were able to bolster. Did that surprise you, considering, I totally buy into your argument, Peter, that yeah, they've played Spirit literally every single time. They've gone head-to-head. Dust 2 has been in the mix. But does it surprise you, Jacob, that Spirit weren't able to put up a little bit more aggro on that T side?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think Spirit played horrible Counter-Strike on the T side. Didn't look like themselves. When you watch Spirit normally play on Dust 2, you see a team in constant flow, in constant motion. You see Dunk obviously activated all the time. He was struggling on the T side, had a massive bounce back on the CT side. So there was a couple of things missing from what we normally see for Team Spirit. But then again, it takes players like Exertion, it takes players like Jimfat in order to punish those mistakes and make sure that you get the most out of it. So you can always look at the glass half full in a sense. Spirit didn't play well, no, but Mouz did enough in order to make them look like a foolish team.
Should we talk about the last round of this map as well? Obviously, Spinks had so much impact on Mirage, wasn't able to get it over the line, but the way he closed out this final round of the map, that was beautiful stuff from him.
It was really just like a classic Spinks play, and I remember him pulling off this play Bank of Vitality when he was my teammate, He's so good at using the space, and space is a term that can be used in both ways, because you can also use space when your teammates actually are dying, and this is the case here. Max gets a double kill from Goose, and Spinks, he just lurks out B. Like, he lurks out, gets a double kill, and then instantly calls his teammates to rotate back, and we were like for a moment thinking, oh no, not again, not clutch, because the round prior to this one, they managed to throw away the situation. So Spinks just takes matters in his own hand, closes it out with a quad kill, and seals the deal for Mousesports.
I love the way that he's doing it, right? Because he's getting a lot of critique for sometimes being out of it, not being part of the rounds. And one could argue it's a 5v3, Chopper stays alive, gets a kill, Spirit in a great position, but then Spinks comes out and gets a double kill. 9 out of 10 rounds, he goes out, he gets nothing. And people will be pointing fingers towards Spinks and saying, oh, you never participate, you're always lurking, you're always baiting. But when it works out like this, that's when we gotta give him the credit for it.
I remember you pointing a finger at a certain someone during stage 3 called Brolin. You weren't particularly happy with his output. Has he improved coming into this big stage?
Absolutely fantastic bounce back from Brolin so far in the playoff. He was horrible in stage 3. Had some of the worst games of his life. I think he went combined 2 for 23 in opening kills over the last 4 maps he played in stage 3, which is absurd. This time around though, Peter, an awful lot of impact. I think the calling on both the CT side and the T side deserves a lot of credit. So I'm very, very happy to see him bounce back immediately at the playoff.
I think that he's just him showing up today, the way that he's been taking so much space, and he actually turned a lot of the opening kills around to his favor, giving Mouz the space. That has been like the very instrumental thing for him, and that is what he's good at, and maybe that's also why one of the reasons why it has been looking a little bit dire for him. When he doesn't get those kills, he just looks a little silly, right? That's always the case when you want to go in front. If you lose, you look silly. If you get it, you're like the hero of the day. But Brother has been playing instrumentally well. I think he's a big reason, and I love what he showcased today, also jumping in, you know, I got remembrance of him saying on TeamSpec that, guys, I'm in a position where I'm feeling the game so much. If you just listen to me, I will lead you to victory. And that is such a character thing to show.
Should we recap exactly that moment? Because you picked up on it. Let's revisit it in case anybody missed out on that mic'd up moment.
Yeah. Give me a fist bump, boys. Let's keep it going. Yeah, boys. I just want to listen to me now. I'm fucking feeling it, okay? I'm fucking feeling it. So if I can listen to me on my fucking calls on Tisa, we're gonna fucking win this game. Okay,
Gotcha,
buddy.
And that's what you want to hear from your in-game leader, right? We heard moments from Exertion in that first map. Obviously didn't go in their favor. But he's saying, just listen to me, we're going to win it. And they did exactly that.
I like the fact that he's taking charge of this team. You know, he's showing leadership in that regard. He's telling the teammates, listen to me, I'm feeling it. I also do think it's something that we can put into the context of him being a new in-game leader. You played with a lot of different in-game leaders. When they have a successful game themselves, when they're feeling it, when they're winning the duels, the calls they make also get significantly better. I think Glaive is a prime example of that. Whenever he was feeling it, his calls would always be 10 out of 10. Same could be said for Brolan. He's inexperienced as an in-game leader. So when he's not playing well individually, which was the case in Stage 3, maybe the calls haven't been that great. Maybe that was part of the reason why Mouz was struggling as much as they were on the T-side. When he's feeling it, Peter, you can see a clear difference.
And that was just, you know, you mentioned Glaive, and I actually got a flashback to sitting on the server playing with Glaive, because he said that multiple times when we've been like in tough situations, saying, guys, if you just listen to my calling, I'm feeling it, just trust me. And that just spread so much confidence throughout the team. And that was great to see Brolan showing up, because he had a good game. He had some really good reads, and he just wanted to showcase that to the team, so they kept believing in the victory. And that's exactly what they did.
Jacob, you had a premonition before we got into this very arena. You said Spirit were going to go and win the whole goddamn thing. Are they going to even be able to win this next map of Nuke?
I think so. I think Mouz have struggled a lot on Nuke so far in this tournament. However, Jason made a good point, you know, in the beginning of the day, that Mouz is looking like a different team. So maybe them struggling on Nuke in Stage 3 doesn't mean anything in the playoff, but it hasn't been looking great against Legacy. An elimination game, they went down 9-3, had to monster a massive comeback in order to get back into it. I still have Spirit as my favorites to win this game. As I said to you as well, said to the world, I thought Spirit could win the major. With the way they've been playing so far today, I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're playing good Counter-Strike right now. I think they're on a level that is not acceptable if we want to have them in the conversation of winning the major. So I expect a close game, but still Spirit winning it.
Well, either way, we are going to be diving into the ground of Nuke very shortly indeed, but not before we check in with a couple of fans with Banks.
Okay, this is something that's very old school. I see a Gambit logo in here. Spin around for me. Damn, with Shiro's name on the back as well. So I guess you're supporting Spirit right now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
How confident are you that they can bounce back going into this third map?
Oh, they have to. I mean, my weekend would be ruined if they didn't.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and the first map already had my voice shot, so we're getting some merch, and we're getting back in there and going 100%.
Counter-Strike brings people together. I got Jesse, I got Kimmy, I got Davin here with me. Just tell me your story, because this is incredible.
Yeah, we're from all over. We have a group of 8 of us that we all met here in Austin for the first time. We play Counter-Strike online. We've been playing for about 10, 15 years together. And yeah, we decided to meet for the first time in real life in Austin for the first time. So.
And at a major, which makes it more special.
Oh, yeah.
How happy are you that you got a major in America?
So good, yeah. A couple of us from Canada, a couple of us from the US.
Oh.
Yeah, all over.
All over North America. NA, baby. That's what it's all about. That's what this major's all about. Guys, an American major, we're back. How happy does that make you?
It's so nice to be back. I haven't been to a Counter-Strike event since ESL 1 New York, which was 2018. So it's very nice to be back in the stadium watching some Counter-Strike.
And what about you?
Oh, I mean, I'm new to the scene. Like, I just joined like Counter-Strike 2 as soon as it came out. I'm having fun so far. My first major, I met these guys online like a year ago, and we all came out together. Oh man, it's good out there.
Man, the atmosphere is so wholesome and so hype here in Austin. But we have some serious business to be contending with, because Mouz outlast on Dust 2, but the question is, can they outlive Spirit in the entirety of this best of 3? That will be decided on our third and final of Nuke. I've got Maui, I've got Moses to be breaking this one down. What is the story when we're entering this third round?
Well, Spirit has played Mouz 3 times on Nuke in the last 6 months. Every single time, Mouz has won. Crazy good T-side, 7-round T-side, 8-round T-side, 9-round T-side, okay? Donk, he is in a blender when he is playing against Mouz.
That's actually a big talking point that Mouz has shown at times that they've like almost specifically, it feels like sometimes targeted Donk and had like his whole positioning downloaded. I think for me the big thing is Mouz just showed Spirit. Spirit won Dust 2 twice this year against Mouz, and they came in and said, we've actually figured it out. We've learned from our mistakes, we can take your map away from you. Now Spirit have that task of proving they can do the same thing, that they've done some research, they've fixed the issues with their nuke, because Mouz has beat them on it twice here in 2025. So now Spirit has to show they can reverse their fortunes as well.
Confirmation that Spirit will be starting on the CT side of things. At the major, it's not decided by a knife, it's decided by the seeding coming into the matchup. Does that change anything in your opinion, considering you're saying, you know, Mouz, they know what to do on that T side?
Not at all, not at all. I mean, Mouz know how to run that offense so well. They've made Donk look pedestrian in Shanghai. They're gonna wanna do it again in Austin. It's gonna come down to a few of the other players from Spirit to help him out. I wanna see Shiro being mobile. I wanna see people like Chopper and Magic sometimes just giving a little bit, just give him a flash, give him a trade, just something, you know?
Anything.
Don't put it all on Donk's shoulders for once,
Yeah, give him some, well, look, I think what's interesting about this is Mouz has looked like the better team in this series. If it weren't for those clutches back on map 1, Spirit's got to change that. Spirit has to look like the stronger team here today. I don't think you can win the series just based off of clutches. So Spirit have to come in, and I guess the real X factor would be, have they changed anything? Like, that is going to be the eternal question. Have they made any adaptation, any small details they've altered to make things awkward and uncomfortable for Mouz?
Well, we can check in with the live odds, and they're actually going to be favoring the side of Spirit coming into this one. Let's talk about the AWPers on this map of Nuke. We've got Shiro, we've got Torzy. We've been wanting more from Torzy powering up into this tournament, because what we've seen the past few months has looked really good from him. Has he kind of, you know, reclaimed any of your faith on these first 2 maps?
Yes. I mean, I think he looked good on the first couple of maps. Not always having, he did have stretches where he slowed down a bit, but in terms of the defense, the way he plays off of teammates, I feel like he's doing a great job and uplifting everybody, of course, on his team. That's what he's been so good at in 2025.
Yeah, he didn't need to rekindle anything for me, Freya. I always had faith in Torzy. Even during like a quiet stage 2, stage 3, whatever, like even during those quiet moments of that stretch, I think it's more just like his teammates stepped up to carry him to this point. He wasn't going to be kept down for the whole event. In the playoffs, he showed map 1 was incredible from him, fantastic in openers. And if you want to talk about having good nuke T-sides, having your AWPer, having your entry fragging space taker like Exertion call their own plays and being really proactive in how they want to tackle the situation, you love that as an IGL.
Where's Shiro going to be roaming when we're talking about, you know, the CT side, the first half of this map of Nuke?
I mean, I've seen him try to help out ramp, but I really do feel like he needs to secure that outer yard area alongside Donk. And speaking of Donk too, I mean, if Spirit are to fall here, the case for the world #1 so far in 2025 is just being handed to ZywOo. Yeah. There is no question about it. There's no contest. Donk wants to make sure that that conversation lives on, that there's a chance for him to at least do something here at Austin, put his name in the conversation, and don't let the front runner in ZywOo get even further ahead.
Yeah, because ZywOo was pissed about that last year. He was pissed about not being in the conversation. You can say all you want that you don't care who wins it at the end of the day, but not being a part of the conversation whatsoever. If he's that far ahead, I'm with you. There's going to be a certain element that Donk in the back of his mind, I think, that's going to be pushing him forward in this map.
And I feel like he's going to be having, you know, a bit of vengeance, particularly coming off of that Dust 2, because it wasn't like he wasn't showing up in the fragging department on that particular map, right? I'm never going to be counting Donk out when you're coming into a decider like this.
He is putting it on the line every single round. The way that he was jumping through window, when there's flashes and mollies being thrown from Mouz, he's trying to upset expectations every single time he gets an opportunity to shoot someone. Even if you know that the fight is 20% favored for him, 10% favored for him, he hits shots that nobody else in this server can.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the important role and positions that he plays, he can, in a nuke, be a little bit of a one-man army. He can actually carry them through stretches, and it might be required, and that's why I'm curious, is he going to get any help outside? Is he going to get another extra rotation in early one, just to help him get comfortable in this game? Because if he starts feeling targeted the way we've seen in the past when they play Mouz on nuke, that can really suck. So I mean, I think first priority for Spirit is make sure Donk's comfortable.
Well, we are ready to be diving into the decider between Mouz and Spirit. It's all going to be going down on nuke.
It's amazing to see everybody meeting their online friends in real life here at the Austin Major. USA, USA, USA. It's something special. Thank you guys for being here. Beyond the game, that's what matters the most.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. You know, my first real US event, the US Major, that's so elusive over the last 7 years, and yet here we are, and it's only the first of 7 games. 4 days long, folks. We've got 4 days to party here in the Moody Center. But this one's for elimination. It's Mauser and Spirit going home. Somebody steps forward into the semis. Moody Center. Let's get rowdy! All weekend long. Fast play into the A site. Waste no moment. Magic's already taken off down from the top of the hut. Donk over towards the other side of the vents. Peeks in. Can't get a third with the one mag. And it spinks down lower B. But guess what? You don't have a bomb.
They don't care. They don't care if he wants to run away, if he wants to try something new. You can leave, Spinks. He has to find a way to get back to this bomb to make this possible. Donk with 2 clean shots from that opposite vent. Feels like it's the 2 that sealed the deal. Entering through mini, well, that might be quite obvious. Spinks got to have perfect green here to hit the headshots.
That's great Overwatch. They start to reconsider options, though. You get Zontic to go take a look towards lobby. Confirm now, of course, Spinks over towards main. Pinned against the wall. Double swing to the other side. Full control here for Spirit, despite Mouz's best effort of frazzling them out of the gate with a fast A rush in the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, Donk now has
63
kills after these last 2 maps and this
prosím.
pistol round. It's becoming one of those classic sort of rating lines here
Zase
with this
posrat
lineup.
všechno.
And they lost us
No
too,
tak.
but it's not like Donk wasn't there. So what they're looking for here is a couple of things. I mean, for Nuke to go better, and in their record with Mouz, I don't think they're actually that nervous or uncomfortable. I think Mouz know that like they barely won in the overtimes, and like to replicate that is also its own kind of pressure. The question is more, you know, how many people are going to show up at the same time. Because when you look at a tournament that Mouz play in, they all take turns top fragging. Like you never get one guy who's just the best all the way to the end. So that's fine for them. But for Spirit, it's always Donk.
Ouch. Hefty damage off the frag grenade, plus Shiro over in the corner.
Nice.
Gonna swoop out, catch him off guard as they were more fixated on Zontic. He gets a bunch of assists on that ramp hold. And this force buy from Mouz has netted them absolutely nothing. The time being, not even a kill.
Yeah. I think you got a tag on this. Well, Brolin knows he's hurt.
Yes.
Fight me. Let me at him. Let me at him.
Somebody peek. This iron cage, it's going to be the end of him. All 5 players stand for Spirit, making the most of their seeding, which allowed for them to start CT side.
Okay.
pistol and conversion, unlike back on Dust 2.
Yeah, like maybe a little bit more calm here. Of course, the force up with no bomb plant is an interesting choice, but with how good Mouz have been on some of these rounds, I'm not surprised they tried
force,
it.
to byl
No
jako...
really momentum for them.
What? Co to je? Lol, to byl force, dobře. Tak jo.
Mouz can have a little bit of fun in this one.
Všechno full eagle.
It's kind of expensive actually.
Opovaž se bidiglovat.
Last round, no bomb plant. They get some kills here. I mean, it's at best MP9s for the most part.
Haldong si spravil kameru.
Like quickly before Cyclone says anything.
Donku, nepokoušej to.
Player top main at least. That's the bomb. Don't lose it there. Don't lose the bomb up there. Just in case. Just in the small chance that these Desert Eagles get a chance.
Looks like it almost got scary for Chopper.
Okay, Shiro, nice.
It looks like they're watching it, but
nice, Shiro.
Yeah, I don't know. Shiro doesn't really have to leave in this spot.
Not much you can do about it. Ooh, now the bomb's on top of main.
Nice.
Well,
no,
that's the end of the round. And the Desert Eagle spam onto Donk's only going to drop to 40. Desk was talking a lot about whether or not Donk gets help outside as this game goes on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is where we've seen him targeted by Mouz specifically.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's an interesting part about this, like the way that they have dealt with Donk on this map specifically, and we see his great game, so we're going to check in on it sort of at each half at this juncture.
Spirit,
he's going to be playing in mini behind smokes. He's going to be crossing on T side. These smokes being breakable in CS2 is what's bringing the success to Mouz and their ability to isolate his timings. It doesn't matter how good you are. When you're in mini, there's so much pressure.
Já ani nepotřebuji tu zlatou medaili, já chci jenom, abych měl falešnou šanci prostě. Naději.
Donk slipping around outer. They're already getting real dangerously close. Push.
And he runs out of ammo, I think, right there.
Spinks jumps on him, only has 6 health left. Should have been easy cleanup. Should have. But instead, Magic's the second victim here of Spinks.
It's an early mistake, but they get a kill back. Spinks on 6 HP.
Making sound as he climbs off hut. Jimmy's gonna know Zontix isn't too far off.
Spinks looking to come into this later. Rest of his team gonna take heed at the moment. Looks like Shiro's going to get flanked. Zontix actually might have made a good read by dropping down. We'll see if they end up going ramp or not, but Spinks is in a position to flank it. No, they're coming back to an open site.
Completely vacant. Spinks still deep outside as well. They'll go through the motions with the utility, but there is no chance for Spirit to stop this bomb plant. That's for damn sure, especially if Spinks controls the ladder.
I was thinking maybe they're going to go try to split with Spinks into the ramp.
Protože tam ten Spinks, kámo. S 6 jápkama, to je...
I don't think they're going to even
do
try this retake with the op in play.
All right, Spinks, triple kill so far. The limitation of the health doesn't seem too big of a problem for him to deal with. And seeing Shiro head back for ramp to try to get saved. Zontix gonna get mowed down as Jimmy gets aggressive outside main.
Spinks survived that nade.
And so Mouz have an early answer here, folks. 4 rounds into play, first T-round win found, and there is no guarantee that Shiro gets to heat this off. Pressure's on early for Spirit. They get swept away. Quad kill for Spinks.
Wow, on 6 HP. Magix could have stopped all this, hitting 1 bullet from up there in heaven. But it didn't seem clear when he peeked out where exactly Spinks was in his mind. Because he went out really wide, he was aiming in the wrong place, and the adjustment was obviously off. Wow. And you know, with Spinks joining this team, the other crazy part about it was how good and consistent he's been, just looking comfortable, like he's played on the team for a long time. But he really hasn't been the story of the match so far for Mouz.
Oh, beautiful duel from Torzi. We get the first real set of support for Donk. We get an op duel instantly. Donk's gonna pick it up. Give a taste of his medicine right back to Torzi, but he doesn't control the secret stairs, which means Xerxion's got a chance to take a look down lower. Zontix already down here to try to deal with it.
Yeah, they're spotting it. I mean, there's 2 cross smokes. They have to be paranoid about them. Let's see about this duel, Xerxion.
Nice.
Floppy.
Perfect peek there from Zontix, and they find a lot of space outside. The walls are coming in around them. They don't know it yet. Technically, there's still a good move here to be made if they can figure it out.
Hello.
Dobrý
Fire
močka.
from the depths and a hold from the
Nice.
back of the site already here for Magic. Great clean rifle work on his behalf. Spinks, star of the show 1 round ago, now has to do it in a clutch. Same amount of frags that he offered up 1 round prior. He's got the time to do something special here. Or if not, it is Spirit to answer after Mouz's first round win. A hard economy reset. Oh, he can't afford this. Frag into the heavens. Still nobody actually pouncing on him. He does try to reposition, and within that, it is Donk with a double kill on an op.
And you know what? There's something special about the fact that he killed Torzi. That was like a raw op duel, like op to op. Torzi's waiting for him on that specific angle. Donk has to have that perfect clear, and this is not his full-time job. I mean, it's not even his part-time job, man. He's literally opping as a freelancer once in a while, you know? And so it's so key and so important that he takes the perfect fight at the perfect moment, the perfect swing. Because we saw what Torzi just did that to Zero. He really saved it. And what a bounce back here for Magix. Died in that peak up in heaven. But on this round, not a lick of damage.
Torzi peeking into the opera goes well. Torzi holding the angle is the end of him. I want to get a temperature check here, Moody Center. Who thinks Mouz wins this match? And make some noise if Donk goes on!
That's what it feels like. One guy versus a whole team. And he's still strong enough to actually do it.
Unfortunately, wasn't on Dust 2 despite a great showing out of him, at least numerically. It's nice to see the support with him already outside, though. Feel like some of the key points the desk brought up have already been brought to the table.
Smashed every record in his rookie year, won a major also. And now returning champ with their most important piece in perfect condition.
Xertion burnt a bit. Brave challenge for him to take against Shiro. But he is just immediately down into the secret stairs. Not with full health, of course. Softened up, but it's a fast move from Chopper down those vents. And you saw the frustration on Xertion when he wasn't able to best Zontix 1 round ago in a head-to-head duel outside those vents. But Chopper actually comes up. There is nobody downstairs for Spirit at the moment. Nobody.
Yeah, he smoked it down lower, so unless they go and refill Zontix's position, he's also put his smoke down on ramp. They just don't want to fall for this. Everyone on the T side is still upstairs.
It's Incendiary in hand for Magix. He's going to drop that on Hut. Should cut off Jimmy, but more attention outer first.
This is a crazy risk from Shiro. They could be in big garage.
Oof, he gets away from it. Now that position in garage is occupied by Spinks. Jimmy's going to get bested inside of lobby. Chopper's got a good chance to reposition, carve out some information. What they can't do is hold back Heaven. That belongs to Mouz. Soon enough, Brolin arrives, and Donk seems pretty damn prepared for this peak. We'll see if he can hit the headshot. We'll see if Brolin jumps the gun. But it's not just Brolin, Spinks, and now Torzi brings Bomb up here with him. It is a pack of players versus Donk at 20 seconds.
Donk 3 killy.
No one there to catch this. Donk waiting from beneath. They have the right setup. Will they get the kills?
Looks good so far between Magix and Donk. The first two there.
Okay.
Torzi's up, brings it back. Chopper. Oh no, Chopper. He lets the sight get compromised from behind.
And there's time to go get this bomb down. You just gotta die for it. He's got it. It'll get planted.
Extra second. There to bring it back.
Chopper to posral.
That bait perfect
yeah,
for Chopper.
That was...
Why, after coming through Hut, would Xertion ever expect somebody inside Squeaky and then another?
That was fantastic from Spirit.
Nice.
Talk us through it.
They have that flash going. They have the setup. The first thing is, when they take that outside play, they do not fall for the idea that Mouz are going across into lower. Xertion gets down there. They know they've let one by, but they make the rotation really slow, right? It looks like they're not prepared for a lower play, but they have ramp smoke. They have lower smoked when Chopper leaves for a second, and by the time they get back up here, this is what they expected the whole time, you know? And what makes this really easy is Chopper winning his duel versus Squeaky and then pushing into it. Now they know they can face forward, take open angles to Heaven from outside the Hut, and they've been very good when they know they've opened up an angle of using it against their opponents.
5-1, tak aby hrávali i předtím. Prosím, ať tak zůstane. No tak.
And the kills are going their way too.
Prosím.
Chopper finds a small piece of Sanctuary top Hut. Fire doesn't burn it all out. We got Tech 9s across the board for Mouz.
Opovažte se pořád
Trying to
jako.
get Jimmy down the vent. That mission goes well. And it pulls Zontix off of ramp, which then just leaves space for Mouz to vacuum up. He's gonna hear this approach, drops the bomb in the process. Tech 9 tapped out by Spinks, well
To
done.
není dobrý.
Chopper doesn't know about Jimmy.
To si děláš pič.
Seems to have let his guard down.
Je mrné.
So all of a sudden you've got rifles getting
Jsou dla mě mrné.
their second round win comes by way of pistol.
Ooh, they caught the tempo.
Nah,
This was such a good spot for
prosím.
Spirit, but now they won a round while they were saving. They
Kámo,
do this with
MK
the split to
Kala.
lower. They get that. They
Jen
get a
se
committed
vou.
player on the ramp, and Chopper has no idea
To
about
si děláš
anything
pič.
coming in from secret. So I don't know if this was a
Eko.
calm to him. They had absolutely no idea, but this is a round where you can't justify that. Last round, you know, T's get smokes on the crosses. It's more hard to peek outside, so the CTs might not be able to fight him. But here, what's your excuse? You know, at worst, it's Tech 9s coming across. At worst, you should be able to at least know who crossed.
We kind of lose track of Jimmy downstairs, just from an observing point of view, because Zontix is so under pressure.
Did he? Yeah, I don't. Did
Double
he drop
doors
mid?
was open, and Chopper was stuck backside.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him on the mini-map lower, but I don't know if he dropped Ben or if he got across.
See if the replays explain
secret
it.
really quickly, but either way.
Nice tap as well here from Spinks.
He's already control side when this happens.
Can't make sense of that, but I mean, Mouz, excellent way to kickstart this T side right back into a threatening position. 7 rounds into this. Considering that clutch rounds were the Bane back on Mirage, it is great for them to pull out the X Factor here on Nuke.
No, definitely.
Shiro hunting for any sort of confirmation to this outer presence behind the wall of smokes.
It's just
so far sees nothing.
Such a difficult job generating opportunities when you're on the AWP here on Nuke. All the utility outside designed to block and obfuscate your vision, turn you around to make you rotate. And they get by him.
Ooh, do they get by him or does he sneak behind them?
Oh!
Ops hanging on here. Shiro with a critical double kill.
Wow,
that just sets up Donk perfectly to sweep down that last one. So we go 4v2. A recovery mission yet again out of Mouz.
It feels like they know every tactic that's coming. The timings they're taking. Zontix will also run into one. Bomb gets dropped. And that'll be 6 rounds here. Unless Jimmy can start teleporting again.
Proč jsem kurva mutlej?
I know.
Já jsem se mutloval, když jsem si čistě brýle, man.
I don't want to doubt him, but
Uh,
I think they're just happy
ahoj
to let
opět,
him
tak
save
co
in this spot,
jako
use it
master
as
v
an
této
extended
hře,
attack pause.
jak se jim daří?
But what are we seeing here? Spirit are catching them off right in the middle of their place. Every single time they're setting up and staging utility. Like, why was it that Shiro in that last
Ještě
round
chvilkou jsem si myslel, že
as soon as they smoked mini?
to není
That's
úplně
when it's
dobrý
dangerous for him.
a ztratil jsem naději, ale teď začínám naději trošku zase mít, protože teď se tačkajem docela dolů.
This might be the problem for Spirit when we get into the second half. Again, these guys have shown so much against each other in overtime.
Ale furt se bojím, protože Nuke není úplně jejich mapa.
And that makes sense because they don't see Mirage in their series. So yeah, that really elucidates how, you know, Mirage feels different.
What I will say is it's nice to see Donk so supported already by Shiro.
Definitely.
Heavy presence outer with the op already for Mouz to have to handle. And in the middle of that, you've got Donk, double digits on the kill count.
I think one thing's for sure, Mouz are not getting away with lurky plays, and that kind of just has to go now. They won a round forcefully on the exec down lower just by putting pressure and pace. And I think, honestly, if it's a team that is so aware of your set strategies, it's time to change gears. We'll see if Cyclone's going to call this, but this is a position where you look back on your only success and you think, well, how do we open up ramp really quickly? Do we throw in our upward pops as soon as the round starts? If they go ahead and call another slow default, it better be very convincing or they're going to get embarrassed.
Nesme vyhrát dás,
All the money on
prostě.
the line. It's still Brolin sitting 0 kills.
Já jsem
Zershin
takhle jsme
only
vyhráli
1.
Mirage, ale...
Tactics out the window. Got a call on them to hit some shots as well. It's a new position for Shiro, just playing inside main for the start of it, but again, wall of smokes.
Yes, I'm gonna say this is a brave call because stylistically it's matched up to the rounds that haven't worked.
Right.
Now let's see what Cyclone has brought to this round.
Oh, exposed. Exertion just a sitting.
Nice, Donk, klasika.
Can sense you through the smokes.
Ještě, pojď. Nice.
He is an animal.
Nechte se.
He's like a spinning top here. This is insane from Donk. Second kill he doesn't even see. This was like the first time we saw him play Nuke back at Kato.
Jo, přesně tak. Tak jsem to chtěl říct.
Every single fight that's come his way this round, an instant kill.
He not only knows how he wants to attack, he knows how you're going to try to attack.
Now the offer's trying to get at him. Jimpat from the top of main catches Donk off, but Donk is not alone.
They haven't countered him yet.
To je klasika.
Support is right there for him on top of another Donk multi.
Donk might set some sort of best of 3 kill record in this series, while Brolin has yet to get on the board.
Možný.
How many frags for Donk ahead of this third map?
He was at 60 kills in those first 2 maps.
73 frags in this quarterfinal at the moment.
We're getting into kills that most people wish to get in a full best of 5 already for Donk.
Ahoj, Alex.
And it's Tech9's yet again for Mouz. We'll see if that kind of gets the shackles off, right? One of the rounds Mouz actually have on the board is with a buy like this. And you said it.
Já se nebudu poslouchat na tom streamu, to
wasn't working a round ago.
Yes, and they killed them the exact same way. They revealed their positions, they caught them going slow outside.
Jak to má
hlavně vyčerpáním z první hry. No, podle toho, jak to půjde. Když budu vyhrávat Spirit, což právě se neděje, do piči.
Jo.
Kamu, jak tohle projebali.
Jsi úplně na širok.
I'm sure they assume a rotate is coming in. And even though they're low on HP, they're using vision to their advantage. They keep towards back. He's getting information.
Magix knows he's got to get it active.
Když byl vyhrávat Spirit, tak skončí rychle.
Nice. Ale Furia ani nehrála ještě, ne? To teprve bude.
Ne, to bude potom.
Tak to nezvládnu.
Yeah,
Spinks is now up in the rafters of the A site just to confirm it, and still there's plenty time.
Yeah, he can get into a really great spot, and
they're gone.
They can follow up behind this. Ooh, that was a moment where Donk could have literally killed them all. He was so close. And instead, Mouz get away. But what are we learning from this, man? This is another fast round that works off the back of Tech9. They can win because they have the firepower. Maybe it's the carefree attitude of being able to swing and trade really fast. But the one red thread here is that they're going fast. All the other rounds that have failed, where they've been systematically picked apart when they're coming through with what looks like these cool defaults that are, you know, really mysterious, and you have no idea what their end plan is, they've just fell flat.
I think for the rest of this half, 2 rounds left to play out. To hell with the strategy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Play with a little fire.
Get a little scrimmy, honestly.
Yep. It is straight up aggression down that ramp that's opened the rounds twice.
It's almost as if you want to play like it's OT already, and it feels like you have to respect the fact that the other team is so onto you. Now, when we compare their head-to-head, Mouz beats Spirit. But when we look at Spirit's new, they are much better, both at CT and T side. Mouz are going to do better on CT side, but their T side does struggle. This is still below par.
See if there's any kind of tempo change. They are running out of runway for this T side.
They get 5 rounds, they'll be on par.
2 ramp Tech9 rushes. That's what makes up 2/3 of this half so far from Mouz, but Chopper looks to step into the lobby, pays the price.
That looked a little crazy.
Kolik trvá stream? 4 hodiny.
It's wild that it's Spirit who are still playing with a bit more aggression. Mouz happy to just lean back again and again and allow for this fight to come to them.
Mouz
got no test outside. He's down secret now.
Yeah, if he goes down secret though, and they're up here,
Jako 4 hodinová byla trojka drsná. První zápas se totiž prodloužil 4krát. Takže to bylo extrémně close.
Exertion's too late to protect events. They get to rotate down. Will they find him? That's the question.
Looks like Donk has slipped beyond into the single door he'll go. His teammates eventually coming to join him.
But they are not pushing yet.
Now they route through over towards control, so it's control stairs for Torchy. No cover on the plant. Oh, he gets him off.
Wow, he knows he gets a full spray off. It's 2-on-2 now, and they have to get the bomb. Astrala's plant here in the back of the site.
Gonna be full exposed. A flashbang to try to get them out. Somebody's got to cross over, pick up that bomb, and plant. And there are two sets of prying eyes from Spirit trying to hold off from ramp. It is not yet a retake. Ball is in Mouz's court as they both decide to push up. But now they've been corralled.
They're going to have two hands busy.
And as that plant comes down, Torchy gets a kill. He gets the ball.
Wow.
Come on.
With the rifle. Great recovery out of Mouz.
Yeah, what a save. I can't believe Donk knew that he could get away with the full spray. Every bullet in, and he set his team up for a really strong position at the retake. Zontic's assisted after these kills came down. But that's amazing. Honestly, like, you would come in spray if you don't get the kill.
To je důležitý kill, oni to
Every
nedělají.
part of your screen, you assume someone could eventually peek you, but he just knows he can get every bullet out. It's like he just so quick to the information, checking in on everything. Got a timeout called here for Spirit.
Zasraný amici.
Jo.
Stupid ass Celsius.
Yeah, I'll pretend I don't know. Just for today.
Kam jsou tak zasraní patrioti, vole,
Zero
to
kills for
mrzá.
Roland, 1 kill for Xertion, but they still managed to get 4 rounds.
You said 5 is par for the course.
Yeah.
Well, what do? They're going to take this one to the ramp room. Here's that aggression we wanted to see. Zontix, though, shuts it down.
Škoda, že nezvolil
Way
všechny.
too easy as they emerge out through the smoke. Magic's willing to run the risk of stepping through the flames. And so trying to tap back into the
Nevím,
energy
jestli to
that the
žena
Tech
nebo
Nines
muž,
were able to
nevím.
tap into, but this one comes
Kdo?
up Spirit. It is 4 rounds on a T
Tam nejsou
side.
ženy.
A CT half between
Okay.
Mouz and
Tak to je muž.
elimination at the major.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test.
4-8, ale takhle byl Dust. Je to laglo?
Jo,
to laglo jim. Tak to laglo jim, ale.
to laglo jim.
Já dám kolečko totiž.
Aby nám ukázali City of Austin.
Ano. Jupi.
Jo.
Hodiny, yes. Ano. Takhle rozhodně je venku i tady v Chebu.
Aha.
Ano, úplně den je, no, úplně teď den. Krásný, sluníčko svítí, jasný.
Já bych šel do té vody, jo. Teď jdu.
Už je tak spíše napínavý, to je jedna vymrdaná hra.
To je nepráždil ani tady to město, co to je? Moje SimCity.
SimCity. Hrozně po dlouhé době v Americe a oni jsou na to hrdí, že Američani, vole.
KPR. Nice.
Furt tam řvou, vole, USA, USA.
Jo. Kdo vyhraje pistol? Jo, tak jo. Nevím, kdo vyhraje pistol. Třeba Spirit. Ty vole, to je nádhera, opravdu.
Jo, jdem tam. Do Austinu.
Co se tady?
Texas.
Okay. Jo, nice. Tady máte nějaký úplně jiný nebesa, jo. To je nádherný, nemůže tam ukázat třeba to jejich studio, ne, tam ukážu prostě město, jo.
To vždycky ukazují město.
To jsou hodně. Jakože jděte ven, nehrajte hry. Jo. Univerzita.
Tech9s barely keep Mouz in that one with half of their rounds on that T side by way of ramp rush. It is Donk on an absolute tear since the start of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's been a massive series for him overall. 60 kills, he's already on pace to maybe get another 30 in this game if he plays his cards right. The game steps a little bit
Seznam
closer
se s
here
Donkem,
with
ten
Mouz
ve Spiritu.
winning a couple of force buys, but if not for those,
Je
he was
to
a crushing
typek,
half.
co hraje
Spirit,
úplně
I think,
sám.
mentally 10-2'd this.
Hraje extrémně dobře. Kdyby v tom týmu hrálo 5 Donků, tak asi není co řešit.
Jo, máš 14 kg, tak. Aha.
No, ale to je každá hra takhle. Takhle je úplně každá hra.
Tak mám 2 pistolky.
A je stejně starý jak já. Já jsem myslím věděl, že jsem asi o pár dní starší jenom.
Zertion's Berettas step up to the plate. One frag left in the form of Shiro, and he'll bite back ever so slightly, but he is done for. Mouz start with a much-needed pistol round win.
2 apiece there. Zertion and Spanx put it together. Great shots, and they even snuck by into Mini while all this was happening. So it became a very scary situation for the upper players. But look at that. Fadeaway headshot from Spanx on Chopper. Took out the threat instantly. And that brings this game very much back into fruition again.
Let's go, monitor.
Mouz much stronger on CT side. Probably needed that.
Měl bych hrát na školních monitorech, to byl.
Jasný školní major, vole. Major ve škole.
Jo.
Spirit opt to go Desert Eagle on Donk, nothing else to work with. Looking to get the gun rounds going soon.
Vždycky, když se berou nějakou zbraň, nebo koupí nějakou prostě lepší zbraň, taky dají Donkovi, protože prostě ví, že nejlepší.
Every time he touches tab, a reminder that he has 0 frags. And still he's trying to call. Still he's trying to get everybody around him to believe in him to lead this
I love
comeback.
my life. Nice.
Even hand him an eco on that one. Me too, bro.
Američané mají ženy.
Jo, na zemi, ale mají.
Co to je?
Nevím, co to bylo absolutně.
What the fuck?
Vůbec nevím. Já ráním se, že ten Magix je žena.
Není.
Slyším, no.
Já v něm nevidím ženu teda. Ale jako, asi protože už znám nějakou dobu.
Budu mu říkat Bigas.
Je tam Biguzera ještě někde, takže... Biguzera bych chtěl říkat Bigas. Rip. A dobrý.
Zertion would not have been able to get out of there. Maybe with 1 HP jumping down, that's what he was worried about.
Come on, zabil Donka.
Zkušený asi jak já, mám 2 killy.
Jo, Brolem docela zandával první mapu, ale myslím, že je to druhou, ale ta teď jako... Typek jenom sleduje asi.
To za ně to jsou peníze, co mají? Nebo body?
Jo, peníze. Dolar znak se jim tam asi nevešel.
Jo, se. Tohle přezelenou. Co mají za skiny úplně divný.
Drahý.
Jo,
hodně drahý.
Oni ale... Jo,
Oni, i když nemají nějaký drahý, tak oni se často půjčují od lidí, co mají hodně drahý skiny. Že si je půjčí prostě na major.
Což by se půjčit skin a vrátit, jo?
Jo.
Zontix has got to somehow get into the action. That wall bang drops him down. Spinks, 10-second defuse.
Halo? Prosím. Dobrý.
To tam byl Bigas.
Bigas je všude.
Koukám.
What a scary moment. It looked like Zontix was this perfect piece of the
Jo,
puzzle
tady
to come in late with a
Mouz.
bomb planted backside. There was actually a world where
No,
they
já
could use
Mouz.
this. Oh. They needed that one frag from control. And now without that,
Ten Spinks z Mouze tak dal už dvakrát 4 killy a vyhrál.
Tak jsem s těmi Spinks. Nice.
Already all the money for Mouz on the line here in the 16th. Spirit put that pressure right back on them to the pistol be damned.
Keep reminding ourselves this is the end of someone's major. This series ends here in this second half.
Jo, kolečkuj, víte jo. To je náročný stream, chápu.
Aha, Brawler nehodě. Ty vole. Brawler nehodě v piči, jako. To je úplně vyklepaný.
They don't get the quick plant down. They refresh the smoke. Zershin's looking to be a pest here, seeing if he can get interrupt this.
Ne, opovaž se. To si až pro. Kámo.
Yeah, they used solid fundamental play there. 3 players ready to go for the retake. Zershin says, "Let me give me the sign. I'm pushing through the smoke, and one person is planting."
Jsi u monitoru?
Yes. Tak to jsem mám políbil monitor.
Tak to jsi ještě neviděl Kindera.
Aha, dobře.
Ale ten hraje ve Furia, takže...
Nice, na tu si počkám.
And they do it with a change up on the tempo.
Oh, such a brave call to make. Last bullet hits the head, bends around the corner of that rafter.
How many times back on T-side were we calling for something like that? Throw a wrench in the works, get crazy. They do it in a retake timing and it works.
I think Spirit in this spot though. They know that this is just still was an expensive round.
To co hrajuje Counter-Strike 2 nebo to je ta? Předtím.
Nevole, to
nevím, jestli vypli servery nebo... No, bylo za Half-Life.
These two teams know they can beat each other. They know how close they play against each other. There's so much more on the line than even just advancing in this major, proving in this head-to-head, proving on Nuke itself. Because you can win every other series in the year, but if you don't win at the major, no one cares.
Jenom o té dvojce vím, že to můžeš střílet do kouře a on pak se jako rozvalí.
No tak ono to bylo jako spíš update, ono to není jako nová hra, to je prostě update.
Every dollar invested.
Massive round right here, right now. The 17th has real implications. They're gonna catch them in a bad boost.
Lol.
To je super pohromadě všichni.
Kámo, oni posrali boost.
The entirety of map 3. Overwhelmed by the tenacity of Spirit, but the op is online in the hands of Torzy. The fadeaway, the fallback, the flashbang to give him space.
Oh, that's such an important angle that he took. He got that one kill, 3v3 now. The 2 rotations downstairs don't matter as much. Spirit were about to cheat and get upstairs.
This is interesting position. Zershin and Zontix have kind of swapped sides.
But Zontix should be able to tell them that he's pushed something.
They could just go ahead and avoid this. They could walk out hut and they could take that site. And while Zershin's still unknown to them, Torzi's holding this angle. He gives it up, and oh, he gives it up. As he does, they start to cross. And then Zontix gets vision of that anchor over in Squeaky. Smoke goes down. Op shot missed. Magic's planting, and Zontix is not going to waste a moment.
Yeah, very smart from Zontix. He knows there's no way to swing out on that low HP. It's going to have to once again be something crazy for the CT side, and I don't know if they're in a spot to do it.
Do they save?
It was too expensive this round. Everybody pushed all in.
They walk away.
Dobrý.
They're giving them a chance to buy
Vždycky, když máme 10, vole, tak jsem úplně šťastný, protože dvojciferný číslo je prostě velký číslo.
Sontix makes the key move. And Mouz failed the boost. When we go back to Mirage Man, it was moments of mechanical errors, a little bit of fog with, you know, double smoking or missing something or leaving a bomb. It was those things that eventually caught up to Mouz that we didn't see Spirit do. And here they couldn't achieve the setup they were looking for. Versus a rush when it very much mattered. Double ramp was correct. Double ramp in this spot was not.
Oh, the step up.
And yeah.
He hears him coming, so he just bails on it.
Týpek, protože se neskrčil, tak prostě prohráli.
And Sontix no longer playing games. Takes that fight right to Xertion.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, yeah. Gotta understand where we're at in this specific map. Everything invested.
Emotions start to run high, frustration on their faces.
This could shape up to be a total tragedy here for Mouz. They rose off 2 half-buy rushes in the first half. They did it on Dust 2 on CT side as well.
To jednou sluchátku jako slyší tým a v druhém hru, nebo?
Jak to, co? Jak jako dvě sluchátka?
Jo, ne, mají tam prostě kabely.
Jakože mají malý ještě vevnitř.
Yes, yes.
To nevím, ale...
Nebo to slyší dvakrát tu hru, aby jako byli.
No, já mám pocit, že to jsou třeba jejich sluchátka, které chtějí používat. A ty velký musí mít, aby neslyšeli DAF a tak.
Jo, to chápu. Přesně takhle hrou na VR, když streamuju. Jednou mám chat, v druhém hru.
Critical component of their success.
No, I don't get it.
Spirit playing with the clock. Time is a resource in Counter-Strike.
And you know that Spirit use it well. We've seen them in low number spot. They are by far the better team.
Clock hits 40 and you can see Spinks starting to second guess down beneath him. Oh, he could be exposed, but instead he gets the greatest timing. Just perfect. Spinks shaves them off, and he has been the saving grace of Mouz so far. Now Torji stepping up right there with him.
Mimochodem, v každém frameu vidíš tak 15 000 $, jak mají ty skilly.
That if Torzi isn't loosely aiming at him in this direction, he wouldn't have time to get that shot off straight up. He wouldn't have had that time to simply track and flick and shoot. And then that, I mean, that is steady in a pressured moment if I've ever seen it.
Okay.
Looks like this one's going to be down to the wire.
Ty čáry tam všude úplně.
Mouz are back on their feet off that buy.
Spirit have to give them just a little more rope in this tug of war of a second half. It's 5 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive round wins. This entire game teeters.
An op on the line. No one committed. No rifle here. Is this going to be the way?
I mean, this is what cost Spirit. They try to use it against Mouz with those flashbangs. Torji sticks around for a bit, but he hears them coming. And he's got support.
Teď má eko, jakože protože šetří, nemají peníze, tak... Až ty zhrával run vlastně, to víš.
You could go lower, but you already heard that rotation down. They'll still take the move.
A dost.
Jsem na to úplně pyšnej, ale
Yeah, they fortified in hell, but that means that Jimmy doesn't have a fast rotation. He's here alone.
It's okay, he'll lean back. He'll try to control the double side. Still just eyes over towards the vent. So much here for Jimmy to do. Concerned about all the positioning, doesn't know what's safe, doesn't know what's not. But the threat is coming, sprinting at him with 30 seconds. Single door open, Spinks yet again. Double kill from him. Jimmy's gonna get caught by the Glock, but at this point, Spirit's hopes crush. Mouz won from a tied game.
Yes, very nicely
to
done.
nehezky vlastně, fuj.
You know, Jimmy, like you can leave him. Finns love solitude. You leave him alone, he thrives in it. He's there, he gets the spot in on control side, takes a running shot at it, and he just disengages. He understands.
Cože to je za tým, ty červený? To jsou ty Mouz?
Jo, takhle. No ty vlevo jsou Mouz, vpravo jsou... No ty jsi řekl červený a oni mají červený logo a Spirit jsou červený tým.
Jo, takhle, no, já jsem myslel logo, no.
AK's in hand. Donkinzontic's top of the board. And Torzy trying to loosen up a little outer ahead of the smoke.
Vůbec nerozumím, tak na to nekouká jako tak jako.
No confirmation as to whether Spirit are back here.
It's crazy because he's solo here a lot. No one's nading these smokes open for him.
Víš si samolepky, jak má na tom AKčku, ty modrý?
Vidím, no.
Tak každá z nich stojí asi $80,000.
Jak každá z nich to jako...
No každá z nich.
Máš jako jednu. Tak na tu zbraních jako nemůžeš dát kolik chceš, jo? To máš jako prostě...
Můžeš dát, původně bylo 4, teď už bylo 5 samolepek.
Aha.
Utilities low for Spirit, not ideal.
Torzy multiplying his presence. He's over at ramp now.
Hoří PlayStation.
They do truly end lower. There is no smoke to cover that plant, so you damn well need some ramp control, and it's not coming.
And this
to táčí
players. They've got one back in lobby. This is a really simple looking round. I mean, Spirit are going to have to do something absolutely insane to pull this back.
2 flashes and a frag. Both sides of that lower site. Magic still yet to join forces. If he can win this fight, he fights fine.
Tak kámo, to byl timing jak hovado.
No head armor there on Spinks. He gets popped like
No
a
tak.
grape.
Still downstairs. Dawn takes a look up. And Surgeon's gonna catch him. No entry allowed at A site. Chopper's head left spinning.
Ach jo.
Completely canceled out from this lower bomb site, hoping it's open.
To byl force, ještě k tomu.
A little bit of extra money would do him some good, but they're gonna cut him down. Mouz have tied this game.
What have we got to say? You see the relief from Torzy. He is looking like a champ right here.
Já se snažím koukat, co mají na těch prostě... Tak jsem říkal, billboardech nebo...
Já taky, no, koukám.
Transparentech.
Yeah, that's quick. Shiro just wanted to bait that one out.
Replay? Jo.
Jo.
Ne, jo.
You're seeing the laser focus. This is where they're comfortable, looking to make this one back happen.
That back and forth affair has cost Spirit a few rounds, having to purchase up with rounds like these. They let 2 of these buys win against them. And so far they've been able to do nothing when they're equipped with the lesser guns. They will take a swing at ramp control, they'll get Jimmy to drop instantly, but that's fine, because he holds his nerve, and Surgeon's gonna hold outside.
Yeah.
Mám nekolečkuj.
That's outer red dead here.
Jo, týpku na kolečku.
We saw that Spirit could win a Tech 9 round, but
do toho Big
like they'd have to lean on him after that. Now it seems like that's the case. A lead in store for Mouz. They don't make any bad decisions.
A little bit of ramp room still to work with. If anything, this is the space you've earned. It cost you 2 bodies, and it could damn well cost you more. Dog sitting on 53 health. It is
Tam se zahry, to se furt otáčí prostě.
Shiro's got a smoke. If he can cover up the bomb plant, maybe we get weird in Austin.
Těsně smrt.
But Spinks is going to find the perfect time to go out, and this one gets absolutely shut down.
Wow.
Spirit cannot do to Mouz what Mouz did to them.
Yeah.
Koukám.
Mouz are in the lead.
This entire major has been about Mouz reclaiming space.
Jak má tu...
When we let them off after a slow start, that 0-2 day.
Jako to, že jí máš diagonálně, to chápu, ale to, že jí máš, vole, vertikálně, to je docela...
They had to step into the same spotlight with the
Wow.
pressure on them. This is a team, you go back to Copenhagen with Shuhei, they cleared their opening stage 3-0.
Ale typek měl Furia dres a CS2.
Jo, do toho. Furia.
Has 3 kills on map 3.
End of major, so he knows what it's like. Spinks. Classy map here
Spinks.
on Nuke. Job isn't finished, however. A chance for Spirit to try to respond. They don't have the op Shiro would like to maybe see.
Je tam friendly fire.
How many more openings will they give up to Torzy outside?
GG.
This is 4 rounds in a row without Spirit even finding a bomb plant. This T side has come up dry. Ever since the momentum that was going back and forth has found itself firmly in Mouz's
Není
hands.
tam.
A jo, myslím, že je. Ale.
Je tam jenom, když ten třeba Phoenix, když hodí ten molotov svůj, tak to dává do. Kámo, co se to děje?
Silver lining here for Spirit as they will take over.
Brolin
They've
už
got
má
another
3 killy.
avenue of attack, and at the moment the defense doesn't look too ready. Brolin, difficult to hold this back, especially with 3 kills to your name, and he has missed the timing.
Oh, he leaves the post. He's overstressed. He doesn't even realize it, but he's watching 2 positions. But here's Jimmy. Does he have to let this go?
Nice. No tak. Ne, prosím. Ne. Kamo. Yes. Kamo, jak tohle?
Ten typek je úplně jako tureta, on se otočí a bum bum.
He was so calm on the listening. He's here on stage. He's showing up, and he puts together a crushing blow to Spirit. The 180 rifle work.
Vole.
Overtime.
Jo.
Přes čas. Prodloužení.
Mouz on series point.
Hraje se do 13 výher, takže když to bude 12-12, tak se to prodlouží. A když je to 12-10.
The returning major champions are in grave jeopardy.
Tragic buy-up for Spirit as well.
Takhle lítá ty granáty, bomby.
Because the comeback in this series from Mouz is so real. 2 chances to close out. They failed to end it with 4 on Mirage. They got Dust 2 over the line and Brolin tries to step it up.
Prosím. No tak.
3 kills for Mouz. Shiro all that's left. And a deagle shot to give Spirit the smallest piece of hope. He will walk away and play this clock with bomb.
He has to squeeze this one dry at Shiro.
Teď musí dvakrát hodně dobře kliknout. Konec za slova.
Maximum amount of pressure. The guy who's graduated from his Cloud9 days, his Gambit youngster days, and earned himself a reputation for putting together these moments down to a damn deagle.
He plays this silent to 30 seconds.
Jo, ty máš vlastně ještě bombu, viď?
Then the bomb wouldn't have gone down. But Spinks decides not to make his move. Double door swung.
Tak je mrtvej.
Doesn't know it. Hiding in the corner. Spinks is gonna back them.
Ach jo.
The demon goes down.
53,4 milionů dostávají.
To je klasika tohle. Vždycky prohraje ten, který ho tam nedává. A který prostě... Který má mnohem menší šance, že vyhraje. Jak jsou sázky, tak ono, jak máš jako tam kurz, ne? Když jsou sázky. On tam vždycky ukazuje ten kurz. A to bylo, že 5 a 1. Celá něco prostě. Takže když si vsadil na... prostě hodně lidí sázelo spíš na Spirit, že v hře. A když si vsadil na Mouz, jakožto menšina, tak by se ti ty prachy, nebo spíš očividně se ti ty prachy vrátí 5krát tolik. No fuck your pickums, no to je kokot. Jako jo, no. Pickums piči, úplně všech.
Lost really important clutches, and I was not happy after that. But on Dust, we stepped up, and the team played really good. And I'm just really happy and proud of my teammates.
Tenhle major celkově se stalo tolik věcí, že prostě nikdo nemůže mít nic jako dobře prostě.
Yeah, about Nuke specifically, right? Because usually you do have Spirit's number, and you also have Spirit's number on Nuke. So how did you feel when it didn't really go your way on the T side, and that you had to claw it back? Was there ever a moment of despair?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, how did you claw your way back on Nuke?
Yeah, I feel like Nuke is one of our best map, you know. So we are really confident, and I told the boys, even if we have 4 rounds on T side,
Nějaká z nových map, co teďka hráli?
Ne,
nebo taky to.
Nuke je asi 25 let stará hra.
Aha, tak.
Mapa.
Can you say something about your IGL? Because I'm sure he put in a lot of work, but in the beginning the kills weren't really ticking up. Did he say something about that?
Yeah, Luda was a little bit struggling on Nuke, but I was still giving him energy and hyping him up because I know it's important to stay focused in the head, you know. And also, I think he was doing great on T side. He was having really good calls, and I just wanted to let him know he's doing good and the kills will come to him, even if he's not feeling like that. So yeah, but he did what he needed to do, and a win is a win.
Yeah, a win is a win for sure. You said screw your pick'ems, and the Austin crowd
Neřekl
has
fuck your
been
pick'ems.
really behind you, and now you're going into those semifinals. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, I would just say thank you for cheering for us, even if you are here in the arena or if you are at home. Thank you so much.
Jaký kurvy, vole. Ach jo.
Yeah.
Vždycky to musí skončit opačně, vole.
That's it. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yeah.
Unfortunately, in these things, there are exit interviews, there are loser interviews. That's the nature of competition. I'm sitting here with Zontix. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for coming over here and having some words with us.
Mimochodem, minulý major Spiriti vyhráli celý, jo.
Talk to me about Nuke.
Second pistol, you mean the second half? Well, the problem started before that. We lost 2 on T4s, if you believe, if I'm right. Then we lost the pistol because we should have recalled the round after we got smoked inside hut.
To neznamená, že ztratili pistol. Co za termín jako?
No, pistol round. To je první kolo v každém, vždycky v první a druhý polovině prostě. Počkat. Tu... Jo, takhle, a jo. Já vlastně, dobrý, já to beru zpátky, já jsem se neuvědomil, že já to ještě můžu mít, mě to jakoby... Mě to celý nezničilo. Že Hodo mi říkal, že musíme mít všechno správně, aby jsme měli bez šanci na zlatou medaili, ale mně nedošlo, že všechno správně znamená 2 správně v quarter, 1 správně pak a 1 správně pak, takže ještě vlastně jako nemám konec, no, ale i tak možná.
Můžu tě jenom informovat, že máš black screen na Twitchi?
Já vím, já jsem chtěl něco najít a pak jsem ani to nedělal.
Their major title as Mouz outlive, Mouz outlast, and Mouz ultimately outplay. They are the survivors of our first quarterfinal here at the Last TV Austin Major, and talk about a fashion to be doing it in Maui, slaying the dragons in the process. Sure, we could argue that they had their fair share of chances on Mirage, but the fact they managed to bounce back from that first map lost great tenacity from Mouz.
I feel like you could make a case that Mouz played better Counter-Strike on all 3 maps. So for them to come out with the victory today, I feel like the CS gods are looking fondly upon this matchup, okay? When you're playing so many good situations early round, mid-round, but then the clutches are what betray you, well, you probably are going to look back in the rearview mirror and say, we'll do better next time, and they did. Mouz map 2 and map 3, their starters were better in terms of closing some of the rounds out. The heroics from individuals came to play. People were popping off in the ways that you know they can.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, what I highlighted after the first map is Spinks in that interview with like a little smile on his face, talking about them losing like 6 clutches. It felt very much like Mouz knew that they were playing like a better team. They just didn't deliver in those moments on the first map.
Massive congratulations.
No to byla mapa zrovna založená jak někde u Black Mesa jako.
No.
Ta druhá fotka je v Sourceu, což je prostě novější verze CSK. Která je, ale to stará věc.
I think on Mirage we were the better team in my opinion. I think they won a lot of silly clutches. They had some good individual rounds, but I think as a team we outclassed them on all 3 maps in my opinion. I have a lot of respect for them, so us doing it is a big achievement. And yeah, we took a big step forward today because our group stage game was not so nice, and yeah, I'm proud of that.
What was the conversation for you guys in those days off? I mean, what was it, you know, when you look at that performance in the group stage, you all collectively understood you're playing at a level far below what you're used to. What was the convo during the break days?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that, yeah, we were just not
to už je dost
and I think it was a lot more mentally than actually the gameplay. I think the tactics, we ran the same tactics we ran that we were supposed to run in the group stage here in the game, and we just won. So I think that mentally we were just not ready to play the major, I feel like, in the beginning. But maybe it was a blessing in disguise because
oni s CS2 ty mapy udělali tak, že měli jakoby 3 kategorie, že první kategorie, že nic neměnili na té mapě doslova, že tam není nic nového, prostě je to stejná mapa, to je jednakojený. A že jenom prostě jakoby je tam lepší osvětlení kvůli tomu, že ta hra má lepší osvětlení. Pak byly jakoby upgradey, že dostali jakoby, jako ručně lepší osvětlení, což byl třeba ten nuke, a celkově jako nějaký lepší, prostě, že dostali takový lepší jako upgrade. A pak jakoby, že celý overhaul, že úplně změnili tu mapu. Což jakoby je všechno kromě toho zkouška na CS2 také jakoby overhaul, že proto to vypadá pak stejně. Skoro.
Máme i logo Black Mesa, ne? Na tom kontejneru.
Je no, taky jiný kontejner tam podle mě ani nebyl v Cold Source model kontejneru, takže museli použít ten.
For me that changes a lot. I've never really thought about stage as something that is bad. I really enjoy to play on it. I'm happy this year I'm also playing a bit better than last year on it. But yeah, for me it's just about enjoying the moment. It's not every day you get to play in such an amazing crowd here in Austin. To be honest, I didn't expect them to support us that much. And
budeme koukat na sérii, to jsem docela napsal dobře.
Let me ask you about Spinks, because he was an absolute badass in this series against Spirit. And I know obviously you guys had to have seen it as well when he decided to kind of leave Vitality and come over to Mouz. Everyone was kind of scratching their heads like this seems crazy on some level, but I mean, he's obviously proven that he made a great choice with his performance today. What has he brought? Like, what has the experience been like with him and the team now for 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not a secret that Vitality is the best team in the world right now after he left. But for him, I think it was always just about what he feels, what he likes, and I think that he prefers to play in this team now. And for me, that's the most important. And today he played amazing. I'm really proud of him and happy. And yeah, he really used his experience today, I feel like.
Hell yeah, he did.
You had some really nice words to say about him, but before the series, right? You were saying it's a pleasure to be alongside him.
You were hyping him up.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask. Yeah, we heard that. We ran it as well. I want to ask about you, like, I feel like we hear a lot of individual moments from Mouz, like in terms of the hype up moments. Actually, no. Let's skip over to an actual in-game moment. This was you. There's a really nasty 180 here. Do you want to walk us through this?
Yeah, well, this round we kind of knew that they would have to come back, So, yeah, the moment played itself.
To první je 1.6 z roku 2000, ta dvojka, ta druhá je ze Sourceu, z roku 2004, to bylo, když vyšel Half 2. Já se snažím, jo, tady.
Okay, how come the read was that it had to be A?
Tady je global offensive.
Jo, no, to znám.
A tady je CS2.
Aha. Okay.
Banán. Should we listen in to what the team was saying in that exact moment in this mic'd up?
Ano, banán. Doslova je to banán. Ta lokace.
Jo, fakt jo. Co tam mluví?
To jsou...
Jo.
To je jejich komunikace.
Jasně, no.
Při hře.
To jsem chtěl právě říct, že bylo zajímavé, kdyby slyšeli, co oni říkají. A už to slyším. Je to řev.
To by bylo dobré neslyšet celou dobu 10 lidí najednou.
Yes.
Oni tam někdy pouští v průběhu hry chvilku, jak co mluví. A teď to zrovna dělali oni jedno.
We've heard moments from you, we heard moments from Brolin, we hear moments from Torzy quite frequently as well in terms of like hyping up the team. Was there a point in this match where you felt kind of the responsibility of like bringing the good vibes to the team to make sure you weren't maybe after that Mirage, right?
Yeah, I mean we always all try. Of course, Torzy is the main hype, but
Evropská
we all try
unie.
to give our best in that area. For me, after Mirage, we were so close, and for me it was just about being intelligent. My coach likes to ask that for me.
No, oni předtím, vole, se zeptali, že Amerika, vole, všichni, že wow, pak, vole, Evropa, ale že bůh, a pak Asia a jo.
Oh, where's the gun? What the fuck? Co to tam valí?
Where's the gun?
Yeah, I mean, hands down, he's the best teammate I've ever had. I think it's not close anymore. I think this guy is an incredible gem to have around at all times.
Zahoď ty sluchátka.
Today he will be a bit upset by the clashes he lost on Mirage, because outside he was a bit mad, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're gonna see a better Torzy in terms of individually, but I think in terms of what he brings to the team, he's doing an amazing job right now.
Where would you place him? We were having this conversation in the green room with Dupree. Where you got him in terms of like top offers? We always mention like if you bring up the idea of who are the best offers in the world, it's your Zywus, it's obviously your Monacies. People are throwing in there now who are all the big superstar names. But in terms of opping, like Torzy feels like he's got to be like a top 3, top 4 kind of opper for me.
I think it's good to say that right now he's a top 3 opper. I think that it doesn't even matter individually what level he pulls through.
No, a kdy budeš školní kolo?
The communication, the excitement to play, the hard work. Like this guy is so dedicated.
Yes, školní kolo.
On the server. The complete package.
The last question I have for you guys is that there's been a little bit of a discourse online about who's calling and everything like that. So what can you put to bed regarding like Brolin IGL versus you're calling some stars? I'm sure, you know, people are chiming in different ways, but what's your full take on just who is the IGL of Mouz? I feel like it shouldn't be a crazy question, but I just want
to budete mít takhle úplně zavalený.
No jasně.
Vidíme takhle úplně efekty.
Byl tam tak
ideas. I mean, we have 5 creative minds in the team, including Jimmy. He also has some really good ideas sometimes on how he wants to lurk. Let's use it. And I think that Brolin is really good at having the balance. And today when he needed to take
shots, je zajímavé, že to máte jakoby součást, já nevím, školní akce nebo co to je.
We just did it, you know. So of course he's the leader. He's always going to be.
We listened to that moment as well. We like that one. Final question from my end. Obviously you're on
Máme
the
to
same
stejně střednické hodiny, jakoby. Nebo 4 střednické hodiny.
I don't have any preferences, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Navi win, to be honest.
Oh wow, okay. Bold prediction. We will leave you there, Zershan. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. We'll see you back in action.
Ale je dobrý, že když jakoby třeba ve hře, teda ve hře, CS, vole, jak se jmenuješ, ve škole, když ve škole, když třeba ve škole budu hrát CSko, tak jako na tom není nic špatného, protože se připravuju na školní akci.
A hell of a fight coming out from the whole team. Chopper, first of all, thank you for giving me your time. I know right now it must really hurt. It seemed to me at the end of this series, the emotions were higher from you guys, just from sadness that I don't normally see. Can you talk me through just the thoughts, the feelings that you saw from you and the team?
Hele, televize nová.
We have a lot of emotions. Just something. If someone do mistakes, already that guy is really sad. No, it's not usually
Peněženka.
But it's measured. It sometimes happen.
And does it hurt more the fact that you are the reigning champions from the previous major and just how much it seems like you guys were believing after the 3-0 in stage 3?
I guess 3-0 for us is not good because we need more practice, I guess. And when you do 3-0 and after have 6 days break, we practice a lot, did a lot of stuff, but it's not enough right now.
To jsou ty Rusáci,
It's really bad
to jsem
because
poznal, heavy týpek.
I think we play so bad on Dust 2 on the T side. Mouz also did really good preparation on T side for them. Yeah, it's okay that we lost a lot of close situation on when they was in City. Yeah, we lost 2 or 3 clutches, 4v3 with addition every time. No, but it's okay. But also they play really good on T side. They crush us. Yep.
On Mirage, you win it in overtime, a crazy 4 overtime, and that's normally where you guys have not been able to win against Mouz. Did you then feel going into Dust 2 like, okay, we're in a good position, we have a strong map now that we can win on?
Já si trénuji do školy, kvůli tomu
We win their pick, it's a good situation for us, but also I think
Já jsem se právě zeptal, jestli nejdeš náhodou do školy.
we give a lot of emotions for this comeback. A lot of energy, yes, a lot of energy, yeah, and the start of
mluvenky napíšu a playoffs.
Like, no energy, yes, and it's okay, it's a good lesson for us, but I don't know, quarterfinal is not good result for us.
I want to talk about this because you start the season with winning Glass Bounty, second place at Katowice, then it's like third, fourth. This is sadly the worst result of the season for you guys. So can you just give me your closing thoughts and feelings on the season and what this means for Spirit going into the next season?
In the beginning, I guess we need to back to home and talk with our CEO what we do next.
Můžu uvěřit, že v půl druhý ráno koukám na turnaj v CS2, prostě CRC. To nebylo jako
ale už jsme dělali divnější věci, jo, McJombie a Murdář.
Ale CSko jako... Tak ale to byl content, to jsem prostě hrál hru, ale... Ale ne CSko.
Confidence, but sometimes we're coming, we don't have confidence. I don't know how to say that. It's sadly.
Do you think it could mean changes for next season, or you're not sure?
I don't know. Okay. It's because all of this in Spirit do it from CEO and coach.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know.
Když se podíváš na to video, co ti poslal, tak tam máš i první mapu, tam máš ten nuke, co jsi hrál.
No, to jsem zavolal.
Way for Spirit to be eliminated in terms of this situation. Couple things that I want to just pull on a thread there from that exit interview. First of all, Trouble going back to a similar point that Shiro kind of brought up after the
CS
victory
major
in Stage 3, saying
okay.
we could have done with a little bit more practice, a few more officials. I don't really know how to read that, Jason.
Yeah, I don't either, and I don't want to like too much because he's just coming out of a loss and everything. Yeah. But there is like an element of it where it's like if the conversation is going to be we needed more practice, so we did. That's what the boot camp is for, and it was very publicly talked about that they chose not to do a boot camp. So look, I think any team should be able to decide if they want to do a boot camp or what their practice schedule is going to be. But if you come in and get eliminated from the major and say we needed more practice, that's a bit like I'm just kind of like it doesn't sit. It's just weird.
It doesn't sit right.
I've noticed talking to a couple of teams, mostly just Furia, now hearing this from Spirit, that they almost think that going 3-0 is a disadvantage.
Sure.
They want to play officials for as long as they can, so that there is warm, because in Counter-Strike, form is fleeting. You don't just keep your muscles from one day to the next. It's all about just the reps, the amount of hours you have in that exact week, not even really based on the history you've played, because so much of what CS2 is about isn't really just like playing perfect fundamental situations. It's about having good mechanics all the time, and the only guy that really did that the entire time was Donk today.
That's a narrative that I do want to revisit as well, because you brought up such an apt point, Maui, before we dove into this series, right? The fact that if Spirit got eliminated, and they obviously just did, that opens up the floor for Zywoo just to be really grasping onto that #1 player in the world spot, considering that, you know, Manasi, he ain't here either. He's already gone home.
I mean, the conversation is the best player now for the first 6 months of 2025. It's a closed book, okay? Like, Zywoo is the best now just because Donk wasn't able to do it. I mean, you can make a case in terms of the performance and how much Donk is uplifting his team. To me, he's still the most impactful player, the player I would pick #1 in in a draft of all CS players in the world if I don't know who the rest of my team is.
Yep, you did.
The red carpet is both figuratively and literally rolled out for ZywOo now at this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd have to hope for like some epic collapse of Vitality and ZywOo in the second half of the year, which plays against ZywOo's greatest strength, which he's just been Mr. Consistent since he came in. Like, he just doesn't have crazy drop-offs in that sense. So yeah, a little bit of a bummer in that regards for Doc, where that race that we had last year.
SK Gaming.
So excited.
Let's go Slovakia.
Have that this year, but that's why I wanted to enjoy it last year. If you didn't get on that hype train last year, you missed it. It's out.
Yeah, it was kind of a once-in-a-lifetime.
Sorry, no.
Obviously gutted to see Spirit not getting the opportunity to defend that title as well. Tough situation for them to
Well, I think it's fun. It's a conversation about them like wishing they had more games to like warm into it. I kind of can see that if you're Chopper, they look like shell-shocked a little bit during that interview. But if you think about Spirit and their run at this major, this probably feels like it ended so quickly. They went 3-0. They destroyed and deleted pretty much everybody. They had to play to get here, and then you play one quarterfinals, and all of a sudden you're out. And this has been like the goal circled on the calendar since the start of the year. So I mean, to have it just be such a flash like that, that's got to be a crazy feeling. Like, you don't even know if you're sad yet.
Well, I know exactly where we are going, and that is to check in with the playoff bracket to see exactly what that does after our first quarterfinal has concluded. We obviously posed a question to Xertion. He said that potentially Na'Vi could be their opponent in the semi-final. I don't know.
Ty tam mluví.
He's getting it from practice.
Yeah, I mean, we've been wrong about Na'Vi before going into a major playoffs back in Copenhagen. For them to capture lightning in a bottle once again, I think it's too tall of an order for Blade and Alexis.
Yeah, and especially when you see how they had their success last year with so many players taking and having a crazy impact out of nowhere. That's tough to see it, envisioning it just coming out of nowhere now.
It seems unlikely, but we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to find out how that game goes down, as Mouz, the first team to be cementing themselves ever closer towards this very trophy. Quarterfinal number 2 going to be going down.
Kámo, to jsem nevěděl, to trofej takhle blízká. Tam jsou různý týmy na tom, to je hustý.
Aha, hodně nice.
Viděl jsi to video, jsem poslal teď?
Jo. Ten klač.
To bylo nedávno, no.
Hi, my name is Dupree. I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era.
Nice. Teď mám pocit, vole, jak byl na tom. Na State of Play a oni nám ukazovali ten dokument, jak týpci dělali Marvel, vole, Taken, nebo jak se to kurva jmenuje, Tokon,
Tekken,
feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it.
To bylo na piču, no, jak to ukazovali o ten Marvel.
Really fast got
bylo to Marvel? Jo, bylo to Marvel.
Because something like it's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark, and they would know what Astralis was. So maybe they didn't like specifically know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into proportions that we never expected.
Já už chci hrát tu Half-Life 2, protože prostě furt nevím, jako co čekat, já jsem furt to nic neviděl.
That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work.
Slavišu, já jsem to teda jako docela nakupoval, jo, ale teď. Rivals docela.
Getting to the point where I feel like the team was capable of winning a major was a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, you know, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. You know, we were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, you know. And then, you know, getting to the point where you need one more round, I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time, and Clay would say, like, guys, let's just do the exact same, let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, you know, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos, like, it was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed, like, we were getting closer and closer and closer, and then that final kill, which I believe I got, when I hit that last Tech 9 headshot on Tess, that was like crazy, and like the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off.
Jestli bych tam teď prostě povídají o Astralis, tedy jsou teď mrtví.
No.
Protože hrajou extrémně na piču. A teď tady na tom matchu ani nebyli. Ale v minulosti vyhráli 3 meče za sebou. A jsou jediný tým, který vyhráli 3 meče za sebou.
Can you explain to me why pink beard, why pink hat? Okay, so we are the Pink Panthers, even though I'm in a pink jersey. So we are going for Brazil today. So it's all about Brazil and standing out. Okay, standing out in Brazil, I love that. But who are you cheering for? You said Panthers. Does that mean Furia?
Yeah, the Furia, I have a little bit of feeling about the Professor. Let's go, Professor. But
já jsem vlastně fandil těm.
For me, it's okay. It's completely okay.
It's completely okay, no matter what. Someone from Brazil is going to win, and that's what they
něco
love.
latinsky. Okay, tam bylo.
Yeah, we got a South American showdown going down in our second quarter final
yes.
tonight. And Jacob probably
one Ukrajinci, myslím, měli nějaký latinský název.
3-0 teams from stage 3.
I don't think a lot of people expected Furia to be in the playoffs, let alone them going 3-0 in stage 3. That in itself is very, very impressive.
No, ale to Navi to je zkrátil nějaký ten název.
To Zvencera.
has had a massive comeback into his career as well after a very rough time in Team Liquid. Molodoy being a new guy who's done a tremendous job integrating himself as the new AWP player of Furia, taking over from Fallen. So overall, a very positive experience so far.
Well, let's check in with Caserado upon his arrival to the Moody Center.
Caserado, 3 years since your last major playoffs. Feels good to be back.
Zrození k vítězství, mám to říkám.
Co dělá venku, ale má hrát? To není live,
jo?
I'm glad that we are here. We had to show up now and make the.
Takže tady tomu fandím, jo, teda. Tady pánovi.
That's the same final, right?
Okay. Tak to musí tenhle.
Now, how would you describe the feeling you have right now, though, knowing that you'll be able to do this with a new Fury?
Proti komu jdou? PPLko, nebo? Jo,
PPLko.
To Prák P, druhý P a pak L, si PPL.
Je tam bylo.
No ten trouhelník vlevo v rohu. Tak jako by to na těm trouhelníku, okolo toho trouhelníku, to je prostě obrácený,
What the fuck?
Když se koukneš vzhůru nohama, tak to je L.
Super, ale kde je druhý P?
Tak jedno P máš jako, jak ho vidíš normálně, a druhý P máš, když se podíváš jakoby, když otočíš hlavu jako na pravou stranu. Tak jakoby nahoře.
No, tak je.
To krásně bylo. Ale prostě, aha, ukáž. Okay. Furia.
There's no in between. And it's the awesome side of things. I don't know how it happened, but let's just have fun.
How are you going to do the grandfather of CS like that, Maui? You got any respect
Ej,
for
za
your
půl
elders?
hodiny.
Underdogs, but no respect for
Ciebie.
The great thing about it is that it doesn't have to come from his opping Freya. The fact that he's pivoted to a rifler, that he's given up the sniper rifle, given it to Molodoy.
Já jsem zapl nějaký turbomod.
That's given into the new generation that, okay, yeah, people had their reservations about Fallen as a pure opper, but the calling's still good. The T-side showed a development in terms of the flow. The synergy has grown with every passing tournament, and I think that this team is powered up pretty nicely from stage 2.
It's been so impressive, and I mean, for my money, I didn't expect them to be taking down the names that they did, not least not dropping a single series at stage 3.
That was impressive. I don't think anyone saw that coming, to be completely honest. I don't think anyone saw Furia be a contender for the playoff. Go 3-0 into stage 3. You can argue that some of the teams they are playing against, they got a bit lucky with the draw, got a bit lucky with the bracket, so to speak. Avoided the heavy dogs. Beating Virtus.pro in the form they were in at the time was great. Beating Aurora in a best of 1 as well, that's great. Beating the Mongols is no joke, so you can take nothing away from Furia. I think they've been very, very positive to look at so far, and I agree with Maui. They look significantly better than they have in a long, long time.
Look, to be the Debbie Downer of the desk, which I feel like is what I usually am. You know, if you come into this, I think a lot of the strength of Furia, Fallen did a great job as an anchor. Maladoy coming into this was a massive, aggressive, opping piece that went for opening kills, that was assertive on the map, and he's also a rookie at the majors. So now you throw him on this stage for his first time in the major. If Maladoy isn't going to bring that same attitude, team's going to feel very different than it did in the stage 3.
Well, I love that Maladoy already has arena experience. The fact that he played in front of the Kazakhstan crowd in Astana and had the boldness at times to sometimes just grab the microphone from James Banks, as many of us want to do, but you actually do it from him.
He's done it for all of us there, hasn't he? Shout out to our homie.
No, but I mean, he showed boldness throughout a lot of this and even the playoffs there as well.
Is it a bit,
Já teďka tady vole tvořím PPL.
Obviously he's trying to brush up on his English ability, you know, we know he's taken classes. This must be a really tough situation for him, not only him, but Yakinder as well, who's kind of tasked with doing some live
translation. Použít mozek.
Pressure on this stage?
Jo, tak co tam valíš, počkej. Já tě potřebuji poslat PPLku.
Rád bych valil, kdyby nafungovala.
And then I think part of the reason why he enjoys it, especially having such a down period in his career, stepping into this team and having a leader like Fallen that puts a lot of faith in you for your ideas that you have, but then also gives you the responsibility of being someone who's got to kind of bring along the young guy who can barely speak the language. I think for Yakinder, he's loving the fact that he's part of a team where he feels like he's being relied upon and he's an important piece to them.
With both Furia and Liquid, Yakinder just seems to be one of the best honeymoon players. He's so good at just bringing that new philosophy to the table, bringing what James had to Liquid, and probably when he was on the sidelines even just bringing some new stuff to Furia too, because I really do think that their CT side is just more dynamic now. I think there's more going on than even just Maladoy, who's being aggressive in his own right, but I just feel like they'll always create some kind of plan in the mid-round of what they want to do next, and they don't just sit back as they sometimes did, I'd say even 3 months ago.
No tak sleduj červenou čáru, pak černou čáru a pak zelenou čáru. A máš PPL. Jednoduchý. To je jenom domalování.
Dobře.
Já prostě budu zastat se to, že to není pain, ale PPL.
Dobře, to PPL.
Prostě herní tým PPL, to jako nemá jen tak někdo. Jo, myslím, co tam valej třeba. Jako,
and he had quite the quote coming into this major. Maybe I'm naive, Jacob, but what about today?
Yeah, well, how does it taste today? I don't know, I called him out.
Where are you going with that one?
I called him out and said he was naive, and I still think it's naive to think that Furia can win the major, but for them to be in the playoff and for them to draw pain in a quarterfinal puts them potentially one step closer, so maybe not that naive after all.
I mean, I think you have to be naive on a certain level, right?
5 minutes remaining. Bullshit.
You can call it whatever you want, but if you're coming into this as a player, you have to be at least the only person who has that faith.
There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, you know, but let's see what they turn up to the stage with today, as we do have Fallen with a few words courtesy of James Banks.
Jo, videohra.
So Bad Fallen died. Who have I got today?
Country Fallen is back.
Half-Life.
I love the look, I do appreciate it, but Fallen, this is a crazy journey for you. 2019 was the last time you made it to the playoffs. 6 years later and you've done it again. How much have you missed this
počítač.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I'm very excited to this game. It's been a while since I don't play in playoffs.
Tady není, je to psal, že tady hra Daniela, ona je mrtvá.
Against our countryside Brazilian fellows, it's gonna be a real good match.
A to respektí, no tak to je.
Počkej, já to je dobře. Nice. Jsme hráli na školních počítačích tady do CSku. Nebo zkoušeli to hrozně.
Já taky, no. A už je.
To je Daniela. A já budu fandit Daniela.
Děkuju. A já mám velkou sensku z té.
Počkejte, já mám, ne? Deathmatch.
A to Half-Life.
Ne, počkej. No já mám Half-Life Deathmatch. Jo, ty nemáš Half-Life vlastně.
would say. So he needs to
Ty máš
win
CSku.
many more titles to be contending with me on that regard.
Very true. Now, for this current
Go,
period,
go,
you're still a
go,
very
go.
new team. You've gone through crazy changes, but what kind of things have you been trying to improve across this whole
Já jsem
journey
hrál
of the
Sorskala
major
jako malý,
to
to
try
je
and
to
put
jsem hrál
yourself in the
málo.
best position possible?
For us, it's all about trying to find that specific
Minus
place
two,
where
minus
we
two.
are confident playing, when we're understanding each other,
To zas,
and
co
we
to
are
bylo?
playing the game as we
No
are
kámoše,
seeing things
polí
happening
to.
instead of the things we think it
Polí
should be happening. You know? So for us, it's all about finding this specific point where
Zdar.
confidence there, where the flow is happening, and we're
Hello.
getting the kills we need. So I think the team is playing very well. We have a lot of firepower in the team now, and I'm very happy with the results we have been having lately.
And do you feel like you're the favorites in this matchup?
Personally, I
Je to
think
právě
yes,
laglo,
but
vážně.
I don't think it's by far. I think the game has been played
Jo.
well, and it's a major match. Magic can happen, and you can never count anyone out.
Kde Daniela?
Loving some of the answers that Fallen gave there, particularly surrounding the, Brazilian in-game leader conversation. Jacob, you got any takes on that?
I mean, I love the fact that he's confident saying that he's not in the same ball category as Big Zero. Win a couple of more titles, then maybe we can discuss it. In terms of career history, there's no doubt that Fallen has had the greater career. He's one of the greatest Counter-Strike players of all time and has a repetition that few would be jealous of in that sense. I think Big Zero right now is a significantly better player than Fallen. I think he's equally good to be an in-game leader, if not even better. I think every time you speak to Big Zero, he understands that he has a different role. He has to bring prospects. He works hard for it.
Jak update
The
do Rivals?
identity of Pain Gaming, and he's committed to Pain Gaming, re-signing his contract as well. To be completely honest, Fallen, great career, no doubt about it. Right now, Big Zero is significantly better.
Oh.
Víš?
Ooh, that is a spicy
No,
take.
to
I
už bylo předtím
don't
asi.
know. I don't think I'd agree with that. Even as an
He's
anchor.
playing as an anchor, dude. Come on.
I know. I think Fallen is performing really, really well right now. I actually think Fallen might look. Y'all can understate Fallen's rifles. Y'all can underestimate his rifles at your own regard. I'm not going to underestimate. I've seen what they can do firsthand. He's got a strong rifle. I think he's picking up this anchor position pretty damn well for the amount of time he's had with it. And most importantly, his team looks better. Furia looks better at this event.
Can I counter you?
Aha, dáš Counter Strike. Máš jich málo nebo co?
Because he's setting himself
You don't
up
need to
for
preface it, Jacob. Just get in there.
Listen, he's setting himself up for retirement. He put himself in an anchor role.
Co to je? Oni jsou úplně zasekaný.
Down the line, I am
Jen zasekanou
100%
myš.
sure if you ask him and you put him to a lie detector, that's kind of the thought behind it.
No.
He's doing better.
He's got mice to sell.
I think he's
Já
got
tam dám ten
I
nuke,
think he's doing
ježiš.
better than he expected to do himself, and for that he deserves a lot of respect. But let's be honest,
Absolutely he does.
he's not going to play Counter-Strike in 2 years from now in Furia. Not as an anchor.
Fallen's going to have a better game than Biggie Zero today.
Nope.
Do you reckon one of these
Big
guys
ass.
can get me some popcorn? Like, I
Chocolate
just
big
want
ass.
to spectate.
Yeah,
the
big
fight
ass.
a little bit.
Yeah.
But we do have the other corner of the ring being
Big Buzera.
represented in another interview with James Banks. It's Big Buzera.
Big Buzerant.
Now,
Aha.
the conversation
Mark
about
Barnes
Big
said.
Zero versus Fallen, best Brazilian IGL, is
Big
something
ass.
we need to talk about quite a lot. What are your
Also
thoughts
big
on
ass.
that?
Of course, I just want to be better and better, but I respect a lot him. He's a legend in Brazil. I cannot think I'm better than
Jsou
him
boti?
because
Jsou
for
moji
me
boti?
he's
Yeah.
inspiration, and I just want to win a major like him. So yeah, I just feel that it's not like a duel. It's just my inspiration as a gel.
Já jsem
And
prostě
I
debil.
just
A
want
teď.
to follow his steps, you know.
Ču.
Now, every player on your team before this event only had one stage experience in a big event, right? How do you think that will affect you guys? Are you worried about this at all?
I think I'm not worried, but I'm more excited to see what's gonna happen out there. So I mean, we really want to play there. We are so excited to be there and play in front of
Choo-choo.
crowd and
Choo-choo.
stuff. And we never know what happened there. So we just want to be there, but at the same time we have some afraid to be there and have a choke. I don't know. We never know, right? But yeah, I just really want to play there.
Já mám
Like,
skákání na
feeling
kolečka skákat.
excited and so happy.
Trošku.
Understandably, he is so damn excited about the prospect of playing upon one of the biggest stages in his whole career. Also, some recent news matches he's trying to do with Pain for the long haul.
That's wonderful, but Big Zero, I just can't. With that interview, let Fallen come to the surface before you're humbled yourself, okay? I want a little bit more energy there. He's just happy to be here. That was like watching Zywoo in his first interview with you, okay? He barely knew what to say in that one. Okay? Like, that was...
Yeah, I mean, he could have had a little bit of space. Look, I think the perspective that what he says when he says, I just want to follow in his footsteps, it's exactly where he's at, right? He's like following from like 10 years ago, because now he's putting together all these lineups. He was the in-game leader that took Pain to the Paris Major, had that whole lineup that fell apart right after the Paris Major, put a new lineup together, brought them to the Copenhagen Major, hard carried them through a stretch of the group stage. Then he had to build a new roster, bring new players back in, got them to the Shanghai Major.
Increase base health from 2050 to 2075.
You re-sign that guy 10 out of 10 times if you're Pain.
I mean, the loyalty is unquestionable when it comes to...
Vegas.
Kolečko je stream.
Because there are over 6 years with the same organization. Very few players in the world can say anything similar to that.
Thank you.
He's been able to reproduce new talent, integrating new talent, and all the time Pain remains competitive. You know, they are a dedicated.
No, pokud ty teď nevíš, co já jsem udělal. Já ti to prostě pošlu, protože můžu.
They respect them. They respect the way
Jsi
they
jistý,
play. They respect the task it is to beat them.
Já.
And consistently speaks for itself. You know, I know it goes a bit up and down, but let's be honest.
Pro kolečko je stream, vole, co je? Jo, aha, Ability to Rivals.
Jsem se potřál.
Tak to kurva.
Nope, not even a little bit. Like
they're going to be happy to be here, of the playoffs, unfortunately. But it's still such a pleasant surprise that they got here, because you see the very tail end of the season, how it had that big trough back up on top, so 16th in the world roughly. Like, that is a performance that kind of came out of nowhere. Like, DGT just got on this roster. In the tournaments that they've had him, one of which they couldn't even really play with them, they had to play with their coach, and the other one was just them getting battered in the Blast Rivals, which is such a stacked contest.
No, já to vidím.
Have made it to this point, they've gone further
Já jsem prostě vzal ty písmenka. A ve hře jsem to za 3 písmenek.
Yeah, of course, just to contextualize this matchup, this is a rematch of one that went down in stage 2, but a best of one in that situation. So let's break it down. Over.
Counter-Strike is a game where the smallest decisions can change the game. So this round here is from Pain versus Furia. As mentioned before on the desk, this game, rather this round was actually the most pivotal round because it actually allowed Pain to win the game. So let's take a look here. First off, it's a 5v4 situation where Kinder takes down Big Uzera. Now the rest of the Pain, they actually walk up here towards this catwalk position. But take a look at the utility here. There's no utility at all, only pistols, but there's one rifle. And DGT right here, he's going to make a crucial decision. He's actually going to break away from the pack. He's going to break away from the pack here, and he's going to do a pretty interesting move because he goes all the way towards long. Now this is interesting because most of the time when you have the hero rifle, you're usually trying to find entries. You're trying to get the initial kill to even things up, or you're trying to trade off your teammates. But instead, they're going to set him up as the long lurker. Now, the idea of what they're going to do here is essentially these players here, if you look at the radar, these 3 players, they're going to pressure here towards that A side to open up or to get this player off this long position towards the site, so it opens up space for DGT to go towards the long side so that they can pinch. Here's how it unfolds. You'll see all 3 of these players, they swing up from that catwalk side. No utility at all. From Fallen's POV here,
To je jak nějaký předtím, co hráli proti sobě, tady ty dva týmy.
Zase 11-11, vole.
As soon as DGT gets here towards this long position, he catches a Kinder in the side. Now, once he catches a Kinder in the side, notice here, doesn't swing to catch Fallen off either. He instead waits just a little bit towards the left side, is a little bit patient before peeking out. And the reason why he does that is because he knows with the pressure coming in here from that catwalk side,
proč jsem říkal, že když jsi říkal, že máš se připravit na Kindera, když ti to přijde jako blízko monitoru, máš se připravit na Kindera.
No.
That's exactly what happens here. As soon as that kill happens, Snow, he's able to catch Fallen back completely. You'll see that from Fallen's point of view here, as soon as Yakinder dies,
Neříkej, že takhle jako hra.
Takhle hraje, no. Máš ho v týmu.
Aha. To je slepej, ne? Nebo... Aha, no. Sedím, že nenosí dalekohled, co? Teď tam zase jedu za transparenty. Furia. Skákací lidi. Where is Cage? Rise. Máš to obráceně, týpku? Nebo ne? Ne, to je za...
On to obrátil.
Jo. Pán Z. Nice. Colin Ambulance.
And he talked about how he knows that they messed that one up. He even talked about the T side, which they had a winning record on that map, how they lost man advantages, how they needed to
Nice, cením obrázek, takový malovat. To je páv, už to vidím, to je páv.
Yes.
To je můj Instagram.
So now they feel like they're so much more well ironed out than they were back in stage 2.
Just spirit of jealous, you know.
To jsou taky Mexičani, vole, furijský. Počkej, furijský, ne, počkej. Počkej, vole, ne, to ne.
No právě.
No to...
Ale, Nuke, Anubis a Inferno.
To se hlasuje, nebo?
To už se dohlasovalo.
Okay.
Jo, oni zase se bude hrát Nuke, vole, já už nechci.
Jo, Slap Dust 2 a Mirage. A Nuke, a zbytek neznám.
Tady je stará mapa předělaná nedávno, Enchant je nejnovější Valve mapa, Nuke je, to už víš, Anubis je komunitní mapa, Mirage je, no znáš, Dash to znáš, Inferno už asi taky znáš.
Obviously, we talked a little bit about Molodoy, the kind of new signing on the side of Furia in the all-ping department. How does he compare to NQZ when you're looking over on the other side of the circuit?
So the crazy thing is that NQZ is without a shred of doubt the best opera not only in Brazil, but South America, and actually the Americas region if you really think about it.
Only because Fallen gave it up though.
That's true.
But
the crazier thing is that
Molodoy.
The 20th best opera on EU Face It is better than him. So I feel like Molodoy has actually shown me so much more over the time that he's been signed in terms of just being aggressive, the mechanics, the way that he kind of works his way around smokes to just find the edge pixel that he needs in order to take the shot. Like, he is doing things that is changing the face of the games that Furia is playing.
But here's the question for me, because we saw these in Stage 3 as well when NQZ popped up. Look at the opening duels. 49 and 17 is insane. That is bonkers for an opera or anyone really to have that. And even Molodoy at 29 and 10 is pretty crazy as well. But that's where you're putting so much on those guys to open up for you and go for those opening plays, where if you get that little bit of hesitation or you get that little bit of a lack of courage or a little bit of nerves underneath the, the stage lights and those drop, all of a sudden you're like, man, why don't we have as many openings? Why don't we have as much map control as we're used to? Why are we not playing the same way? And it's because your opera potentially gets a little bit nervous. It doesn't go for the same kinds of plays. So that's for me, like, what I keep my eyes on. NQZ, this is his 4th major. It's the first for Molodoy. Let's see what these guys are going to look like on this stage. They're going to keep going for those sorts of plays.
I think it's an excellent point, because I think you're right. You know, we can scout it within the first 10 rounds that they're going to change the way they play Counter-Strike, the way they conduct themselves. Molodoy, he played on a stage in Astana. He seems like a fearless guy, but playing in front of this crowd at a major, it's a different caliber. So I want to see it before I believe it.
Also, let's say too, I mean, you just mentioned Molodoy is the better opera than NQZ. I'm not going to fight you on that at all. I wouldn't. But look at the team that he's well, back in the green room. Look at the team he's got on him. Look at all the experience between Fallen, who's experienced in every way, including as an opera, as one of the best operas we've ever had in the game. Quesarado, Yuri, these guys have experience playing with operas and how they want to utilize their operas and how they want their operas to help them. So he's got a whole plethora of experience players who can be like, hook it up, bro.
Komentovat co chtějí, já nevím.
But when we are back, you do not want to miss out on the action. We have plenty of fans, the crowd ready to get loud for Furia taking on Pain Gaming.
Nice, prasidlo.
All right, guys, now you've spent your entire Counter-Strike career building towards this moment, practicing, training, improving, getting ready. But there's one part you might not have prepped for, you might not be ready for. I'm talking about the trophy lift. The trophy this time, it's heavy. I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but we're gonna get you ready.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Look at this.
Oni trénují na to, aby vole, zvedli trofej, kterou ani nezvednou. Že prohrajou tady ten zápas.
To je tým Ondra Bortel.
What the fuck?
Now we actually do have the reveal. This is the trophy. 77 pounds of stainless steel.
Bro, this trophy might be taller than David, so wow.
All right, so it's your big moment. You've just clutched up. You're a major champion. Picture this moment. Confetti's flying, the people are screaming, the crowd's roaring, and now it's time.
Yes!
Lift that trophy up, put all the energy into it.
Yeah!
10 more reps.
10 more?
5 more reps.
Yes!
All right, guys, I think the work that you put in the gym today, it's really gonna pay off on that stage. Because you know what they say.
Tam cvičí do random, prostě zádu. Já chci hru.
Ne, tady máš gramofonovou desku, vole.
That you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership. And so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko.
Ano, Inhuman Reactions.
Well, don't you?
Perfect.
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom. Said it's short and sweet.
Alexův rage.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality. He's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh. That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here. Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko. Sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future. Then.
Start the damn game. It's 2 p.m. here. AM here teda.
Jo, tady máš přírodu.
Příroda moment. Vy kurvy, už se zapněte. Proč jsem jenom v levém oknu?
No tam v zadním.
Ty máš zadní ucho?
Je. Co se divíš? Já se divím, že se u mě ještě s něčím divíš. Mě už musíš očekávat vše.
Ty máš i spodní ucho, ne?
To ne. To je jako víc. Jeho východní.
No, jdeme na to, doufám. Teď se představí týmy. Ale se hrát. To je rychlý.
Jo, rychlý.
Doufám.
Ty sochy jsou masakr.
Jo, no, to jsem taky říkal. Jo. Minule tam byly kontejnery, vole. Nebo to, no, předminule. Minule byla, vole, to bylo v Číně, takže tam bylo něco divného.
Wow. OK.
To je Furia nebo Pain? To je Furia.
Pepe, jo. To je krafák. Wow. Český lev. Teda mohl z těch soch jeden být teda ta druhá strana, když jedno z toho je terorista.
What an insane welcome for Furia. The Austin Moody Arena is definitely on fire, and if Fallen is the godfather of Brazilian CS, I know someone on the other side called Big Azera who wants to step into his footsteps. Austin,
Because
Pain. Tady chceme, aby prohráli, super.
Já jsem čekal nějakou úplně nástupovku. Nějaký, já nevím, tanec nebo něco.
Tanec.
Jakou formaci. Já nevím, zda se spawnou a stojí.
Paříž měla hrozně dobrý nástup.
No víš.
A taky tam jenom stále jakoby, ale bylo to hustý.
No jest. Jako víš co, kdyby třeba všichni stáli stejně nebo něco. Aspoň. Hodo, vole, ty. Nebo co řekl Hodo.
Co?
To je Alex týpek, já nevím.
A z nějakého důvodu, tady ten major má hrozně cinema intro. Si počkej ještě.
It is going to be a banger. Two teams who know each other well, players who know each other well. We spoke a lot about Fallen versus Big Ozera. We spoke a lot about Fallen's presence as well, and we have heard from the Pain Gaming players as well that he serves as an inspiration. So it's also a time to be for them to come alive, you know. Show us that you can go above and beyond. Even though you're playing against some of your idols, you gotta beat them, you gotta kill them now.
I think the whole idol story is what is very interesting. You know, I know on the likes of Pain, they've been looking up to these guys. They've been looking how they've been taking Brazilian Counter-Strike to a whole new level. Now they want to be the one coming in, showing them to be the next stars, the next generation of Furia, of Brazilian Counter-Strike. So obviously they find themselves in a position, and regional matchups can also be tough. You know? If there's one thing that Furia cannot do, that is to underestimate Pain.
Let's talk a little bit about Nuke. Jacob, you brought up an interesting statistic. about the history between these two teams on this very ground.
With the current course, with the current lineups, they never played each other on Nuke. And that's going to be a first and foremost. It's Pain picking it. It's Pain bringing it into the map pool. Furia have played it once only at this tournament against Linvision, where it went well for them. For Pain Gaming as well, I'm curious to figure out why. You know, have they seen some weaknesses? Have they seen some potential exploits they can do? Not necessarily a map where I think Pain Gaming is quality per se. I think there's other maps they're better on. So for them to pick it against Furia, I think Big Zero has a plan, and I'm excited to see exactly what it is.
There has to be a plan behind. You know, there's a reason why they go for this map. You know, they know that they had the advantage coming into the veto, and by getting the opportunity of getting this map in, there's got to be something up their sleeve that they can bring in, because they know that they're not the favorite in this match. They know they have to go out to prize, and they are very inexperienced. There's a lot of players in this team that's only been on the stage once, and this is the first time ever that the Pain guys make playoffs inside of a major. You know, this is not an ordinary player. This is a major player. This does something to you. So I'm going to be looking at how the players are going to transition into that phase, how they can, you know, take the things they learned from stage 3 and 2 where they played, and then bring it into playoffs. Can they convert that in and continue to play great Counter-Strike?
And they're going to be starting on the T side of things as well. That's Pain Gaming I'm talking about in that context. Tell me what they need to do to make sure they're starting hot out the gate.
We spoke a bit about it already. For NQC is involved in an awful lot of opening duels, and I think they will have to continue with that trend as well. He's an AWP player who likes to be aggressive. He likes to be involved in the action early on, and he's going to face head-to-head versus Molodoi. I think on Nuke in particular, that's going to be a super interesting matchup, because one thing we do know for certain is that Molodoi likes to play Nuke. When he was playing it for Furia in stage 3, he was owning it, the highest fragger on the server, all over the place with the ops. So NQC, who is the best player within Pain Gaming, who is the most influential player, next big thing coming out for Furia, which has been Molodoi so far.
I totally agree. NQC is going to have a very pivotal role inside of how they're going to turn Nuke into their favor, and I also think that the likes of Big Zero is going to be important. You know, he has been rumored to be maybe the one to go into Fallen's shoes. He is the next big Inca leader thing coming out of Brazil, and he's done it with multiple rosters, bringing unknown players into a whole new identity. And I think he's going to be very pivotal for them. Also, how he decides to go inside the rounds. You know, he is obviously the in-game leader, so he's also one that's going to dictate how things are going to move forward. So, and you know, he is in a case where he is also the playmaker of this team. You know, if he has a bad game, that could actually turn out to be pretty bad.
You know what I just realized, Freya? We've been speaking about these two teams for 30 minutes now, and we haven't said Quesarado once. Quesarado used to be the big thing, you know. He used to be the big guy. He used to be one of the best riflers in the world. You played an awful lot against him. He used to be Mr. Consistency, and I will say that Quesarado has been stepping it up. Ever since Yakinda came in, ever since Molodoi came in, he's been alive again.
Well, we can check in with the live odds quite heavily favoring Furia in this one. Dupree, do you agree? Do you have them going through to the semi-finals?
I mean, at this case, you know, if you look at the lineups and there's history and the experience, obviously you have to look at Furia being the favorite, but it's a regional matchup. It's Brazil versus Brazil. You know, anything can happen in this one. And the one thing that I've learned, you can never count on a team.
We get 3 maps.
Yeah? We're guaranteeing that? Okay, we are ready to get the South American showdown underway. Furia versus Pain in our second quarterfinal.
It's a matchup where generations meet. Fallen on Furia, his 17th Valve Major Championship run, up against a rookie team of major debutants in the playoffs. That's Pain Gaming. They've even got an 18-year-old Snow, who Fallen coached all those years ago as we get ready to mix these teams up. Furia, they've had an incredible run here at the Major so far, but the only match they've lost to this team. So why don't we see if they can prove it now, once again, on the stage where it matters.
A generational clash of Brazilian talent. A room full of Counter-Strike fans. And one spot in the semi-finals when all is said and done. Let's find out who's got what it takes. Austin makes some
Se nemůže rozhodnout, jestli mi horko nebo zima, vole.
On the stage.
Já jsem
they want to bring the pace. This pistol round coming in quick.
Straight out the heart, straight into Yuri. These dual Berettas, chance to perform early. He's going to get overran, but it's not going swimmingly for Pain as the rest of them are cut down.
Dobrá práce.
Davideus remains. And so
Furia
start off this quarterfinal in full swing, repelling a fast play out of Pain.
Musí být spát, to.
Aha, už prostě víš, že vyhrál.
Ne. Jak se vidět Kindera? Jo, aha, už ho vidím.
Jo, vidím. Má pod sebou normálně ten bod.
To je ještě docela daleko.
Jako, to poslal předtím a se musím podívat. To je masakr.
David Deis is Deagle surrounded by Glocks. This one should be easy for Furia.
To je pohyby. Teda čekal jsem, že uvidím jinou mapu, jo, ale tak...
No já jsem taky doufal, že bude mapa.
Já jsem mají stáhnout se, udělal blesky, co to bylo?
To byl Zeus.
Co to je, vole, to je skin na zbraň?
To je taser prostě, ne to je zbraň?
Aha, vole.
To je hodně na blízko a dá to na jeden shot, vole.
Aha,
Ale dostaneš z toho $0, když někoho zabiješ. Nemá, když někoho zabiješ, tak máš jako odměnu podle toho, s čím jsi ho zabil. A ze Zeusem máš 0.
Jo. Tvoříme.
I když já mám pocit, že to změnili a je to teď asi 100, protože oni nedávno, nebo s CS2 změnili Zeus dost a mám pocit, že od té doby to možná dává 100, ale teď si nejsem jistý.
I mean, look, that's a stroke of luck and a half for this round opener. DGT on the spam finds a 5v3. If you're Pain here, you've done the hard bit of the round. You just need to stick the landing here, dodge the stack.
Proč Fall nemá zbraň?
Fallen can't find it.
What the fuck?
Ended up down the vent as a result.
Se nechtěl.
Right place, I guess.
Nice.
Ty vole, jaký jatka.
Still going. And suddenly Furia might be tempted.
Bigas. Bigasera.
Já už to vidím. Jo.
Pain a patient in the man advantage. Furia hope they make a mistake. Fly up the vent, hit that top site. That's what Furia are playing for right now. And Pain, patience, looking to play off. Creeping into this lower site would be the remedy to get their first round.
Nice. Bigas.
Reassuring stuff that they don't overthink that. I think it would have been easy to do with DGT still floating around in the lobby, right? And so Pain group up, they dodge this two-man save from Furia. And they get on the board early, reassuring that this round doesn't cause them any problems, right? Because in the battle kind of experience between these squads, it's a night and day contest between Furia and Pain. So I don't think you want to take any of these wild L's to open up. Pain establishing themselves early on the team.
Červený plentnuli a...
No, oni savujou, protože ví, že to nedají. Tak aby se nechali zbraně do dalšího kola.
Aha, ok. Jo, nerozumím týčku, nevím. 25. No tady to rozstřílel úplně kouři.
Asi nezvyky, že červení jsou červení, jo, tady protože Amerika.
Jo, Amerika.
Nebo to má být modrý a žlutý.
Ok, dobře. Ještě Amerika. Chápu. Je to hodně americký, ano.
Ano. Jako americký týden v Lidlu.
Yes.
Hasn't got to fire the AWP just yet. But this is the young orb star of Furia. The international signing that at first left you scratching your head. Well, didn't take you long to get to grips with what Molodoi can put down range.
Need to rotate quick. This one's been stalled out. Furia won't overplay on the ramp room there. 3 there for a moment. Very mobile is Molodoi. Back up in the right position. Snow snuck behind the smoke.
To je dobrý spot, tam předtím typej dal 2 killy. Já ten Molodoi. Ahoj.
Back to ramp, hoping the AWP is left and they would be right.
Fallen's taken up his position. But he's got the weight of the entire
To dá prostě 3 tyky. Dobrý, 2 dál.
A posledně na Bčku dole tady.
No, to se ti to říká, víš, když máš mapu.
Ale, vole.
Bum.
Jsem ti myslel jako, že nemá šanci.
Yes.
The map was quiet, so Yukinda rotates early. Furia, as we said before, mobile on the CT side. Pain are gonna have to play quick to avoid these rotations. Simply done for Furia to get in control of this game.
What the fuck?
Žena? Počkej.
To dává smysl.
Okay. No more žena.
No more žena.
Tam jako co tak hrajou za zbraně vůbec.
Fallen now has support. It's this buddy system between him and Yukinda been causing ramp problems throughout the entirety of this game. Pain just can't seem to break through that two-man. Rotate over, and there's Molodoy's AWP.
Psycho move to come back up on ramp against pistols, but Molodoy
Ale vždy Furia pohled na tak hraje. Nebyl hrát
hodně dobře.
With this Furia squad, his first outing, they make it all the way to the playoffs, and that was playing in front of his home crowd.
No nebo je to vždycky vypadá, pak najednou začne ta druhá strana vyhrávat. Pětko za sebou a je to
pak 11-17, vole.
What the fuck?
Aha.
Měl jsi to mít s pepelkem.
Jo. Tak příště.
Not quaking yet. Furia focused, 4-1 up, and we have a rebuy here for Pain. It's about this T-side orb that we've been talking about all day. NQZ, how he finds his openers.
Třeba by tam někdy uvidíš.
How successful he is in his attempts.
Příště by to mělo být v Budapešti a tam bych docela chtěl takový vidět.
Nice, uvidím tě u počítače určitě. Tam. Týmu
Ale vole,
CBL.
divák.
Tak to je o ničem. Kama kouká prostě.
Já nevím, jak to dělá.
Jako chápu, no, on prostě jako nemusí čumět zbytečně na nebe. Prostě kouká jenom tam, kam potřebuje. Ale je něco zvláštní. Takhle budu koukat na ten stream asi. To je úplně debilní. To nemůžeš takhle hrát, ne? Teď máš všechno rozmazaný, vole.
Já jsem to zkoušel, no s tím hrát ten nemožný, to je to nechápu. Já mám velice daleko od sebe.
They're already spilling out through the hub. A one kill from this AWP, and suddenly the ball's rolling on a retake again.
Pathing really nicely, Pain going underneath the heavens so that he never gets a shot. They never give him a way back in. Pain want to win this off a bomb, but another fight's taken. The kill comes in.
Vybuchne, ale nevím co.
That gets their interest. That's the blood in the water, and now Furia
comes
this retake.
One flashbang, it might be enough.
Back on Fallen in main, he's going to use it to try and get his heaven players in. Flash deployed, backside player dead. Molodoy, the AWP not missing. And he's still going forward on this retake. Molodoy hitting every single shot. DGT wondering how this went so wrong as he tries to clutch up in the wall.
Hey, jestli to nedává.
Co či?
Kdyby měl sekundu navíc, tak to asi dávám. No.
Já teď nevím, jestli to vůbec bouchlo nebo ne, jestli to, kdo to
stihl, ale defuzu to.
Jo.
No, už vlevo má 6.
Jo, vidím. Já jsem koukal na to, jak je tam střílel úplně. Okej, no. I'll finish my video.
Nice. To je debil. To je debil.
With the timeout, needs to take a breather. They've had themselves in decent situations, but Snow's been getting cancelled out on his redemption arc. It's all about coming back stronger.
That's what Payne are going to have to do.
A pro Brazilce jako docela win-win. Brazilský tým versus brazilský tým.
And you know, there's Payne have certainly played a good game to get to this position in the playoffs, but Furia made it through on a clean streak. 3-0. Convincing stuff from this Furia side.
On je tam s těma brýlema i na té fotce, nebo ten follow.
Fallen, the man who kind of brought Counter-Strike to Brazil.
Jo.
Inspiration behind guys in the Payne jersey. Oh, out in the yard, Yakindar able to get one for his troubles. It's a quick trade back for Davideus.
You'll take those trades if you're Payne, right? Yakindar's going to try and cause a lot of chaos in this CT side. He's going to fight through smokes. He's going to push you. He's not going to relent on his aggression. At times, it's let his teams down. In this Furia squad, it's lifting them up. He's been the standout player alongside Molodoy. These imports for Furia are going far further than before. Molodoy in the right place at the right time. But NQZ's patience looks to pay off.
They're the kills NQZ has to be picking up if he wants Payne to have a chance in this quarterfinal. Stopping this spillover is Yuri though, and there's Fallen helping him out in the blink of an eye. It's just NQZ left standing. The guy that got the ball rolling on this round, the one that kind of tempted them into the top side play. But no more openers for NQZ. He's destined to save. Furia continue racking up these rounds.
Yeah, Fallen and Yuri on this top site is really exciting to watch. We've seen 2 games from Furia at the Major. They won both of them on Nuke. There was a close overtime in there as well, but Furia still have a good track record. And Fallen, talk of an orb added to this team. It's him on Anchor that's been the most strained, right? To imagine that
Já tomu furt nerozumím, já mám jakoby plachtu, nebo nevím jak tomu říct, přes okno celý, kvůli klimatizaci, takže to okno je jakoby otevřený, ale úplně jakože sílnutý tou plachtou. A stejně, tu mám už třeba 3. kamaráda.
Jo.
Já nechápu.
Oni prostě mají cesty. Oni mají podle mě krumpáč a prostě si těží cesty.
It's since that role swap for Fallen that he's gone on to make his deepest major run in the last 6 years.
Jo, neboj. Já mám doslova zaskleněný balkon a přesně jsem dostal. Asi tak.
Plural. Molodoy with the orb. Scoped in for the cross, and this time Furia changed up how they've gone about the yard control.
Vraždič komáru. Máme na zahradě a funguje to dobře. Takovou tu elektrickou lampičku prostě, co je, vole, jim dá taser. Co taser, to zabije. Yakindar stále kouká, klaska.
DGT back at the head, NQZ finds the AWP, and now we're cooking. Payne 2v2. The only question is, where did Yuri go?
I mean, Fallen's also been making moves in the downtime. This re-aggression into the lobby.
Oni mají prostě, vole, teď mi to došlo, 3 lidi, co mají prostě jméno ze 3 random písmenek. A ani tam není samohláska. DGT NQZ prostě.
Dropping down towards lower. There's one man here to face him early, it's Fallen.
Yeah, he's in the perfect position. Prior warning, he hears the steps and he gets the easy kill to close this out for Furia yet again.
Jako dostávají, no. Dost.
Payne getting in winnable positions and winning none of them. And to the beat of the drum, Furia gotta be having fun on this CT side. They are everywhere. I think that's the first time we've even seen Furia in the lobby on CT. They've not needed to be aggressive.
No, if you're dead on like that round, the kind of position changes that Furia end up adopting are called from their end.
Tam vylezli vole jak krysy.
It's not like it stopped working. They just changed things up here to stay one step ahead of Pain. So yeah, they end up with that lobby control. Round gets close, but still far from worry for Furia.
These smokes look like you're trying to path towards Garage or wrap around the world, right? Look at how weird they're down. But Pain is just using them to get that secret control. They're trying to put the fear in Furia. The players will go round the world.
To je proti komárům prostě musíš mít zavřeno, no. To prostě.
Lurker not quite the same.
No, and I mean, the lurks have been something that have been finding kills for Pain, right? They've been able to kind of try and turn the tide in the mid-round thanks to their lurking players. And so losing DGT there out in the lobby on that push in a ramp room, that hurts for Pain. And now trying to contain Yuri in the vents. It's not going according to plan. That's a huge pickup for Big Azera. Fallen also iced out. Pain are finally on the verge of breaking this furious streak. Oladoy looks on with the AWP. Doesn't want to give them the satisfaction. Tries to play through the smoke down on ramp. Molodoy flings himself into the action here. Creeping in behind enemy lines now. They've got no clue that this AWP has ended up right behind them. Molodoy with the first. Knows he made it past someone, can't get gun on in time. Okay, Serato now has info to play with. And it's young Snow, 18 years old, 8 points of health, left up against K Serato. Defuse held, and Snow taps it out of it. That's a huge 3K hat-trick for the young player in his debut stage
Zabil ho
game.
12letý děcko. Kolik mu je?
Yeah, just every trade, every kill of humongous impact. The one onto Fallen down lower, cleaning up Molodoy, who makes it deep in the site, and even finding that 1v1 when Furia thought they could defuse in the open. Pain trying to break back into this T side of Nuke. There is still time, there is still a chance. And Furia know that just as well, so they take the eco. A very off-meta play. Just one hero rifle, saving it as much as they can for later. Kindar? Excuse me, excuse you. Dead after one. The trade not allowed either. And Pain make it in and make it out. This should be their round. Furia play to give 3 over. It's a very Furia economy decision.
Má celá taktiku, no.
Pressured to buy and would have got 3 rifles. It just would have been lacking. Furia want everything. They want Molodoy comfortable on this AWP. They're fine giving over 3.
Nechápu, jak se sem dostávají. Teď mu bude milion mušek, vola nebo něčeho.
Ale kdo komáry?
Assembled this little double upper play in the right place. Pain might vacate last second. Going instead in towards ramp. They're going to dodge most of the danger in this round. So looking good for that third. I really hope that 3K from Snow gets him activated here, because even though statistically he's at the bottom of the board for Pain, right? He had star rolls before this roster came in, fitting a lot of anchor spots on CT side, not exactly glamorous positions. Even though we've seen him, lurking outside T side on yard at times here for Pain, he's really struggled as an individual. But someone with a lot of energy, someone with a lot of faith in his team. It's been very interesting to watch him develop over these past few months with Pain. And they've shot up the radar ever since he joined this squad.
Jsem dneska zkoušel Minecraft. Tak tam přidali ty shadery.
I want Snow to perform today if Pain are going to have any chance. You are judged by your floor, not always your ceiling. And you can't afford to hold Pain back.
Bedrock, ne?
Yes. Ale prý makají na tom, aby to bylo i na jobu.
Couple of guns scavenged here for Furia. Maybe they can even get out with them. Yeah, the M4 is the big ticket one. That's outside. That's dead. What do you think?
Ten výbuch je cool. To všechno bouchne. Kdyby tam byla skutečná bomba, prostě, víš co, že by hráli o život. Kdyby bouchla bomba, tak prostě tam bouchne celá arena.
To bylo nejlepší.
Jsme tam prostě naběhli. Vlastně nevím, kdo teďka vyšel zase.
mean, look, Fallen's been around a long time, right? He knows what it's like when you're playing in these kind of underdog
Nemám pozor
matchups
ani
on the stage. He
blbec,
wants to
se
try
snažím
and
najít ledu.
have pain after this horrible slow start that they just don't have the experience to
má,
come
vole,
back from. That's why he's kind of waited to orchestrate this buy round till right now, making sure, as you said earlier, Hugo, they're going to have everything they could possibly need.
Yeah, it takes time, it takes experience. You have to lose a lot of important stage games. Look at Mouz, for example, who for the longest time we called them studio merchants, who crumbled on stages, who fell apart when they were favorites against underdogs in important matches. Well, today they just pulled it back against Spirit, something they've been doing all tournament from O2 themselves. So they can do it. Pain just need that experience. Could it come through today of all times?
Pro záchod.
Jo, můžeš.
Everything to play for in this round to keep it one-sided. Without it, no doubt, Pain are in this game. Pain make it down again. Snow, secret bound with the triple smokes.
Ale on jako...
And Furia have to know this is a
fakt jako
possibility.
pomáhá, vole, to taktika čumění. Vole, ze 2 centimetrů.
In a very important position. One on the extremities here. And a potential timing rolled out in front of him. His team still waiting back in the lobby.
Na 2 metrech čtverečních.
Furia are really paranoid that this is a heavy conglomerate down on B. They play 2 players, a bait and switch. K-Serato fighting first. Snow in no hurry. Furia continue to pummel this top side with smokes, try and block an upper hit from Pain. They are weakened in this position. Molodoi is left to do nothing on the ramp room, and so Yukinder and Fallen have to hold strong.
If you wait for this smoke, going to be about 20 seconds left.
To je tam mrskneš.
Hit begins for Pain.
Už nemáš žádný granát.
Seems like they are waiting for now. Spam connects out of Yukinder. He hears that. That gets his intrigue.
Tyhle, kdyby to... No, škoda. Hezky, 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 hezky. To je péčo. To je péčo.
Plant now found. No one running at him yet. They start to make their way out. Molodoi with the charge. And clutch denied.
Co vole, hustě. Prožívající CS turnaj prostě před GTA 6. No, masakr. To byl těžký masakr. To se úplně v hajzlu mi přijde.
And this half has slipped by in a whirlwind.
Máš 8. A jsou dvě kola, viď?
Trying to go 9-3 on Pain's pick in this series, no less.
And NQZ, we've not seen those openers. We've barely seen those orbs on this T side. He's had a couple of chances. Found Molodoi once on A, but even then, in a lost round. Impactless entries.
Tam tu, no, je společně s Komárem.
Vaši skvělá. Nice, kámoš. Asi mu zho, nebo jsi mu dal večeři, nebo?
Ne, nevím ani.
Jo, tak jo.
Nevím, kolik to je totiž.
Tak. Byla tam těžká řežba, jakoby. Ten Fallen to zase zabil. Jo, tak to byl vklařen.
Furia in pole position. Pain desperately looking for that way back in. A 4th round. Not much to go off of.
This slip is really nice down to B, but Yukinder's realized it.
Gonna get here ahead of time. Yukinder closing the net. They're trying to take away.
Takže nejvíce hraje AKčko, MK nebo Snipa.
The mollies allow them that much. It's going to be settled in this lower retake. Furia eyeing up a very strong CT finish. If they can get past NQZ.
Já bych si vzal, nevím, třeba kulomet, víš co, prostě. Hezky. Co hezky, fuj. 2.
AKčko je lepší než MK, protože MK, teda AKčko zabije na jednu do hlavy, kdekoliv.
No.
MK, když máš helmu, tak no. Dá 80 přibližně.
I'm not feeling too well. At least was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh man, that
No
takes
cool.
it back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when fallen.
Ačkoliv to úplně nesnášet, tak mám docela chuť si stáhnout CS-ko.
Then it was all
Docela jsem.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Bro, you just died, bro. No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah! Bad Fallen, really?
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better Alper.
Okay. Who?
I got us Molodai.
Molotov?
Alper.
Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived a top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
What the fuck?
No, potřebuju, jo, prostě věci. Jo, příroda. Kamo, co to je za záběry, prostě jako cool asi, ale... Po náměstí tam dejte, kde se dějou nějaký věci. Ale paneláky, se můžu podívat z okna.
Jo, pojď z okna, máš tam Texas.
Jo. No, takové jako, no, Texas. Jsou lidi třeba. Všichni se šli podívat na turnaj asi. Jo, auta. To byl zaparkovaný traktor. Tak to je prostě.
Má Warzone mapa.
Jaká mapa?
Warzone mapa.
Jo, nice.
Texas Battle Royale. Texas Royale.
They call him the Professor, and school is well and truly in session. Fallen and the rest of Furia eyeing up one hell of a lead here to open up this quarter-final. 8-4 in their advantage on Payne's pick of Nuke. They're looking to run away with this whole thing, Hugo.
Yeah, looking really solid for Furia, no doubt about that. Payne sneak one past the keeper to finish out the half, and that gives them some breathing room.
To něco zobrazuje ty čtverce, co tam mají na těch stolech.
Vůbec netuším.
Ten křížek, terč a vole pal.
Nevím, co to je. Já se dám do hlavy. Možná to ukazuje těm, co tam jsou, že jako, když je někdo mrtvý, tak to má třeba křížek, má něco takového.
Pistol round represents a world of possibilities to Payne if they're able to pick it up suddenly.
Nezapomeň, že se prohodili strany, takže teď jsme červený.
That's a huge swing kill down in the lower. Crazy shot. Okay, Serato has provided safe passage to this bomb.
Oni nebyli červený celou dobu, jo, nebyli vlastně true.
Left Payne once again feeling that pressure. Davideus, an unforgivable miss. It lets Molodoi continue fighting over towards ramp.
Ready for more?
And this swing they took at Molodoi looked to undo the entire round. Snow was able to find him, but still, this is dire straits now for Payne. They have to go hunting these two players in the post plant, and Snow can't put the fresh mag in.
Děláš prdel, ne? To si děláš prdel.
Aha,
tohle prohrajou.
Real close on the defuse, but it's another one that Snow helps
Tohle
provide for Pain.
prostě.
Yeah, give him your energy, Austin.
Okno.
Second major, second stage, first major playoff for Snow. Another 3K round winner for Pain. Looks unburdened by the pressure. Same cannot be said for K-Serato. That's an ugly whiff to give Pain a pistol to let them back in. Furia don't want to let it go anywhere. They buy full.
No, win money. Device, týpek se s tím jmenuje Device. Proč ne?
Try and hang with Big Azera out in the yard. Cross behind these smokes, at least as far as Red.
Jako nebudou to otáčet, na to ať zapomenou.
Drop in their own a little bit later.
No, doufám.
Well, certainly a Pain's attention on the cross.
Big
That's a lot
ass.
of util burned out in the yard.
Vůbec nevěří kouři prostě.
Furia still make it down unscathed. They wait for every mag to run dry before they creep into secret.
To je pičo. Jak jdou? Jak jdou?
K-Serato is going to be hard pressed to find any value in lobby right now unless Pain make an information play. What it should look like is a 4-on-1 on the B bomb site. With DGT calling for support just in time. The whole map is quiet. Pain piecing it together. Furia right around that corner.
Did after Pain win that pistol, everyone on the team is breathing this collective sigh of relief, feeling like they can get back in this game. But there's this four round, you have to get past it. If you don't, it's all for naught. Snow on the drop down, trying to move in, desperate times, calling for the most desperate of measures, and as everyone scrambles, Furia cut them down.
Desperation couldn't be a better word, Harry. Absolutely flooding that B bomb site. Fallen with an unbelievable Tech 9 tap, and they follow up onto DGT clean. You cannot afford to let your B site crumble like that so easily for Furia to break in on their force by round. And Pain had players in the right place.
Oni jdou pro něj,
Somehow
aby
still caught
nesejmul.
off guard.
Let's go, Furia.
Hell of a round to win.
Boom.
And for whatever freedom Pain were feeling in the moment, it's already washed away. Now they're in the hole. CT force buying.
Jo. Jim tam dáme místo toho jeho... Koukáš? Hank, jo. Super.
Pain force buy back again, but this is them risking everything. An attempt to boost up
Red Bull
NQZ out
gives
in the
you
yard.
wings.
Gimmick to try and look
To zní úplně hrozně v té angličtině, jsem si to uvědomil. To není prostě jak křídla. Prostě vy? Měl face, ne, na tom. Zbraní.
Kinder tam má, no. Face.
Nice. Co od nich půjčil, nebo?
To je ledný.
Jo,
To z každého majoru jsou samolepky všech týmů a podpisu hráčů, takže...
Jo, tak. A proč hraje svůj tým, proč hraje Fade?
Nevím.
Aha, jako tak, když proti němu nehrál, tak asi dobrý. Ty už tam byli, nebo ne?
Ne, budou zítra. Proti Mongolcům. Nebo jakoby dneska. Zase ten samý zase. Týpek čeká
jemu prostě zůstane zbraň.
Jo, a všechno se koupil. Granáty, Kevlar, helva.
As Pain can't get a grip on this map.
Už čo má lítá s tou myší. Ty nemají sensku jak já, vole. Ty pohnou 2 cm a jsou... Je 360.
No právě, že mají malou sensku.
Jo?
Nebo jako podle toho, co je pro tebe malá a velká, no. Většina má nějakých 800 DPI a 1,5 sensky ve hře.
Fangs of Furia around him, sharp as ever. And Yakindar always making these aggressive moves. Keeping looking over their shoulder.
Vole.
This is Furia at their best. This is Pain at their most nervous.
Yeah, we called Yakindar the hammer of VP. The hard head. At the front of the pack, pushing outside.
To je efektivní, jako čumé.
Jak to čekal.
Pain given a chance, but that gun is not getting out for free. Yuri provides cover and a gamble. Pain cleared out the
chytrej,
lobby
ale
as Case
moc to zadává teda.
Pain make a rotation that Furia will not expect. Full stacked all together.
NQZ se pojá se schovat. To je šachtě, to je...
That's the hero gun, jump shot from Fallen. And he's just keeping this entire stack down on the lower side.
To prostě hraje úplně jinou zbraň než ostatní a jako... Jde mu to. Jo, tak ne, jsem to hraje taky. Ne, on to sebral.
Yeah, that's why you don't run blind into a site, right? Fallen gets the info. By the time he's dead, he's called 3 players are still alive on that lower site. So
no,
speed up, get a bomb plant, and he buys
CS sice jako docela zbraní, ale tam máš prostě buď, když máš vůbec prachy, tak prostě koupíš pistolku. Když máš jako střední prachy, tak koupíš SMGčko, což je většinou Mike za Tčka a MP9 za CTčka. A když prostě máš dostatek peněz, tak prostě AKčko na Tčkách a MK na CTčkách. Když máš jako skoro na AKčko nebo MK, ale ne úplně, tak Galil nebo Famas. A jeden, když už jste trošku bohatší, tak jeden by měl mít vypo. Ale tečka. Slipu.
Yeah, do or die for Pain on their pick. This is the buy round they've been waiting for, right? They won the pistol, they lost to the Force. That took the wind out of their sails, that left them knocked back for a couple of rounds. And now they've they've run out of road to run. This has to be the buy round that turns around this entire map. If it doesn't, Furia have steamrolled them to open up this quarterfinal.
And I hate to be a pessimist, but it doesn't feel like it's going to happen, does it, Harry? This has been Furia in control of the game from first step.
Jako jedou hodně pěkně. Jakoby. Hlavně ten Fallen, ten vždycky to přiběhnu dělat. Kamera na
That's a convincing opener. Yuri on the receiving end of it, but as DGT backs up, there's more heads to this Furia beast out in the yard. Yakindar rears his above the smokes and brings this back into a 4-on-4.
Snow's got to be careful, yeah.
I mean, he's going to be the one in this swing position, the linchpin position that decides the outcome of the round. If Snow can get away with a multi-kill, maybe just the info's enough. He gets that spot on the jump, repositions, backs up and run down. Furia play with pace. Big Azera mollied off. This was the one buy round for Pain and they can feel it getting away from them.
Jan Bigus.
This might just be a failure to launch of a map for this Pain squad.
I love the experience call there for Furia, just speeding up when they spot Snow. He goes back into the bomb site.
Jako Furia jede jak svině, no to je dobrý.
Furia know exactly where he has to be. They hunt him down.
Aspoň to bude rychle za náma.
They had trades at the ready, but at no step had Furia needed that. Continually knocking down this front door of Pain, who have been saving all CT side long, and this round is no different, except Furia are chasing.
Tohle je nejsmutnější pocit vždycky, no, když prostě musíš savenout a
to make this
se
a
budeš
clinical
s tím, že
victory
prostě oni už mají 12.
in a quarterfinal with a new roster of the top of the year, and Furia are
No,
but a round
fuck,
away from stealing Payne's pick.
Že prostě vidí přes kouře, víš co. On kouká za monitor, prostě on vidí.
Hele, teď.
Molodoj, UAV secret, no fear, bro. Fucking trade bullets, okay?
Maybe
No, go AK.
I love that. Your in-game leader tells you to pull out the AK because he's feeling it.
Yeah, let's see why. I mean, that means it's going to be a pacey round. That's what they've teed themselves up
Piči, jak to Itálii, ty jaká hačka.
Yuri running interference, just
Nice.
the one out of DGT. And here's the drop down into lower. Payne, their speed of these rotates, their faith in one another tested here as they start to scramble bodies down the vents into lower. Snow fed to Furia first. And this might be the beginning of the end. Payne on their map pick. Left in the balance of this 3v3 retake at lower.
Impressive game from Furia. An impressive major with no signs of stopping. At the first match on the stage, they look to convert a 2v3 in the post-spawn. It's Molodoj, first major, and Yuri sat back, relaxed, waiting, unbothered, in their lane on this B-bomb site, and Payne start to crumble.
Here's the push out. Oh,
Aha.
Molodoj with the biggest error. The captain of Payne offering up some resistance. Payne stay in this for one more round.
Yeah, 4 kills from the captain, but doesn't it just feel so late in the day for this? 6 rounds more in a row needed by Payne to even open up this map into overtime. Furia let a post-spawn slip by.
Co, grafiky.
But it's far from the end of the
Jak
world.
tam vidíme přes ten kouř, to jenom pro nás, aby jsme jako viděli.
What it has done is given NQZ an AWP on the CT side yet again.
Já vím, jestli jako to jak chci do toho kouře, tak vidíš skrz. Já vím, že tady ty siluety vidíme jenom my. Všechno se bude nabíjeli. Aha. Proto on je vždycky za dobou, ne vždycky nebo to je cesta.
Vole, co zandal.
Sends them 6 feet under, and 6 rounds may be all they get as Furia waits, chomping at the bit for these smokes to fade.
Bigas tam zase dobrý dal.
Bigas neviděl, kde je vůbec.
Tady, jak to bylo rychlý.
Hezky.
Ještě jednu mapu vyhrám. Ale to...
To je další mapa, nebo?
To je další, no. Když to prohrát, tak bude třetí.
Na to, že jsem nevybral podle názvu, tak jsou docela jako dost pustý.
To je dobrý, no, a jako oni jsou takový na houpačce, no, Furia, že nějaký major jsou dost dobrý, některý jako nic moc, teď jsou hodně dobrý.
Tak, týpek vyhraje, dostal podporu od mámy.
Suffocated under the pressure, under the stage. We'll see what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm here with Yakinder. There's some folks yelling down here. That's all right. We're going to ignore them, Yakinder. Big game right here. A huge moment. Tell me how big and how crucial that second round was there in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you break the enemies, it's better than win to whistle round, you know? And props to the coach. Sid gave the call. He's like, they're not going to play secret. Let's go secret. And we just won the round because of it.
So Payne not statistically strong over here on the next map of Anubis. You guys on the other hand picked into it.
Já teď byl Anubis, ten Anubis ho znáš, hádám.
Would be nice, but life
teď
is
byl
not
Anubis,
easy,
ten
you know?
hádám
Maybe
vůbec
something's gonna
neznáš.
happen, but
Nope.
we're gonna try our best. I think everybody's focused
Jenom
today,
myslím, že to je
so we're gonna show our game.
made
Thank you
mapa.
very much, Yakinder.
Thank you.
Well, Yakinder may be right. Life isn't that easy, but didn't they damn make it look easy on the first map of this series? You'd have been forgiven for thinking that that was Furia's map pick. It was actually Payne's sliding with Furia very convincing.
Jo, jo, takhle. Chápu, si každý ten tým vybere svoji mapu prostě.
Jo, když je to byla trojka, tak... tak každý se bere jednu mapu a to, co zbyde ještě, jakoby oni i banujou mapy a to, co zbyde, tak je třetí mapa.
And Molodoi, man, he just keeps delivering, like the individuals inside of Furia is also just stepping up. It just keeps baffles me that this team has gone from being a traditional Brazilian team to now move into the international and then just finding so much success so fast.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that sentiment. A lot of people on Twitter, a lot of the Brazilian fans right now are kind of feeling it, like the giant has been woken up again. It has been 4 years where Furia have been, dare I say, a laughing stock for most of us, You looked at Quesarado, you looked at Yuri, you looked at Fallen, you thought to yourself, you're supposed to do better. Even when Art was on the lineup, you're supposed to do better, but they never did any better than we expected. Now they're blowing the expectations away. I am thoroughly impressed with everything I see from Furia, and with the way they're playing right now, maybe potentially in a major semi-final in a couple of hours, it's a wild turnaround.
And a very convincing CT side to be starting off.
To jsou různý Eminemové v tom Texasu.
Number 6, what did you pull out from the Furia side of the equation here?
Peter said it, Molodoi, we spoke about it, does he have what it takes at this stage in order to step up? This round is a great example. Quesarado hiding in yard, getting a kill, it gets into a 4v3 where they lose control. Molodoi hits a nice, nasty shot right here, and he just continues. Again, Fallen putting up the team edge right here, good supportive flash. Molodoi comes out, hits another nasty shot. Guess who hits another one? It's gonna be Molodoi. When you're playing with that much confidence, you're doing it on the biggest stage, you're supported by Fallen, going fast for you. It's just super nice. Even gets to stick with the Future, win the round.
Ale nynější CS. A tady máš to.
Definitely checks all the boxes.
I'm just super impressed with him.
Co to máš za skin? Co to je?
Tak okej, jo, tady můžeš i, nebo teď to asi jako nepůjde, protože by to asi nedávalo úplně smysl, když se teď nehraje. Ale Anubis, jo, tak to jde. Tady můžeš sledovat takhle live, přímo ve hře.
To je hodně cool.
A můžeš si spekit, koho chceš, takže jakoby každý si může i komentovat třeba sám.
To je dost cool.
Takhle se už připraví na Anubis, no. Je to Furia, ještě tu není Pain.
No, jsou na kafe.
Je to nějaký světlý, proč to on tak světlý, no.
Teď jsem se chtěl zeptat. Sluníčko.
How do Furia respond?
I mean, they did get off with 4 rounds in the first half, gave themselves a chance.
Za skiny vole úplně červená, modrá, fialová, červená. A modrá.
To jsou nejdražší skiny v celé hře, no, tohle. No tohle ne, tohle stojí tak 900 € jenom, ale to je ty jo.
Tam máš skiny na rukavice, nebo?
Jo. Tady stojí tak 20 000.
Aha.
Euro. Hele, už se napuje Pain i.
Let's go.
But the thing that actually stands out to me, sure, was a great call, but I don't know what Bigosera is doing, because we could obviously see he's asking for help. He's finding himself on top of the silo, and Bigosera is like, he's in between everything, he has no cover, he has no position.
Tady ten má 40 000 kilů na tomhle AKčku.
What Furia knows is that is probably the backup player for the guy that's playing somewhere inside. And then he actually misses a ton of bullets and just down. At that point, when even by having Tech 9s, they've lost all the space, they have no rotation coming in, and they have nowhere to get back in the round.
You mentioned Molodoi, Peter. Let's just run some highlights.
Kurva, to je moje oblíbená káčka, to chci.
I just want to see more of this guy.
How do you kind of characterize him being maybe different in playing style to Fallen? Obviously, Fallen's a veteran. He's probably a bit more established in the way he likes to play.
To má vlevo, vole.
He's hitting his shots.
That's one of the things, right? For me, Fallen had always been standing out as being this.
Proč tam vlevo, to je hnus.
Každý může dát, tak chce.
Já vím, ale...
Ta klíčenka, what the fuck.
Another thing that I think he's doing well is that he's had such a great overview. Like, he got a kill on Ram, and he instantly understood that, okay, I have to rotate somewhere else now. They're not going to hit me on Ram, and that is one of the things.
Hraj místo nich, prostě.
To jsou ty, když tak jsou jakoby, máš vždycky, že stickerky, samolepky týmu, máš vždycky jakoby jako radity, že tohle je modrý a on to svítí ve tmě, tohle docela cool. Když to dá takhle, jakože, počkej, jak se to dělá. Tohle je první sticker. Když to dá takhle nějakou zbraň.
Čo, ještě tam jde vole vlak.
Že tam mám nastavený a můžu tam najít jiného.
You know the pressure that a major stage can bring to a player. Great to
Oh,
see
Italy.
a rookie in Molodai kind of withstanding that.
It's super great. You know, he was top frag in this series. You know, he's, as I mentioned before, I think he's the best player in Furia. And we also have to take into consideration that he is sitting on the scene and on the stage with so many experienced players in the likes of Fallen, Kisrad, and Yuri. They've done it multiple times. You know, they've been around. You know, he's probably been looking up. Always has been looking up to Fallen. Maybe he's not from the same region. You know, but the fact that he finds himself in a team with these people he's looking up to must be doing something new. And then I only just throw that back to how I was in Vitality when I got to play alongside Saiwu and Spinks. You know, yeah, Saiwu is a way better player than me, but I know for a fact that Saiwu liked the fact that he was playing alongside me and Matis on stage because we just gave that calmness, that calm.
Pak máš jakoby
nálepka z kostíku.
A pak máš ke každému hráčovi podpis. Ale jsou přímo jejich podpisy, to píšou ručně prostě. Někdy to mají nějaký zajímavý, ale oni, tyhle, tohle dobrý. To je ten 12 letý. Nevím, 12 letý.
Když se podepíše vole, tak začne snížit.
No, právě, že oni nedávno předali pravidlo, že ten podpis musí být takovej, že ho uděláš třeba do 10 sekund, do 5 sekund. A předtím, než tohle pravidlo udělali, tak ty podpisy byly takový hustší, no. A teď to jsou prostě podpisy, no, většinou, no.
Bigas.
Podkova.
I like the way he's, you know, I think his rifling capabilities has just been out of this world. Actually, I think that Fallen has shown that stepping into a position where that taking on the angle we talked about, that he made himself in a position where maybe he wants to take up the coaching thing. I could see that this could go on, but because why not? I mean,
ne,
the way
mám
that
rád
he's putting in things is working out for them.
Jo, Half-Life, mám dva.
Ale moje oblíbená barva oranžová, děkuji Half-Life.
Pomeranč, otravný pomeranč. Phoenix pro dubbing je vlastně nějaký oranžový. Nebo žlutý, ne oranžový. Skvělá girl.
A hádám, že nejdražší tady z těch všech zlatých bude...
I am at a state like Maui. He said that Pain Gaming is, you know, they're just happy to be here. They're happy to be in the playoffs. It's a great time for them to try and get some experience.
Je, počkej, on tam je, a jo, to mi nedošlo.
He went with like, they're just so happy to be a part of this. They're happy to get the experiences. And you know, they just lost their map. Now they're going furious. And I think it's for them. It's about trying
no, on tam teď není a místo něho tam je Simple, ale on tam je jenom jako... On tam jenom kučenej, proto to není jako to, jméno své.
Exit.
Tady máš Frozen.
Okay, nice.
Well, they're going to have to do that quite quickly as we are heading things to a short break before we dive into Furia's pick. That is going to be the temple of Anubis awaiting on the other side of this break.
Jako profesionální pozorovač turnajů CS2 ve 3 hodiny ráno.
Ano.
Chci mít vlastní, vole, badge. Už je nějaký zvuky? Ne, koukáme jak odpočívají, plánujou. Jo, reklama. 3 minuty.
When you play with PKL, I used to say mid rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say.
To je víc třeba minulý majory. To je máš 2013 a do toho vyhrál.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders such as Apex who used to play, you know, star roles like Connector on Mirage, but then you have the
Já jsem si, že FaZe vyhrál víckrát. Jsem to slyšel tolikrát.
Vyhrál jedno jenom.
Jméno.
No tak FaZe je i v jiných hrách.
Jo, to tak, jo. A jsem... Co byla ta hvězdička vpravo, ta červená?
Astralis.
Aha.
To jsou ti, kteří jsem říkal, že teď hrajou hrozně na piču. A tady vyhráli 3 meče za sebou. A jako FaZe, oni ono nejsou do Majoru, oni jsou do mé turnaje. A Major jsou prostě jenom ty, kteří jsou přímo od Valve, jako sponzorovaný Valve. A ty jsou jednou, nebo ty jsou 2krát za rok. Takže, ale mezi tím máš i normální turnaje jako menší, který jako pořádá i tady jako ESL a tak. Blast. Takže PGL. Takže jakoby vyhráli jako jiný to, ale Major nejde. A největší rozdíl jako mezi Majorem a normálním turnajem je asi jako, no, že normální turnaj máš třeba, nevím, $10,000 prize pool, $20,000, $30,000 možná. Možná 50,000. A v Majoru máš $1 milion, no tak nějak.
Aha. Když se to nadávají, bacha.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players such as
to tak díku. To se musím překlikávat.
Top Counter-Strike team.
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just absorbs all the time.
Aha, ty máš repotýka, zase bral.
Jsem zapil repo na 15 minut.
Aha, já jsem tam měl trávník a už to tam nemám.
Jsi došel?
No, keď se vrátí.
I put myself up in the rafters. I come to see everyone here. How we doing? They've got this energy all day long, and that is why America is showing up at a major. You guys, it's your first ever event. You came to the major. Where did you travel from, and why did you come to the major?
Well, we all came from Vancouver, Canada. Came down to support Team Liquid. Unfortunately, they went out, but you know what? We're here for good Counter-Strike. We're here for some good Counter-Strike.
And you're getting some good Counter-Strike. Have you enjoyed the atmosphere so far?
Dude, it's been awesome, especially having the Brazilians here now. Like they know how to party, they know how to enjoy a good game of Counter-Strike.
Alex. A řekne, we have traveled from Czech Republic, from Czech.
Nah, that Mouse game is pretty sick.
So you're with me, Navi making the final.
I'm Navi all the way. I want Vitality to go down.
This is my friend Ondra Bortko.
Alright, the energy's good. We're loving the vibe up here. Guys, give it to me!
Vibes are feeling immaculate here in the Moody Center, and I'm sure the Furia vibes are feeling even better as now they just have one more map to potentially separate them straight to the semi-final on Saturday. That comes down to their match. It's going to be Anubis, and obviously with Pain getting to choose which starting side, they're going to be starting on. Furia find themselves on that CT side. Any initial takes from this one, Moses?
Nice, týpek má postel, to mám taky, tak to jsem vlastně taky FaZe.
Any questions about how they've been answered? The kid's incredible how he's been playing, and that's an excellent map one for him. He recovered so many rounds, did so many good things.
Má rukavice, kamo tyho rukavice chce. Na sníh je chci.
Oh yeah, and this has really just been one of the two home maps for Furia ever since assembling this 5-man lineup. Unfortunately for Pain, I do feel like the journey ends here. I know we all want the party to continue, the Brazilian derby to keep on going, but in reality, like, Furia has looked good at this map.
It's still going to be going. You still got Furia. Like, there's still going to be a Brazilian party no matter what. You know, it's the best of both worlds.
True.
To an extent.
Can't hate on that, but I mean, honestly, like, Moses, when I'm looking at it, Furia, they've beaten the Mongols on this map.
Olaf.
On this map, okay? For Pain, on the other hand, well, you've taken down Namiga. I just don't see it, man.
Yeah, I think didn't they spanked Aurora as well? Like it was actually pretty comprehensive victory for Furia. Yeah, I mean this team just continues to be impressive, and I mean you add in Yakinder's game, you add in K Serato. Like it's actually impressive that the talking points we have are Molodoy when you have K Serato on this team. The way he's played has overshadowed K Serato. So I mean this team's just firing on all cylinders right now. They're so strong. I see nothing that Pain can do to stop it.
It's pretty insane the glow up that Furia has had coming into the Austin. What makes him so deadly when we're looking at Anubis specifically? What are Furia able to pull out that other teams haven't been able to put a stop to?
I mean, I think that it goes without saying that, well, Yakindar, despite the slump that he had on Liquid, one map he always liked was Anubis, okay? He is such a good space taker on it. When he's taking up space on the E-box side, he's so good at it. And you know he's gonna dig his face right into that monitor. I mean, I love that he plays up to it with the crowd.
Yeah, get a little bit closer. There we go.
Give it a kiss. Give it a kiss.
That's the only way you can win a quarterfinal, buried into the monitor.
Okay, to play devil's advocate here a little bit, because it sounds like you guys are already writing the script that Furia makes the semifinals. Anything that Pain can do to put a stop, particularly considering that.
When I watch this team, I think you know there's certain sacrifices that I feel like Big Zero has made to try and accommodate the new players and setting up an actually structured, fundamentally strong team. And I kind of want to see him go away from it a little bit. I think if they want to win this match, I think you're going to need more firepower, and I want to see Big Zero go back to the philosophy he had back at the Copenhagen Major, where he was just a one-man army, leading the team, calling the team tactics around how he wanted to play. He got to set himself up for a few nice things. Like if you get that kind of production out of Big Zero on the rifle, maybe it can alleviate some pressure on the other guys.
I want to see Pain, that is, play with conviction and fast early, because I don't want them to leave Snow on some lurking position by himself as he's already quaking in his boots. Okay, I want to see them just hit a bomb site incredibly quickly, force Furia to be playing a post plant. If Pain is able to find any way to just get in quickly, then Furia can't react the way that they want to. And Furia's had a surprisingly good CT side on Anubis because they're so active.
And maybe some surprisingly good odds when we're looking at this series and how the bookies think this one is going to be falling. I've tried to, poke you a little bit. Is this GG? Is this 2 maps done, Furia cementing it?
Unfortunately, it's GG. I just don't see a way with Pain. I think you'd have to ask you something Herculean from individual players, like things that are just unreasonable to ask of individuals.
Well, let's see exactly how it is going to be falling down. It's Anubis, second map of this quarterfinal.
2 former full Brazilian squads that went international, and right now the results are speaking for themselves. While Pain went for all South American, Furia moved further afield to the east, and right now they are sitting a map away from stealing this series and plundering straight into the semi-finals.
Yeah, look, for fans of nostalgia,
Co, jaký prase? Hraje se.
Jo, už jdu. No to nemůžeme tady spamuješ. Tak teď si tady lehnu na židle, vole, tam hned. Zápas. Intro.
Austin, you've been awesome all day. It's only going to get better as the week continues. Furia come in as Pain rush this B bomb site, and Yakinda in E-box ready to receive.
He's got support on the way, not in this alone. Fallen taking this first bit of contact out through Temple, but there's a lot of sight lines open here for Furia. No util to lock this out either if you're Pain. So instead they play together, 3 players back in main. Leaving Snow in the site alone, that's an easy pickup for Furia. The pistols spamming through, catching a couple of players. You're reliant on spams, you're reliant on luck going your way. Pain coming through with even more, but that defuse getting held now. DGT lines them up, racks them up. That's a huge 4K to open up this pistol round. They left it to chance.
Through the smoke, no second option, no other way to win the round. You just have to get them off the bomb time and time again. DGT does it dirty with 4 kills. Cool boost in the post plant as well to give him a nice angle and snipe them off. And Pain with a pistol, an explosive one of that. The desk have set the stakes well. This is a map Furia have taken down some big dogs on, beating Aurora. Once the best team in the world on this map, with a huge streak at the start of the year. Taking down Many teams, including the Mongols, Pain.
Jo, ale na to, že si v jednu usínal, tak bylo docela dobrý. Že další 2 hodiny.
Já furt usínám. Mě ale budili komáři.
Jo, jsem to napomohl.
DGT pinching them off, 3 kills and he gets out.
Nice and clean. Pain fell down on this round back in that first map.
Difference was, then it was a force. This time, full eco. Furia know that they can maximize their gun rounds here on CT Anubis. I like the decision to get guns in ASAP, and it's allowed Molodoi a glass orb. I don't know if you'll be expecting that. The big danger of a 3rd round orb is there are Mac 10s in play. They're going to be running around corners, jumping around corners. It may not be down to you. We'll see if Molodoi can force those openers. Something that NQZ struggled with in his first stage match.
Molodoi never shy of making a play. Gets aggressive over towards main. And that's where Furia actually put a lot of their resources in this round. 3 players on this A main position.
Furia
on a bit of a natural timer here, but they'll get rewarded for a kill.
Dobrý,
DGT tries to play through this main smoke. The rest of Pain are teeing up right now to try and split this side of the map. That's going to leave them walking into the 3-man stack.
Well, Molodoi hears them going deep in Temple as well, so even though Furia are technically out of position, they've got all the information. Pain are walking in. Unbeknownst to them, what's lurking behind,
the
a
timing
glass
as well.
orb chasing this pack of players as they attack this B site.
Guys in B know to watch their backs. That's the big hole right now that Pain are hoping to exploit. So you won't catch any players for free. Molodoi plays his hand now. First shot misses. This guy does never seem to let those swings and misses define him.
Et voilà.
Goes back in for a little bit more. Important trade. Good spot for Snow. He's got both players right here in front of him. Just doing chip damage as NQZ watches on. Nade gonna find Snow. NQZ smoked off, no choice but to play through it. Serato and Yuri to try put a stop to him. The spam's connecting, it's gonna be close, it's awkward.
Nice.
And Yuri's got the cover. Down to the wire, but just sniped away.
O 0,2 sekundy.
Those feel like the first misses of Molodoi in this matchup, and it still doesn't come to matter. What a closer for the Brazilians on Furia. To shut that out, slow and steady, not a second to spare on the defuse. Furia staying focused and picking up that first gun round. That oh so important first buy on CT Anubis. Because even though they have the track record, Pain do not. Starting T side is a very nice place to be. Orb saved on, rifles back out. This buy better than the last for Pain, so Furia will bring the heat.
Very molto.
Gonna have a lot of ideas, different shades of aggression and open up these rounds. That's a wild pickup for Serato. And he even hangs around. Not content with just the one and done. They don't give him that straight up fight he was hoping for. Serato's roll gets slowed over here in mid, Fallen lurking on the other side of this smoke. And it looks like he might go unaccounted for entirely. It's aggression through dark. That's the next bit of info for Pain. Fallen walking up in middle. This was just cleared and he's got the spot. Will he get away in time? No. Big Azera chases him down.
Biggest moment.
Serato warp now on the angle. Serato with the swing. Here's the backup. Him and Yuri play in tandem.
Tak to byla.
Bangs of Furia ripped out. And an important breakaway round for Pain.
Týpek malíř.
They can start to put a bit of distance now between them and Furia.
Yeah, that round comes with complications for Furia. That is a high impact round, a swing round. If you're ever looking for one, breaks Furia's money to nothing, removes the AWP, gifts it to Pain. and puts them back on pistols. So Pain get a chance to run away now with a bit of a T-side, some freedom, a luxury.
Jako docela šílenost mít 7hodinový stream, když jsem začal tak v 9.
A sigh of relief, if nothing else. Furia bring just a couple of deagles. It's a cool boost though. Oh, Molodoi needed that, and without it, what the Furia even have to show? Pain not even getting closer, not walking into this stack. The Mac 10 will, but no better gun for the job.
It's
a little nerve-wracking in these mid-fights.
Furia want him. They want him back.
Bigas jedno
Yeah, they
hapko.
got Bigazera down low. They'll cross him, go looking for his teammates. And so even though mid might have felt a little awkward
What
there
the
for Pain,
fuck?
Bigazera just getting out at 1 HP. It's still looking to be a clean round when all is said and done.
A sharp start from David Deus. That's a good sign here for Pain. It's these two imports that we haven't really talked about in this series so far.
Face a Cloud9 to raz.
Ran out of clay, man.
Dostují 2K? Já nevím.
And these were players brought in to uplift Pain, to make that next step, because Bigazera inside of this team, 2 challenger stages at Major, 2 legend stages at Major, being within touching distance of these playoffs. It took imports to take Pain to the next level, to push them in to that top 8. So close, so many times, finally Pain are there, and they don't want to go out with a whimper. NQZ, another famed opener onto Molodoi. And Pain seemed like they had more to say in this series. We were ready for a wash.
Oh, she made it out that.
Goes looking for answers out here in middle. He won't see a thing. Still, it's a third player, third set of eyeballs over towards his A-side Furia.
Aha, ciao.
Strong here, good timing on that nade as well, just to soften them up on this push.
Aha.
Ve chvíli, co začali prohrávat, tak jsem začal usínat.
Nedivím se.
Sending snow back short,
No,
everyone else is grouped for this A hit. Bomb's going back to join Snow. This becomes a fake on the fly. They're going back in a B. And it's only Yuri here. Retrieved orb from Molodoi's body. Can he put it to work? First shot lands. Yuri keeps Furia interested in this retake. The orb keeps the pressure on. Been wanting to see a bit more from NQZ in this quarterfinal series. This was the guy who was lights out to get Pain here versus a Furia who, when they went international, their first move was to look abroad for AWPers. Now would have been the time to show us what the Brazilian AWP can do.
What the fuck? Come on, whatever it is.
Charged up by Yuri, Molly on the bomb, and just wasting time.
Ty vole.
Isn't time for Yuri to win this. And so that is a wild clutch put up from Pain. This scoreline continues to widen. And a T-side that's rapidly getting out of control.
Furia had everything going for them as well. They get that pick from Yuri. They get out on the B-bomb site. It's crossing out. DGT getting the info on the flank that allows Davideus to position himself for that clutch. Molly on the bomb. It's just the ticket there to take a 5th round on this T side. It's Furia calling pauses now. Now they're feeling the burn. Not gone to plan anymore. And you wonder, did Pain expect this pick? They certainly might have. A weaker map for them coming into the playoffs of a major. One that Furia have looked to play time and time again. In Astana, every single series, they were going for this map. clearly trying to make it home. And we're seeing, you know, the playbook of Aurora used a little bit on the CT side, the way that they're tunneling up in the bomb sites, rarely fighting middle unless it's eco. Furia playing 3A in the majority of these rounds, and Painu exploiting it, winning yet another post plant on the B bomb site. Yuri save gun, Furia, not much else. So Pain positioned to continue to run away unless Yuri has other ideas.
Furia trying to give a little less respect here, get aggressive to open up this round with the hero gun.
Issue is they've lost a bomb.
Hey, now it's a rescue and recovery mission. But this whole time they're still having to hold on to these extremities, hoping that they can catch someone like Fallen right now, and they've got trapped in this corner, out on an island. Snow in the meantime has thinned the herd. They know they have a guy trapped over here in main. It's just Serato they can't find. And he still sits back on this bomb. DGT doesn't feel like he can hang around and wait for this kill forever.
Is Fallen gonna re-go? I can't believe he didn't leave this position, just staying here static, waiting for his time to strike. Serato can't continue to play the bomb forever. There's too many angles, too many timings. He has to let Fallen off the leash. And so the captain goes through the water, round the world, trying to time DGT on this flank. As he picks up the bomb, Fallen will come up the stairs. This could be a shot in the back of the head.
Timing's feeling so good for Fallen, and there's the free kill. Around the world to collect it. Snow just doesn't have time. 25 seconds here. Bomb dropped over in mid. Serato still a question mark, still not known about. Snow tries to put distance between himself and this player in middle, but it's Fallen laid out in front of him. Snow's own inspiration is the one he's got to beat to get this bomb planted. And Fallen, what if he never gives him the fights? What if he never gives him the chance? And there it was, passing it by.
And that is experience. It couldn't be better shown in a round like that. Furia on pistols, pick it up. Snow may get all the kills, trying to sweep back in that round, but Fallen plays him like a fiddle, dancing around the bomb site. Inspiring still to this day. And Snow, indecision, gun, bomb. He doesn't know what to do. Furia, a perfect pickup to get them back in this game. I mean, look what it's done. May have been a streak on this T side here. 3 rounds in a row. Pain of nothing to show for it. A hero gun. But hey, Furia won this round. Why can't Pain? A weakened B site. Timing is everything for Yakinda. That CT volley, they just don't respect it. They're going to go right through. Overwhelmed. Yakinda almost tames it. 2 on 3. They've got a shot.
Fallen tries to play it forward, straight through and into the Lions Den with DGT and Big Azera, and clean work made from Furia's captain over that B play.
Dude, I love that for Fallen, just going through the smoke immediately, fighting down into Con. It's Pain who try and play ahead of their util. I was about to commend them for waiting for it. They didn't, and they paid that price with their life, with the round. Do it out of your shoe next time, buddy. So Furia landing back on their feet, not too late on this CT side.
I mean, this next round decides whether or not Furia just get to strut back into this game like they didn't start it. 1-5 down on a bit of a hiatus. What would be forgiven for that slow opening? Suddenly this would be a very commanding CT half.
They're really trying to cancel out NQZ, who's in this corner every time, and Furia keep throwing this deep molly to clear him out. It's getting smoked, but it's really causing problems here for Pain. That's a great Molotov bounce. Big Uzera has to smoke as well, and the hunt comes in for Yuri.
Dude, even this is wild though. Like, most of Pain's smokes have been used extinguishing Molotovs here at the start of the round.
Yeah, these are CT mollies. They're not even meant to be threatening, but they're causing a lot of commotion.
Down to next to no util for the actual exec now.
Here they go.
And Yakinda are going to try and bring the fight to them. Plays it straight through Dark. Back up from Fallen. One more here, it's DGT waiting.
Hit him where it hurts.
And Yakinda, continuing on that aggression, has given them a way in. DGT gets to play his hand now, the one player that's known about. Big Azera is next in the feed, and slowly but surely this starts to come unraveled. Big Azera battling back into this. K-Serato in this clutch. Through the back line, he's quick with it, but silent on the approach, stalking his prey, push up through dark, and Davideus is wounded. K-Serato knows the pressure is on his opponent. There's been damage done, a bomb to play around shore. K-Serato is supposed to have a bit of a mental edge here. Meant to do his best work in these clutches. He can't seem to piece this one together though, and time is quickly darting away from K-Serato.
That's not the round you expect K-Serato to lose, man.
That's a wild way for this one to pan out, and he just up and leaves.
You almost feel like he was given misinformation. The cautiousness of the bomb site of back plat of the pillar, anything but be main. He could have stuck that bomb. Davideus has to call it. He just has to hope he doesn't peek. 2 health, not enough to risk checking. And K-Serato in his own head, not a situation you see often. His own doubt fueling a pain T-side round. As yet again, a disciplined Davideus holds it down for pain. Him and DGT
Prosím, Furia, vyhrajte
having a lot
to.
of impact in this T side. Big Azera as well. His entry's massive. Pain with their back against the wall are putting on a fight here on Anubis. A map you could be ready to write them off on at the dawn. And finally, even taking a main control. That's not been free. And K-Serato very aggressive, all half over in this position. And continues to look to retake it here for Furia. Locking Pain out of this bomb site. As they put on a bit of a B fake.
Oh, that's
Nice,
a rough
second
attempt at the opening. Big Azera felt like he had a 5v4 right there.
Uh-oh, K-Serato highlight reel, I feel it.
And even if they get past him, they still have Fallen left to worry about. Layers of defense available over on this A side of the map. Good timing on that nade from K-Serato.
Uh-oh.
They are walking out though, and Furia didn't seem ready for this. K-Serato even dropping off now. That leaves him in the prying eyes of pain.
Okay.
They'll break through this 2-man hold. NQZ with a plant. Davideus is worlds away from him, and so for the time being, NQZ has to just buy time.
Great molly.
Gets aggressive. His teammates now set up in main, and
Nice.
so NQZ dying does not mean all hope is lost. Davideus still in this, but half the time ticked off this bomb already. Furia now know they've got to get a move on. Davideus trying to make the play that makes this a winning half for Pain, and with that incision,
Ale no tak. To si děláš.
that 1v3 delivers some salvation to Pain in this quarterfinal. Finally, these clutch rounds are coming up in their
It's shocking enough that they made it to the stage, but it's going to be even more shocking if they steal one of Furia's go-to maps off the back of this T side. This is an excellent start for Pain, pulling out clutches, closing difficult rounds where Furia are trading evenly. They get caught a little off guard, out of position in that one, but still in a 1v3 with no one clearing that angle, no kit for Furia. It continues to let them down in these clutches. Molodoi not really in a position to do anything in these gun rounds either. The one attempt he's had at openers denied by NQZ in water. Are they going to find a way to get this young AWP as activated as he was on Nuke? Because right now he's being left in the sidecar.
Looks like he's had enough of riding shotgun. He goes a bit aggressive with the AWP. in this round. They hear the walk up on a Yakinda, who does a lot
Jako
of
velký
damage here.
damage to.
They're still going to get overwhelmed, and it's losing the position that's a problem to Furia. Now they constantly have to have this presence. Part of mine just to focus some attention down towards the connector.
They're really forcing this. I feel like they're going to go way too early in this round. Pain have been bleeding it dry time after time, but they're just trying to rush through smokes with flashbangs. It's not looking great until David Deus comes up with a trade. Molodoy, the right position, makes a Molodoy round. Fall around him. Molodoy missed shot, and this one costs you. That felt like Pain were overcooking, but it comes out perfect. Furia melt off the bone.
Look, it's a T-sided map, right? You can expect some strong score lines from the T's here, but still, it's the fashion that Pain are putting these rounds on the board. It's the fact that they are in this position to run away with this first half, 9-3. Furia might not have needed many rounds to stay competitive here on Anubis, but this feels like so much has come up in favor of Pain, and now critically, even these clutch moments, the things they couldn't rely on back on Nuke, going the other way.
And it's not been this heroic AWP effort like many of the maps Pain have won at this major has been. It's not been NQZ consistently finding human advantages. Pain have been doing it by committee. The two latest additions carrying the load on this T side, and now Pain want to end it in a brutal A execute where Furia do not have anything to hold it back.
Now the only thing they have is manpower, and even that is hastily assembled. A quad push through the camera smoke into the slaughterhouse. Snow, David Deus destroy Furia on this push through. And so Pain are just 2 kills away from one hell of a recovery on this T side of Anubis. Trying to make this a series that goes the distance after all. Furia await these smokes, they wait for them to fade, but time is not on their side. This is a retake. You would be looking to save it if it wasn't for it being round 12. They may as well give it a go. Smokes in their way. And so Furia just try and play through it. This is Pain looking to take us all 3 maps, and they need but a handful of rounds now on this CT half to accomplish that goal. Slowly but surely, Pain have woken up in this quarterfinal.
I'm here with Austin at the Alienware booth, where tomorrow, first thing, 12 to 1, he's going to be taking on members of the audience in a 1v1, where if you beat him, you might just win one of these beautiful new Alienware 4K OLED monitors. Do you think anyone's going to beat you?
Absolutely not. Do you think I'd lose to anybody here? The only people that could beat me are playing on stage right now, so maybe you could prove me wrong.
I will say in a 1v1, there's usually not so many nades.
Oh. That's fine. I think I could probably pull it off still. I'm not worried.
Well, you can't beat him in the 1v1. There'll also be a meet and greet at 4 p.m., so be sure to come through the Alienware booth and meet Austin in Austin.
The fuck?
A potent reminder that every game of Counter-Strike is winnable. Pain pushed through exactly that on Nuke, and here on Anubis, the go-to for Furia, Pain put up a dominant 9-round half.
Very good, just need to finish later. Sorry for chaos.
Just don't stress, guys. Guys, listen, just breathe. Don't stress. We're all right now stressing and judging each other. It's unlucky, yeah, the situations fucking happen. Let's go, next round.
I got
We're trying to bring the positivity. Furia need it now more than ever. Game still on, and so much weighted on this pistol. Molodoy 2 and 10, the titan of Nuke, submerged here on the second. And we can't say this was expected, but can it be finished cleanly? Pain info play gets them a lot. Gotta pad that A bomb site and do it stat.
I mean, if you're Pain, you feel like this is the most important pistol round you've played. If you're able to pick this up, you're right there. You're on that fast track to the finish line. If it falls against you, it's game, set, and match. And this one is still up in the air. Fallen looks to make that so.
Don't know.
Now gonna go past DGT, who obscures himself in this heaven smoke. Ends up behind enemy lines. DGT, golden opportunity, but shots miss. And now for Snow and Big Azera, dropping in to a lost sight. Yuri not missing a beat. And that's a hot start in the pistol from Furia. They mean business.
Yeah,
little pep talk from your Kindar, feeling like it's done some heavy lifting heading into this second half.
Yeah, and as good as you may have felt after that first half, Pain, you also know that this is far from finished. Furia have the depth, they have the playbook, they have the comfortability on the T side of this map. That's something that's eluded Pain, a map they've avoided at all costs here at the Major. Only playing it once.
I mean, even though this has been a really good map for the Furia squad, they haven't had to pull it into their major run. And they got here so quickly and cleanly, you didn't really have to explore the depth of the Furia map pool either. Managing to come through 3-0 has that perk. Okay, Serato has SMGs flung his way, and he sees them as a chance to feast. Continues his reign of terror, will get dealt with eventually. The bomb's here as well. This could get a little weird. Fallen's fed another to Davideus. And this isn't the guy you want to give too much away to for free. It's his clutches that help put Pain in this position. So bested after that one. Snow only just arriving. Furia should have kept this one safe after all. It's still kind of strung out here. Snow's going to be able to look for fights, but now they know where he is.
Furia just don't overcommit. Right? When you get that info, tuck in, wait for your team, play off each other, so you can distalls him. Well, this player comes out of camera, and Yuri has that cross covered. The bomb makes it in, and Snow gets found out. Furia find 5, step by step in the right direction. Can Pain avoid the stress from setting in? A game that is still too close to call. But if you think you can predict the winner of the major, play Nova Shots, the live prediction game.
Furia ain't leaving nothing a chance. Even now, on this walk, this little jaunt out towards the B side, still Serato floating around outside of main, and he's able to confirm to the rest of Furia. Good news, guys, we did the right thing. But it's going back to fight this stack and fight this push. That might be Furia's undoing. The Pistols find a bunch of kills. Yuri, suddenly a lot more responsibility than he bargained for watching that main wrap round. Will lock it in.
Would love a bit of blocking util that would go so far in this round, but Seems like Pain have called it off anyway, actually walking back with these guns, happy with the loot they got on an eco. It sets them up later in the game, but it's also an acknowledgement that this is close. The Furia are back in the map. And the Pain need every rifle and every chance to win a round that they can get. This one is too far gone, so they think. Maybe a round you look at watching the game back and think, damn, we had a shot falling on pistol, you kinned a half, but they weren't to know.
The thing that's scary with any team that chooses to make themselves a proficient squad on Anubis is one of their kind of mainstays, is with that comes a prerequisite of resilience, right? You play for that second half. When you pick in to Anubis, you know you're going to be starting CT side. You know you have the better half still ahead of you. And so just scraping by with a handful of rounds for a team that likes this map is more than enough. Furia are trying to show that.
Yeah. And I think it's a very scary spot to be in for Pain, because very quickly this can turn from, hey, we're in control, this is our match, let's make it 3, to, oh god, we're losing, we're throwing away our advantage.
Aggression in middle. Oh, Davideus collects 2 for free on that push through the mid-smoke. And so Furia need answers elsewhere. They're going to look to the extremities, going to look. Let's walk out over on B. Yuri, bomb on his back. And an AWP to beat in this head-to-head. NQZ on the line. It's going to sail past. Second, not so lucky. Molodoi cops that. Down to 10 health.
This is stalling out now.
And looking to go nowhere quickly for this Furia squad. It might just be the save. I mean, this late in the game, you are forced to play the long game if you're Furia. And so they'll write this one off. Davideus and the double kill in mid, more than enough for Pain to get this round.
I mean, this is now a test of Molodoi's mental, right? He looks frustrated visibly on that camera. 3 and 12 after a superstar map 1. Can he keep his head in it? Still a question. And still an untested Furia at the top, despite this glory run through the major and through Astana. Pain with a flawless round. It does not get better than that. Gonna have multiple buy rounds that Furia need to break through if they're gonna keep this comeback rolling. Was it just a bonus off the pistol? Or can they really do it when it matters? Nice to see Biguzera has some stars to rely on in this map, though. As we've been saying all game long, Davideus and DGT have put on some incredible rounds as individuals. As Biguzera, captain for so long in this squad, we saw him at Copenhagen put on that carry performance.
Yeah.
But here in this team, he's got stars. He's got players that have to step up, that have to put on good games. Sometimes putting him in worse roles, worse spots. And on that CT side, it can be more punishing than ever. Where you have to trust your teammates. Time to see if that trust is worth it.
Furia really take the pace out of this T side.
You want to get Molodoi back in, don't you?
Giving him some room to try get involved early on his AWP. But eventually Furia have to be the one making moves. Flash in the main, Keserato, a lot of damage, and he will just catch DGT on the fadeaway. That's a huge pickup, a 5v4. And one of the 2 standout players. And it will cost you Keserato's life.
Yeah, they're surrounding this B bomb site now, though. Furia is still just going to go.
I set on getting past Snow. All alone. AWP trying to come through to help him. NQZ flings himself out into the field, into the fray. The NQZ AWP getting aggressive is silenced. And this one ends up in a 2-on-2. Davideus, he's been the guy in these clutch moments, in these important swing moments. It's been there for Pain. Well, this time he's got the captain in the fight
Nice,
alongside
prosím.
him. Knocked out as he makes his play. Davideus has been asked time and time again to step up in these clutches.
Nice.
But that's one bridge too far for Davideus.
5 health, 3 kills, and Yakinder on the 3-2-1 just swings out and shuts it down. Great moment of interplay between Furia in that post plant, not letting them get isolated.
And a round that's competitive from start to finish. Both squads giving it their all. It's that double swing. They're really, you know, they're very aware of what Davideus is capable of in these clutches, and so leaving nothing to chance. Playing it to perfection for Furia.
Still as close as you can get, right? And Pain have money to talk about after these saves, after these 1 CT rounds. They've got another orb, they've got another 4-buy. This is where it bottoms out. That round matters not unless Furia follow up and find back-to-back on this T side to keep the comeback alive. Another chance for these orbs, both of which struggling here on Anubis.
This is also both teams with all their money on the line. This round hits like a 2-for-1 for whoever picks it up. For Pain, that could be them on the finish line. That could be them right there, ready for Inferno as a third.
Oh, the grenade, not another.
Oh, it's just missed.
He's so lucky.
That would have been the killing blow. Davideus would have found that opening. Instead, Keserato still gets to play. Only a few seconds longer. DGT gonna get that kill eventually.
You're almost forced to speed up on a B hit now. The issue is you don't have the bomb. Who's gonna get it? Molodoi crossing middle all the way back to the stairs. Furia want to go. They want to play quick, knowing they've lost all control of the water. And Pain have realized that, padding out this B bomb site with 3 players. Furia, this is no easy road. And it's one that Molodoi will be late for on this orb.
He's even running the risk of getting pressured through main.
It's going to come at the worst time.
And they've just started getting aggressive now. That's the type of game that Molodoi's having. And he might be about to learn a very awkward lesson in this quarterfinal someday. It's just not for you. And he's caught on that push.
Perfect.
In his dying breath, he at least gets the bomb into dark. Linking back up with Yakindar. Yuri can't land a thing though, and Pain is so entrenched. 3 players in this B site to withstand the hit. Furia need openers. They need something to connect. Fallen tries to provide.
Nice. Sure.
That first kill to send them in, but it's Snow farming. And Pain leveling up. B play denied. Furia's money broken. And Pain are right there.
And you do feel like that's a map, right? With the money broken this late in the game. With the read from Pain putting 3B after that A engagement. They know Furia with no A main control can't recommit to this bomb site. They have not taken middle on this T side. It was predictable. It was well called by Biguzera. Pain in the right place at the right time. And now rounds from stealing Furia's pick. They got destroyed on Nuke. They were not in that game, but this is a different Pain pushing into middle. Furia just have to pop yet again. Their hand is forced.
And QZ, that's a collateral.
What the
They
fuck?
line up for him back in main, and now it just feels like it's on rails for NQZ. 4 in the round.
Sick.
And for Pain's orb to be coming into his own, someone so integral to their run, making it to the playoffs here on NQZ's efforts. Having him enter his final form with the promise of a 3rd map looming. It's an exciting prospect. Furia, they leave it down to back-to-back pistol rounds. That's how Anubis will be decided. Pain had 1 map to come to terms with the stress and pressure of playing in a major playoffs. But they rise to the occasion when Anubis rolls around right at the same time. But it feels like the nerves first get to Molodoi. 3-15, a shadow of himself in this game. A presence that Furia is sorely missing. But maybe Furia want more rounds still to be played. His first few pistol kills come in. It was NQZ on this AWP that stopped the last of these pistol pushes into the B site. Well, this time he's pressured all the way back. The AWP forced off the line. And Furia get this control. 3v5. Pain on the extremities. It feels like they're already saving.
Yeah, hang around for Exis perhaps. Try and keep the damage on, but they know they're not winning this round, and they certainly don't want to give away this AWP back to Molodoi. Last thing you want is him getting awoken. Although he's definitely on the wrong side of the bed on this game. Pain looking to get away with all 3 guns, and Furia fight forward with 4 more rounds in the way. Cheeky entry in middle as Davideus comes through that smoke. But Tech9 can only take you so far. It still feels like a mission to get it to overtime, even on the T side for Furia. Pain have had the right ideas. Reliable output from the South American additions. And 4 more chances to finish what they started.
You hope that Pain is still a ways away from worrying about this game.
I was
the
for a moment.
uncertainty with the first time in a major playoffs. Can't say it for certain.
Oh, I mean, Furia just been eating grenades at the start of every round, be it up in rugs, over in stairs. Pain's standard utility has been extremely effective. Furia want to win something, they've got to take back this A main control. It's been a position they haven't harbored all half. Serato dances outside, Fallen takes middle on his own. And Molodoi behind him looks to set him up, perhaps with a flash. As Pain burrow into their bomb sites once again.
Feel like they've tried some aggressive rounds, so they go for something a bit safer here.
Double molly, double molly!
Double Molotov, Bigazera just gets out, but is he really living? 4 HP on the captain of Pain. As the util burns him to a crisp. Furia will set their sights on this B play going in to the wounded Bigazera. It's Snow and the NQZ AWP that might have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. The util starts off, but it's the AWP in the kill feed. NQZ fires off for a double. Finally bested. Serato left as that standing, and Bigazera, the one that got away, takes it over the line for Pain. They've still got fight left in them, and this generational battle between the Brazilians will rage on.
Yeah, Furia grit their teeth through the pain. They feel it in that one. That was meant to be a go-to map, a safe lock-in for Furia after a dominant nuke, and Bigazera has more in store.
Ima
South
puti
American stars show up on the stage, put on an absolute clinic, and take us all the way. This one will be decided on Inferno, a semi-final.